Chapter 198, The Massacre. Since it was getting late, most of the Uchiha clan members were in their homes with their families. For them it was like any other evening. Their jounins were aware that they would have to fight a tough war very soon. So they cherished their peaceful days with their family, unaware of the tragedy about to befall them. As soon as Itachi and Obito appeared in the clan, both immediately began the massacre. Obito freely moved through the walls and attacked the unsuspecting Uchihas. Itachi too flickered into their homes. Since he was the son of the clan leader, no one expected him to attack when he did. They began slaughtering the Uchihas with extreme ease and stealth. While slaughtering, Itachi showed up in Uchiha Akihiko's house. Akihiko was having dinner with his wife and children when he suddenly got up and turned around to face the intruder. He squinted his eyes on seeing Itachi, wondering what he was doing here. Most of the top-tier ninjas in the Uchiha clan were disappointed in Itachi and slightly suspicious of him. Unlike others who didn't expect any attack from the son of their leader, Akihiko was on guard and asked, "Why did you show up unannounced?" Without replying, Itachi attacked him with his blade. Akihiko didn't have any weapons on him. He tried to move out of the way. Unfortunately, his body reacted a split second slower. That was sufficient time for Itachi's blade to slit his throat open. Akihiko's family were shocked. However, before they could scream in horror, Itachi dealt with them too. Some distance away from Akihiko's house, Obito entered Mieko's home. They too were having dinner. Both of Mieko's parents were at the jounin rank. Sensing that someone had broken into their home, they both got up and prepared themselves. Mieko noticed her parents' actions and got alert as well. She asked softly, "What happened, mother?" Her mother replied, "Someone has broken into our house. Stay on guard." At the next moment, Obito appeared in front of them. Not identifying the masked intruder, Mieko's father made hand signs rapidly without caring about his house. Fire release, fireball jutsu. A massive fireball appeared in front of Obito, who thought, interesting. Their house had seals to alert them. Unfortunately, I can't let this fireball explode. He stood without moving and let the fireball reach him. However, instead of the fireball hitting him, the Uchiha family was surprised to see the fireball being sucked into his mask. Taking advantage of the surprise, Obito went on the attack without giving them any time. Obito's speed was much higher than the three. Combined with their sluggish moments, they didn't last even a few seconds against him. Mieko saw in horror as both her parents were beheaded. Tears rolled down her eyes. Her eyes began transforming as another Tomo appeared in her eyes. Obito watched her eyes and commented in a deep voice, "Interesting. To awaken 3 Tomo Sharingans at your age. Very impressive." However, Mieko was in no mood to hear any praise. She screamed, "Return my parents to me!" She attacked Obito with all her might. However, a rod pierced through her heart in the next second. Mieko coughed out blood as her memories flashed in her eyes. As she died, she heard Obito's deep voice, "Unfortunately, you don't have the time to grow." As she fell down, she remembered the scene of Fujin saving her the last time. Unfortunately, she knew that it wasn't possible this time. It was already too late. She closed her eyes and fell to the ground. Obito thought, a family with 3 pairs of 3 Tomo Sharingans. How rare! In a flash, he took the Sharingans of all 3 of them and stored them before continuing his massacre. Itachi and Obito continued massacring unopposed. After some time, Fujin opened his eyes in his basement. The honey badger clone that kept eye on the route from the academy to the Uchiha clan saw Sasuke running towards home. Fujin's other shadow clones also received the memories. They prepared themselves to move after a few minutes. Fujin left his basement and got out of his house. He analyzed, "From what little I remember, there was some time gap between the massacre and the Umbu ninjas reaching the Uchiha clan compound. That is the only window I have." Fujin became a bit restless, but he didn't move away from his home. This entire mission was left to his clones. In the Uchiha clan compound, Itachi finally entered his house ready to confront his father, only to see his parents not willing to fight. Fugaku said, "I see you have aligned with the other side." Itachi controlled his emotions as he said, "Father, mother, I." However, Mikoto interrupted him, "We know already." "Itachi," Fugaku said, "Itachi, just promise us this. Take care of Sasuke." With tears in his eyes, Itachi said, "I will." Fugaku sensed Itachi's struggle and said, "Do not fear it. You chose this path, right? Compared to you, our pain will be over in an instant." he continued, "even if our philosophies differ, I am still proud of you. You are a truly kind child." With tears in his eyes, Itachi pierced his blade into his mother and father. Fugaku looked at his wife as he died. With his last breath he said, "Destroy our eyes." Itachi understood his father's wishes. Though he didn't fight against his son, he didn't want his eyes to end up in the hands of those who schemed against his clan and led them down this path of no return. Respecting his father's wishes, Itachi destroyed both their eyes. With Fugaku and most of the Uchiha clan dead, the coup was finally averted. It was at this moment that Sasuke entered home with fear in his eyes. He saw his dead parents. After a small fight, Itachi placed Sasuke under Tsukuyomi and flickered behind Obito and said, "It is over." Obito nodded and both disappeared. Fujin's clones stayed patiently for a few minutes. They didn't look at anything and instead focused chakra in their ears to pick up any sound. A few minutes after all sounds died down, they entered the Uchiha clan compound rough the ground. This was one of the main reasons why Fujin chose the honey badger disguise. They were known to be excellent diggers. On entering, all clones had a specific job. One clone headed towards Akihiko's house while another headed towards Fugaku's house. One clone kept an eye on the entry route to warn others when the Umbu came. The last two searched the Uchiha clan compound to see if they could find Sora's house to see if he had the scroll. The clone heading towards Fugaku's house reached there first. He focused chakra in his eyes and checked if there were any active chakras around him. Fortunately, there were none. He thought, good. If Fugaku does have Manjikyu, then I want it. He got closer to his house while still staying underground, but suddenly stopped as he felt danger. He focused chakra in his eyes once again as he wondered why he felt the danger. On noticing, he frowned. Shit, his house is covered in seals. And I can't identify many of them. He analyzed the seals and concluded, these seals shouldn't stop me from entering the house. But knowing what seals can do, I am afraid that there will be some consequences. It's fine if I am dispersed, but I don't want my main body to be implicated. That said, the rewards here are the greatest. Be it his Manjikyu or the fact that the Grand Priest's body is most likely to be with him. He decided to keep analyzing until he cracked the seals or the Umbu arrived. Meanwhile, the clone that was heading to Akihiko's house didn't face any obstacles. Though Akihiko's house also had some seals, they were rather simple and Fujin's clone had no issues getting around them and entering the house. After entering, the honey badger clone saw the dead bodies of Akihiko and his family. He immediately began searching for any and all scrolls in his house. He found multiple scrolls. Fortunately, one of the scrolls looked just like the scroll Sora had used to seal Zankaku. He immediately took it and checked it. He sighed in relief. This scroll still has his body. He put the scroll on his back. Fujin had inscribed a storage seal on the back of his clones before letting them go. After storing the scroll, the clone walked back to where he had seen Akihiko. He used his paw to open his eyes and saw that his eyes were still intact. He thought, good, his eyes are still intact. I saw that some of the Uchihas were missing their eyes. I guess that Obito took the eyes of the ones he killed while Itachi didn't. He summoned a container from the storage space on his back. He took both his eyes carefully and stored them in the container. He observed his eyes while analyzing. Though I have no intention of implanting a 3-tomo Sharingan in my eyes right now, it'll be good to have them. If I change my mind in the future or have any particular need, I can rely on these. Since he got what he wanted, he left the house. He went towards Fugaku's house to meet up with the clone outside his house. The clone noticed him approaching. He appeared behind the clone and tapped his back thrice. That was the code for saying that he had found the body of the Grand Priest. The clone that was working on the seals around Fugaku's house looked back at his house unwillingly before leaving. They quickly dispersed to find the other clones and soon dispersed into 5 separate directions. One clone headed towards the Akimichi territory, another towards Nara territory, and one headed towards the Senju territory. They dispelled themselves after reaching close to their territories. The last 2 clones moved towards the forests. One dispersed himself near the Konoha border wall while the last one moved towards Fujin's wind clones. On reaching the spot, he came out of the ground and handed them the storage scroll and the storage container. He went underground again and continued to move towards the border wall of Konoha and dispelled himself close to it. This way, all 5 clones were dispelled. The wind clones used wind instantaneous body jutsu to reach another spot where Fujin's shadow clone was waiting for them. Fujin's shadow clone collected the items and returned home while the wind clones followed the same procedure as the honey badger clones. Fujin saw his clone returning home. He accepted the items and returned back to his basement. Chapter 199, Aftermath and Survivors. After entering the basement, Fujin sat down in meditation to analyze his actions. Alright, almost everything went as I planned. My honey badger clones didn't leave any traces behind. However, if anyone still picks up on their trail somehow, they will be led to the Akimichi, Nara, and Senju clans. So the suspicion will be cast on them and there wouldn't be any clue to reach me. Even if they speculate that those clans were being set up, they would suspect that the ones who meddled left the village from the spots my last 2 clones dispelled themselves. And as a precaution, I did the same with my wind clones. So I should be safe. Fujin opened the scroll and summoned 2 items. One was the scroll with Zankaku's dead body while the other was the equipment that had Akihiko's eyes. Fujin first focused on Zankaku's dead body. Impressive. The storage seal Sora used stops his body's condition from deteriorating. I was worried that stealing the body won't help me much if I can't use it soon. But with this I can work on this even after a few years. That's good as I have no means to extract information from this dead body right now. Fujin shifted his attention to Akihiko's eyes. I didn't make any plans to steal Sharingan. After all, I can't use them. I guess my clone just couldn't resist after seeing that they were available so easily. Now what do I do with them? Fujin began analyzing. After a few minutes he concluded, directly implanting them is out of the question. I won't be able to hide this and it would draw too much attention. The only way to use it would be if Hiruzen gives me permission. But considering what Itachi sacrificed to do this, I doubt Hiruzen would go around giving permissions to implant Sharingans. Not to mention that I can't tell him that I have a pair of Sharingans and instead will have to ask him to give me another. So, the only viable way I can use one of these is if I lose one of my eyes in a mission. Once one of my eyes is blinded, I won't draw any suspicion from putting on an eye patch. After some time I can implant Sharingan secretly. But is it worth doing it? Almost immediately, Fujin shook his head. The only advantage a Sharingan can provide me is allowing me to copy jutsus. And since I'll have to keep my Sharingan a secret, there won't be much opportunity to use them for that purpose. Not to mention, fighting with just one eye will be tougher. Considering the fast-paced nature of battles, it could even be lethal. I'll have to keep my chakra field active in all battles, which would drain my chakra. And there is also the matter of Kakashi. 12 years old Kakashi was a monster. His talent was almost unmatched. One could easily compare his talent with the Sanins and Minato. Yet, when he became a Jounin sensei at around the age of 26, he wasn't an S-rank ninja. Despite learning 1,000 jutsu, he still couldn't create a jutsu stronger than Chidori. And he could only use Chidori 4 times a day. So there is a big question on how much strain a Sharingan will put on chakra reserves. If Kakashi not living up to his potential was caused due to the Sharingan, then it's a big no for me to have. That said, there were other factors involved with Kakashi too. Like him being depressed and spending hours in front of that stone. So the drop in his training time due to those factors could also be a reason why his strength wasn't that high. So I'm not sure how much of a role Sharingan had in restricting his growth, but I don't want to try it right now. In the future, when the growth in my chakra reserve stagnates, I could consider this option. Having made his decision, Fujin looked at the 2 items thinking, now the main question is where and how do I hide these 2 items? Around 8 minutes after Fujin's clones left the Uchiha clan compound, Hiruzen led a team of his Umbu ninjas and entered the Uchiha clan compound. Danzo joined him as well along with some of his root ninjas. However, as soon as they entered the clan they stopped. The Umbu and the root ninjas had performed many shady missions. But seeing the entire street littered with the dead bodies and blood of the members of the strongest clan in the village shocked them. One of the Umbu asked, how could something like this happen in Konoha? Hiruzen frowned and said, scatter and quickly check everyone. Find the survivors and give them proper treatment or take them to the hospital. Both the Umbu and the root ninjas scattered and began checking, leaving just Hiruzen and Danzo standing. Danzo said, it's unfortunate, but Itachi did what had to be done. Now our village won't plunge into chaos. Hiruzen looked back at his old friend and said, you went around me and did this without consulting or even informing me. Danzo didn't like the tone Hiruzen was speaking in. He said, Hiruzen. However, Hiruzen interrupted him, no need to say anything. As of this moment, I am officially dissolving Root. The Root Shinobi will be placed under my command in the Umbu. The foundation system of recruiting and training orphans will be abolished as well. Hiruzen's words shocked Danzo. He realized that this would mean the end of any influence he had in Konoha. Even if he managed to keep some core Root ninjas under his command, he would be left with a very limited force if he couldn't train more Root ninjas. He quickly protested. Hiruzen, Konoha needs Root to survive. We are the unseen ones who support the great tree of Konoha from the depths of the earth. Without the Root, Konoha would face a lot of issues without any means of handling them. Hiruzen replied, your actions cost Konoha its strongest clan. Hiruzen looked at Danzo and stared at his bandaged right eye and said, and it cost us 2 loyal and patriotic youngsters with the Manjikyu. They could have kept the village safe for the next few decades. Unfortunately, due to your actions, we no longer have them. Danzo was about to argue back, when Hiruzen said, say no more. My decision is final. The Umbu began returning. The first one to return was Kakashi. He was carrying Sasuke. He said, Lord Hokage, I found him. He is still breathing but is unconscious. Hiruzen looked at Sasuke and realized, it looks like he was placed under a strong genjutsu. Did Itachi also gain a strong genjutsu like Shursui? He said, take him to the hospital and have the doctors look after him. Ensure that he stays safe. Kakashi nodded. However, he couldn't help but ask, Lord Hokage, who killed all the Uchihas? Hiruzen replied, we will have to investigate. I'll let you know when we find the culprit. Kakashi wanted to ask more but knew that it wasn't the right time. He nodded and left with Sasuke. After a few minutes, more Umbu returned. One of them stepped forward and said, Lord Hokage, in the area we investigated, all Uchiha except small children have been killed. On investigating, we realized that all Uchiha who were ninjas or academy students were killed. Only the ones who haven't enrolled in the academy are alive. But they have been knocked unconscious. Hiruzen frowned and said, I see. Take all the kids away from here. It's best if they don't see any of this. You investigate and tell me the total number of survivors. The Umbu ninja nodded and got to work. Hiruzen gazed at Danzo. Danzo looked back at him thinking, as long as I can eliminate Itachi, I would have been able to integrate all the Uchiha orphans into Root. So the threat of the Uchiha clan would forever be neutralized and instead, they would be the most loyal and patriotic in the village. In addition, by using the death of their family, I could easily awaken Sharingan in most of them. In a decade, I would have had the strongest special force among all the 5 villages. But it looks like he figured out my plan and hence decided to disband Root. The Umbu and the Root ninjas sent all the kids to the hospital. The Umbu that had been tasked by Hiruzen reported, Lord Hokage, in all 34 children are still alive. 19 are girls and 15 are boys. Hiruzen replied, good work. I'll leave the safety of the Uchiha children to you. Ensure that they stay safe in the hospital. The Umbu nodded and flickered away. With just the 2 of them together, Hiruzen asked, did you have to kill the ones in the academy? Danzo replied, in a war we send students from the academy to the battlefield. It's unknown if some of the Uchiha families decided to train the academy students and have them participate in the coup. If they know about the truth, then it will only result in another Uchiha coup after they grow up. So I wanted to get rid of all of them. Unfortunately, Itachi was insistent on letting his brother and the children alive. Hiruzen snorted at Danzo's reply and left. Danzo saw him leaving and had a headache. He thought with a frown, now how do I still keep the Root with me? Hiruzen seems determined to take it down. I don't think words would change his mind. Chapter 200, The Deterrence of Uchiha Itachi. As Danzo was contemplating his options, 2 Root ninjas flickered next to him and began reporting all their findings to him. They began moving towards a Root base. Suddenly, one of the Root ninjas said, Lord Danzo, while we were inspecting the Uchiha clan compound, we found a secret message. We wanted to let you know first. That attracted Danzo's attention. He asked, what is the message? The Root ninjas spoke. However, his voice was now different. And there was no reverence or respect for Danzo in the voice. He said, if any of the Uchiha children end up in Root, I will sell all the secret information I know about Konoha to enemy villages. Danzo's eyes widened as he saw Root ninja turn into crows while speaking. A frown formed on his face when the other Root ninja spoke in the same voice, and if anything happens to Sasuke I will act myself. He too dispersed into crows, leaving Danzo all alone. He muttered, "Damn Uchiha." While Hiruzen and Danzo were busy handling the situation, Fujin was inscribing a seal on his right forearm. He inscribed it right on the part that would be covered by his bracers. After completing it, Fujin inspected it as he thought, "Good. This seal is completed." Though inscribing storage seals on your own body isn't recommended, it isn't really difficult to do. Anyways, I have sealed the Sharingan eyes in Sora's storage scroll as well. I'll hide this scroll in the seal. So there is no way anyone would find it. In the event that someone somehow understands about this seal and suspects something, I can always destroy the seal with a mere thought. He stored the scroll and the seal on his forearm and made a hand sign. Soon the seal disappeared. Fujin wondered, I wonder how the space that stores tailed beasts is created. And if I can store other things like this scroll there. Itachi stayed in the village until he saw Hiruzen was alone. He approached him and had a discussion with him. After getting assurance from Hiruzen that his brother and other Uchiha orphans will be looked after, he left the Hidden Leaf village and became a rogue ninja. Hiruzen put Konoha under maximum security. The next day, news spread throughout Konoha that shocked everyone to the core. Uchiha Itachi had slaughtered his entire clan. Only a few dozen young children were left alive. When the news spread throughout the world, every single ninja village was shocked. After the death of Senju Tobirama, the Senju clan declined in power. The Uchiha clan was estimated to be the strongest clan among all 5 major villages. And yet, such a clan was annihilated by a 13-year-old boy. Both minor and major villages began having meetings to ensure that their village's security was up to the mark and discussed countermeasures in case Uchiha Itachi showed up in their village. Only one village thought about more than just defense. That village was Kumogakure. In the Raikage's office, most of Kumogakure's strategists and elders were present. All were considering whether they should take any action against Konoha. After all, the sudden loss of their strongest clan would have shaken Konoha. After some time, one old man said, "Lord Raikage, I don't think it's in our best interest to attack Konoha right now. Though they lost the Uchiha clan, their overall strength is much higher than when Orochimaru left the village. Most of their Chunins who survived the Third Great War have been promoted to Jounins. And they have raised thousands of new ninjas. Besides, though the Uchiha clan had a lot of Jounins, they didn't have any S-rank battle power. If we go to war, the 2 Sanins would return to Konoha." The 4th Raikage said, "Though their strength has increased, ours has increased even more." However, his viewpoint was opposed by another elder, and so have the strengths of other villages. If we go to war, Iwagakure will wait until we exhaust our strength and jump in at the worst time. The Raikage frowned. At that time, one of the younger advisors spoke, "We need to probe them to see what their response will be. If they cower like last time, then this might be a good opportunity for us to attack quickly and with full force." The Raikage looked at him and asked, "Hari, do you have a target for probing Konoha?" The advisor, Hari, grinned and said, "I have just the perfect target for it." He opened up a map and explained the plan to everyone in the room. The people in the room were first shocked due to the information he provided. However, soon greed could be seen on everyone's face. One of the elders said, "Great work. If we can get this, we don't even need to attack Konoha for now. After all, the profits from this would be mind-boggling." However, Hari said, "No, this doesn't compare to what we can gain from Konoha. However, since this is so valuable, Konoha's response will tell us about their current capability and morale. If it is strong, we can dispatch more forces to secure this and negotiate another deal with them like the last time. If they let us have it, then we will use this place as a base for our future assault." The Raikage said, "All right, it's decided. We will go with this plan. Darui, you will lead a team of 50 ninjas and claim this. Hari, you will accompany them as the advisor." Darui and Hari nodded and were about to leave when another old elder asked, "Lord Raikage, what do you think about kidnapping some Uchiha orphans? With their clan dead, there won't be anyone to protect them. The task will be a lot easier than kidnapping the Hyuga princess." A fell into thought. After some time he said, "No, even though the task might be easier, it's full of hidden risks. We don't know why Uchiha Itachi massacred his clan. Nor do we know why he left the kids alive. If he intends to hunt them later, then all our efforts will be wasted and instead, we would have pointless casualties. Considering what he has done, it's safe to say that he has the Manjikyu Sharingan that Uchiha Madara had. If we attract his attention in the middle of a war, our casualties will go up several times. The mention of Uchiha Itachi lowered the excitement in the room. Hari said with a grim face, "Lord Raikage, we need to find a way to kill him. After all, he slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan and is only 13 years old. If we give him time to grow further, he'd become an even bigger threat. He might become a menace for the entire ninja world." However, Raikage dismissed his concern. Right now Konoha would be the most pressed to kill him. Hiruzen should have sent all his Umbu and Jiraiya after him. Let them exhaust their strength on him while we make our moves. Hari nodded and left with Darui. Back in Konoha, Hoka and Teru showed up at Fujin's house the morning after the massacre. The news of the Uchiha massacre shocked them. Fujin invited them in with a sad expression. They all sat in a room without speaking. Finally, Hoka asked, "Did you go to the Uchiha clan compound?" Fujin replied, "I did, but they have barricaded the whole area. And they didn't answer any questions." Teru replied, "Same here, but I got some news from my parents." Hoka said with a dejected voice, "Yeah. Most Uchihas were killed. It probably also includes Mieko as there was no news about her. Only a few dozen children survived." Fujin was surprised. Though he didn't show anything on his face, he looked at Hoka and asked, "Some children survived?" Hoka nodded. Teru said, "From what I heard, only those who hadn't entered the academy were left alive. Lord Hokage will make an announcement in the afternoon." Fujin said, "I see." However, he was in shock. Sasuke isn't the only survivor? Shit, did I somehow change the future? Fujin went quiet and began thin. "King." Hoka and Teru assumed that he was sad and stopped talking as well. After thinking about every possibility, Fujin concluded, "No, none of my actions should have any impact on Itachi's, Obito's, or Danzo's actions. Even assuming Itachi saw me being shameless in front of Hiruzen, I doubt I'd be the most shameless or selfish person he saw. So it shouldn't have any impact on his actions. Regardless, how will this affect the future?" Fujin kept analyzing. The biggest impact should be a sense of responsibility on Sasuke's shoulder. Since he is in the second year of the academy, he should be the eldest and the strongest Uchiha in the village. So he will have to take responsibility for the other Uchiha orphans and lead them. And the question that this raises is whether he would still go rogue and train under Orochimaru. Fujin thought for a bit before realizing, wait, I recall that Sasuke had two goals. One was to restore the Uchiha clan and the other was to kill Itachi. But since there are other orphans alive, Sasuke wouldn't have to worry that his death would cause the Uchiha clan to go extinct. He can completely focus on taking his revenge and restoring the honor of his clan by killing Itachi. From this perspective, the future shouldn't change. The only complication that could arise is if the sense of responsibility somehow changes him. Though that might not be a bad change. After all, Shippuden Sasuke was an asshole. Even assuming that he doesn't accept Orochimaru's offer and doesn't get strong enough, Itachi will still die at his hands. And if he does go to Orochimaru, then he can't possibly get worse as compared to what I remember. Leave it. There is no point in trying to speculate so much. I always expected that things might not go down as I remember. I'll just act according to what happens in the future. While Fujin, Hoka and Teru were sitting together in silence, there was another meeting happening in Konoha. It was between Hiruzen and the elders who were discussing how to handle this event. Chapter 201, Hiruzen's Arrangements. In the Hokage office, Hiruzen, Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura sat. Everyone had a serious look on their face. They had been up all night ensuring that the village stays calm. Hamura said with a sigh, "Itachi stopped the coup. What are you planning to announce to the village, Hiruzen?" Koharu said, "We will also have to build a new police force. And we have to come up with a reasonable explanation to give to the clan leaders and the council." Hiruzen replied, "I have thought about it. But first," he looked at Danzo and said, "I hadn't issued the mission to Itachi. So effectively right now the route will be disbanded. The root ninjas will be placed under my command in the Umbu." This news surprised Koharu and Hamura. They looked at Danzo. They wanted to oppose but realized why Hiruzen took this step. After all, Danzo had overstepped his boundaries too much. However, they didn't want the root to be dissolved. Both looked into each other's eyes, tactically agreeing to ask Hiruzen to cut Danzo some slack. However, their short gaze didn't escape Hiruzen's eyes. Danzo began arguing, "Hiruzen, However, Hiruzen cut him off right away and firmly said, "No more discussion. My decision is final. You still remember who the Hokage is, right?" As he spoke, his chakra began exerting pressure on the entire room. Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu immediately felt an intense pressure bearing down on their old bodies. Breathing became tougher for them as they looked at Hiruzen. The Umbu who were on guard outside the room also felt an intense chakra. They looked towards the room with sweat gathering behind their masks. They didn't know what was happening in the room, but their minds, which were in chaos due to the unimaginable massacre the night before, calmed down. All had the same thought: as long as we have Lord Hokage, we have no reason to worry. In the room, the elders analyzed whether they should resist Hiruzen's chakra. After all, Hiruzen hadn't displayed his full power. If they decided to, they could counter the current pressure. However, Hamura and Koharu decided against it. If they did, Hiruzen would just overpower them. Hamura and Koharu were reminded of the massive difference between their strength and authority when compared to Hiruzen. Hamura said, "All right." Koharu also nodded. Hiruzen stopped exerting his chakra. The pressure in the room was slowly lifted. Hiruzen said, "Uchiha Sasuke has woken up." He talked about his interaction with Itachi. Itachi claimed that he did this to test his power. "We will report that to the village and the council. Though some clan leaders will realize that something is off and might even figure out the truth, I doubt they would speak of it." Everyone in the room understood that Hiruzen was speaking of Shikaku. He continued, "As for the police force, establishing a new one will require a lot of work and manpower. Also, the common people were upset at how the Uchiha policed them. So I have decided to abolish it too. Instead, the Umbu will take up that responsibility." Koharu said, "Even with the root, the Umbu won't have a lot of manpower. Are you planning to expand the Umbu?" Hiruzen nodded. "In a month and a half after the flames of this event settle down, I'll recruit more Chunins into the Umbu. The Uchiha clan had the highest number of Jounins and elite Jounins. We will have to invest a lot of resources into the existing Chunins and raise them to the Jounin rank as soon as we can. Even if we don't promote them officially, we have to ensure that they have Jounin-level fighting capabilities." Hamura asked, "What about the other villages? Though preventing the coup has conserved our strength, other villages may have some evil ideas as we have lost the Uchiha clan." Hiruzen replied, "Suna is still weak and Kiri is involved in their internal battles. They aren't in a position to do anything. The only concerns are Iwa and Kumo. But they are wary of each other. So they won't make a move." Danzo interrupted him. "I disagree. Kumo must have already begun making plans to take advantage of us. Have you forgotten what they did after Orochimaru left? Let me keep the control on Root and I will ensure that they can never start anything." Hiruzen shook his head and said, "Even if they do, they will only probe us. As long as we respond according to what they do, we should be fine. Besides, instead of getting greedy for our lands, they would be more concerned about a rogue S-rank ninja who could massacre the entire Uchiha clan. By the time anyone is ready to make a move, we would already have defenses in place to deter them." The group discussed and debated a lot of other issues before they began talking about the remaining Uchiha children. Hiruzen said, Itachi requested that they would be looked after properly and be integrated properly into the village so that this event never has to be repeated. He also hoped that the surviving Uchihas would be well trained. Koharu said, "Well, we first have to move them out of the Uchiha compound. Letting them live there will just bring back the nightmares." Hamura nodded and said, "We will also have to ensure their safety. Otherwise another incident like the Hyuga one could happen." Hiruzen nodded and said, "I thought about this issue. I have decided to have 4 Umbu squads keep a watch on them at all times." The elders were surprised. Koharu said, 4? 16 Umbu ninjas for just 35 children? That's a huge waste of our manpower, Hiruzen. Hiruzen replied, "It is. But it's the least we can do for Itachi after what he has sacrificed for the village." Koharu immediately stopped speaking. Compared to what Itachi had done, 4 Umbu squads were really not worth mentioning. Hiruzen continued, "I will move them to their old clan compound so that they won't be on the outskirts of the village and have an easier time navigating to the academy. In addition, I will employ some civilians permanently to look after them until they graduate. I'll also hire some retired ninjas to train them properly. Considering the trauma that they went through, it is likely that most of them will awaken the Sharingan. So with proper training in 2 decades at least half of them will become jounins. The elders were satisfied by Hiruzen's arrangements. They ended the meeting and got to work. In Fujin's house, Teru asked, "Do you two want to continue as a team?" Hoka and Fujin were silent. After some time Hoka said, "No. Mieko completed our team with her skills with fire release and genjutsu. We could find someone who is good at fire jutsus, but finding someone who is also good at genjutsu will be very difficult." Fujin nodded in agreement. Hoka sighed and continued, "Not to mention we will miss her if we stay in the same team. It could affect our concentration on the mission and be bad for us." Teru said, "Yeah, I had the same worry." He looked at Hoka and Fujin and said, "I was a bit skeptical of the team when you approached me, Fujin. But I joined as it seemed like a fun idea. I am glad that I agreed that day. It's unfortunate that it ended this way. Who would have imagined something like this would happen?" Fujin and Hoka sighed and nodded, "Yeah." The three said goodbyes. All three were sad. Fujin sighed, "No point in being dejected and wasting time. After all, it was my decision to not interfere. It's time to get back to training. And time to take the next step." He entered his basement to continue his training. In the afternoon, Hiruzen made an announcement. The entire blame was put on Itachi's head. His image was painted as a bloodthirsty lunatic. Following the announcement, they participated in the council meeting. 3 days after the massacre, a funeral was held for the deceased Uchiha clan members. All the Uchiha orphans had woken up and were present. All of them were crying. The entire place was filled with their cries. And with all the Uchihas dead, they didn't have any relatives to comfort them. A lot of other ninjas also showed up. Fujin, Hoka, Teru, and Renjiro were also present. So were all the academy teachers. Renjiro looked very sad. Fujin observed the Uchiha orphans. Unsurprisingly, other than Sasuke, he didn't recognize anyone. After the ceremony and mourning, everyone began leaving. Only a few stayed back. Renjiro, Fujin, and Hoka stood in silence in front of Mieko's grave, paying their last respect to her. After some time, Renjiro broke the silence. Fujin and Hoka could feel the sadness in his voice. He said, "I never spoke about this with you. Before you, I had trained another group of academy students." Fujin and Hoka listened to his words carefully. Chapter 202, Renjiro's Past and Hoka's Conviction. Renjiro continued, "They weren't as talented as you three. But they were very cheerful and worked hard. After 2 years of training under me, they were all promoted to chunins. I was very proud and fond of them. Unfortunately, at the start of the Third Great Ninja War, the army they were a part of was ambushed by an elite army of Kumogakure led by the current Raikage and the Jinchuriki of Eight-Tailed Beast. The entire army was annihilated with no survivors. We never even got their dead bodies back." He stayed silent for some time. Fujin and Hoka didn't disturb him. He continued, "In the war I was deployed on the coastline the entire time. So I never had any opportunity to seek justice for them. Even if I did, I doubt I'd be able to take revenge on a future Kage and a perfect Jinchuriki. The sorrow made me determined to never take another squad of fresh Genins as students. Until Lord Hokage forced me to train you guys. Seeing your talent, I was convinced that as long as you three grew up safely, there won't be many who could kill you. At worst, you will always be able to abandon the mission and escape." He stopped talking for a minute before sighing. "However, I never imagined that my student would die in the village rather than on the battlefield." He placed his hands on Fujin's and Hoka's heads and said gently, "Ensure that you two stay safe and alive. Don't make me attend the funerals of all the students I trained." Fujin and Hoka said, "Yes, sensei." Renjiro had a sad smile on his face. He left, leaving Fujin and Hoka alone. Both stood in front of Mieko's grave silently for some time. After a few minutes, Hoka asked, "Do you have any plans, Fujin?" Fujin shook his head and said, "No. I just plan to focus a lot on training. The next time something like this happens, I hope to have the power to make a difference." Hoka heard him. He didn't understand how Fujin could have made a difference in this matter. But he understood why Fujin wanted to become stronger. He said, "Let's both train, Fujin. I want to hunt down Uchiha Itachi." His words shocked Fujin, who immediately looked at him. Though he was very serious a moment ago, he couldn't help but think, "Shit, Renjiro will lose another student." He eliminated that thought from his head and said, "He slaughtered his entire clan. I went on a mission with Mieko earlier and saw how strong the Jounins in their clan were. I doubt we both together could beat one. And yet Itachi, who is only 1 year older than us, killed the entire clan. Hoka frowned. He thought and said, he let the power go into his head. As long as he doesn't keep getting stronger and we keep training, we will eventually catch up with him. Then we can make a move. Once again, Hoka surprised Fujin. This time it was the conviction with which he spoke. Fujin looked into his eyes and stared at him. However, Hoka's gaze didn't falter. Fujin smiled and said, yeah, eventually we will be stronger. He raised his fist and said, 3 years. Hoka was confused. Fujin continued, I will gain the Jounin rank officially in 3 years and challenge Sensei to a fight. I know you have never managed to beat me. If you want to hunt Itachi, beat me when we meet after 3 years. This time Hoka was surprised by Fujin's confidence. Hoka smiled and bumped Fujin's fist. Both left in different directions. Fujin smiled thinking, if he stays true to the decision he made today, Hoka will get strong. Very strong. I wonder what an S-rank Hyuga would be like. But regardless, chasing after Itachi is suicide. Not to mention his own prowess, there will also be Kisame or Jizo with him. And with Zetsu monitoring everything, Obito too could get involved. So it's best that I don't let Hoka seek a pointless death. After all, Mieko is already dead and it isn't really Itachi's fault. If anyone has to be blamed, then it would be Obito, the village elders and the Uchiha clan higher-ups. Fujin walked to his home. His little chat with Hoka motivated him to increase his training intensity significantly. He entered the basement and decided, my body is sufficiently trained to resist and endure electric shocks. It's time to train lightning transformation jutsu. Fujin clenched his fists. Immediately lightning covered his entire body. The long time that he had spent training his body with the burst jutsu helped him to generate lightning and flow it through his body without making any hand signs. Fujin took a step forward. In a blink of an eye, he reached the walls of the basement. He immediately focused chakra on his feet and exerted force on the ground to stop himself from crashing into the wall. When he stopped, the wall was only an inch from his nose, he thought, shit. If I wasn't already used to traveling at high speeds, this would have ended badly. This jutsu speed is good, but it doesn't provide any control. No wonder the scroll said that the only way to move freely with this is to use obstacles like trees or rocks to change direction. And though the speed this jutsu provides is high, it isn't as fast as flickering when it comes to traveling and also takes a lot more chakra than it. However, on the plus side, in a battlefield that doesn't have a lot of space, this jutsu will be quite strong. Especially if the fight is inside a cave or if the battle situation doesn't allow me to move away long distances using flicker. Having analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of the jutsu, Fujin began training it. 6 hours later, Fujin was standing with his back to the wall. He observed all the pillars in the basement. In addition to the pillars, there were 6 mannequins in the basement. Lightning began flowing through Fujin's body. He bent at his knees slightly and disappeared from his spot in the basement. Lightning could be seen bouncing between pillars. Fujin suddenly appeared before one of the pillars. His left fist was clenched. Chakra had been concentrated on the fist. Fujin punched the mannequin. The force of Fujin's punch caused the mannequin to explode. Chunks of metal got launched across the room and crashed into the pillars and the wall. Due to the seals Fujin had inscribed on the pillars and walls, the metal pieces bounced back without damaging them. A smile could be seen on Fujin's face that he analyzed. Senju Taijutsu style along with this jutsu is a very powerful combination. I doubt many would survive this unharmed. However, his smile faded as he concluded, unfortunately, this is the limit of this jutsu. No matter how much I try, I can't keep this jutsu on continuously. After I attack once, all the lightning flowing in my body disappears. I tried generating more lightning, but even that didn't work. It looks like this is the limitation of lightning transformation jutsu. Sigh, I thought I could match Raikage speed aspect with this jutsu. Though it's understandable as it is only a rank D jutsu. So either Hiruzen or whoever tried to copy the Raikage only reached this level of efficiency, or they are hiding what they achieved and only put a subpar version in the academy. Fujin stopped practicing and went to the meditation room. He sat in meditation to analyze whether he could modify the jutsu to ensure that it stays on for a long time as long as he continues pouring in chakra. After an hour, Fujin let out a sigh. He concluded no. The limitation is due to the way the chakra is manipulated. If I have to go past it, I'll have to change the way chakra flows. Unfortunately, I have no experience in this. I am not sure if I could do something like this even with wind jutsus. Even if I start experimenting, I'll probably need years of experimentation until I get lucky and find the right way. It's not worth it. I will just have to stick with this until I find a more advanced version or become an expert in lightning element to create my own jutsus. Fujin decided to rest for the day. The next day, Fujin began training the electric skin jutsu. Fujin weaved the hand signs. An electric layer formed along his skin. Fujin observed, it doesn't boost me physically like the lightning transformation jutsu. But if anyone hits me, then the attacker will get zapped just like in the burst and lightning transformation jutsu. Alright, let's see how this works. He began making hand signs. Lightning release, lightning beam jutsu. A beam of lightning was released from Fujin's hands. It hit a mannequin head-on and destroyed it. Fujin analyzed, looks like the power of my jutsu has increased by almost 50%. I guess the Jashinist priest that Mieko and I fought used this to increase the power of his lightning jutsu before he went on a rampage during the final clash. If I can use this without any hand signs every time before I use a lightning jutsu, it could be considered as me permanently boosting the power of my lightning jutsus. Yeah, I should do that. While I am training, I'll use this jutsu every time before using a lightning jutsu. Over time, I will be able to do this instinctively and without wasting any time. Chapter 203, Telescope Technique vs. Seals. Fujin was happy with the progress he was making. He decided, I should take a few months off and learn all the jutsus that I decided to learn. After all, I completed a lot of missions in the last month. Combined with my team disbanding, it shouldn't raise any eyebrows. Having made a decision, Fujin began making hand signs. Lightning release, false darkness jutsu. He stretched his arms forward. Lightning was launched from his palms. Fujin aimed it at a mannequin. However, right before the jutsu hit it, Fujin changed its direction. It barely missed the mannequin. Fujin analyzed, this jutsu's power output is much weaker than lightning beam. But with training, I'll be able to maneuver this jutsu more freely. So in a usual battle, false darkness will be much more effective. Lightning beam, on the other hand, will be more effective when used on a stationary object, an immobilized enemy, or when I want to use it to confront an enemy's jutsu head-on. Fujin continued training false darkness jutsu until he ran out of chakra. For the next 2 days, he trained the jutsu until he could perform it seamlessly. Fujin weaved the same hand signs and performed the jutsu. He aimed the lightning at a mannequin. Right. Before he hit it, he changed its direction to another mannequin. He repeated it once again and changed its direction to third mannequin and scored a direct hit. Fujin smiled while breathing heavily. He concluded, shit, it isn't easy to train 2 rank B jutsus at the same time. It puts a lot of strain on my chakra reserves. Lightning jutsus use a lot more chakra than wind jutsus. Still, it looks like this jutsu is down. Though I haven't reduced the hand signs required, it's fine. Reducing or even eliminating hand signs will require months of training. I can do that slowly over a few years. Anyways, it's time to practice the next jutsu. Fujin weaved hand signs. Lightning appeared on his body. After a second, the lightning changed its shape. It began taking the shape of needles. However, suddenly they collapse. The lightning on his body dispersed as well. Fujin frowned. This jutsu is tough, he kept trying. On his 14th try, he finally managed to make the lightning on his body change shape to needles. His body had dozens of lightning needles pointing away from him. He made another hand sign. Immediately, all the lightning needles were launched. They traveled around 5 meters before dispersing into the air. Fujin sighed. This jutsu is tough. Though I guess the difficulty makes sense. After all, it isn't simple like just generating and launching lightning. The scroll said that hundreds or even thousands of small needles can be formed. And they can be launched for around 40 meters around the user. In addition, the user can also control the part of the body on which the needles are formed. This way, the user can avoid hitting allies. Fujin kept training the electric needle spread jutsu. 5 days later, Hiruzen was sitting at his desk going through the paperwork. The Uchiha massacre had increased his workload numerous times. He had to check files on every dead Uchiha ninja, classify them as dead and analyze any impact their death might have. He had been working on it for over a week. With a sigh, he closed one file and handed it to his assistant. His assistant handed him the next file. The file was titled, Uchiha Mieko. Hiruzen opened and read all her data. He analyzed, she didn't have much contact outside her clan. Just her Genin squad. Renjiro should be fine. He is used to dealing with such events. He looked at his assistant and asked, Takao, have Hoka or Fujin taken any missions after the incident? Takao grabbed some files and began checking. Hiruzen looked at Mieko's file again and wondered, why did Fujin leave Tomatsu's squad and form one with his teammates and classmates? Hiruzen said, also check on Tomatsu's file and see what he is doing. Takao said, yes, Hokage-sama. While Takao was taking a look at the files, Hiruzen decided, I wonder how that greedy kid is doing. Hoka has his parents to look after him. So he should be fine. But Fujin is an orphan. I don't think he understands how to deal with a loss. Hiruzen looked into the crystal ball on his table and channeled his chakra into it. Soon a picture appeared on the crystal ball. It was Fujin's house. A peculiar expression appeared on Hiruzen's face as he thought, I heard Takao say that Fujin's house was too extravagant. I now see why he said so. Even my house isn't as big as his. He focused on the crystal ball to peer into Fujin's house. However, Hiruzen was surprised. My telescope jutsu can't look into his house? Did he hire a seal master to inscribe anti-spy seals? No, I have specifically instructed every seal master to not inscribe seals that stop my jutsu. Only a few with authority like the clan leaders or strong ninjas can go around it and get those seals on their houses. So how did Fujin manage to convince a seal master to inscribe such this seal on his house? Hiruzen was intrigued. A smile formed on his face. Fujin's shamelessness and his talent in wind nature manipulation had already impressed Hiruzen. So did Fujin's performance against Kaminari. He didn't expect Fujin to surprise him once again so soon that he concentrated on the crystal ball. Soon the seals that were inscribed on his house began appearing in the crystal ball. Every seal was glowing lightly in different colors. The walls of Fujin's house began fading in darkness, only leaving the seals visible in the crystal ball. Hiruzen had a smile on his face at the start. However, soon his smile faded away. Half a minute later, shock could be seen on his face. Takao found the information and approached Hiruzen. He said, Hokage-sama. However, he stopped talking when he noticed the shock on Hiruzen's face. The Uchiha massacre had put him on edge. Seeing Hiruzen shocked worried him. He quickly asked, did something happen, Hokage-sama? Hiruzen snapped out of it and shook his head. He said, no, everything is all right. Report what you found. Takao didn't understand why Hiruzen said no. But it wasn't his job to inquire about that. He began reporting, Fujin and Hoka haven't taken any mission post the incident. They had created a team with Uchiha Mieko and Senju Teru. Senju Teru has returned to his old team. So I believe their team has disbanded. I have some additional information regarding Fujin. Apparently, there is a record of him using Training Ground 23 every day when he wasn't out of the village on mission. But for the last 10 days, he hasn't used the training ground. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes on hearing that. He thought, I guess losing his team member did hit him hard. Unfortunately, this is a part of being a ninja. It'll be a shame if he loses his interest in being a ninja due to this. Takao continued, as for Tomatsu, their last mission was tougher than the estimated rank B. One of their team members got injured. They seem to have taken a break after that mission. Hiruzen said, all right. Send a messenger to Tomatsu. Ask him to visit me at the earliest. Tako replied, I will get it done, Hokage-sama. He left the room. Hiruzen turned his attention to the crystal ball. He thought, which crazy person inscribed over 2,500 seals on his house? It's as if every seal in the library under rank A is inscribed on his house. No wonder I couldn't peer into it. Should I ask Fujin about it? He thought for a bit and concluded, no. He may get offended or on guard if he learns that I was trying to spy on him. Worse, he might accuse me of violating his right to privacy and ask for some compensation from me. I'll ask Renjiro when he gets back from the mission. Later that day, Fujin was visited by Tomatsu. Fujin was surprised. He stopped his training and greeted him. Tomatsu entered his house and said, Hey, how have you been, Fujin? Fujin replied, I am all right, Tomatsu. How is Katsumi? Tomatsu said, he has recovered well. We are planning to start taking missions again. I came here to see whether you are interested in returning to the team. Fujin was surprised. He thought, it hasn't been 3 months since we took a break. Did Hiruzen ask every team that is available to take missions? He looked at Tomatsu and said, I would love to, but I have been on missions continuously for the last month and a half. So I am planning to take a few months off. I'll rejoin the team when I am ready. Tomatsu watched Fujin carefully as he spoke. He got a bit worried as he recalled his conversation with Hiruzen. Hiruzen was worried that Fujin was depressed and hence wanted Tomatsu to take him along with him on missions to distract him and revive his interest in training. Tomatsu said, Fujin, I am aware that you might be hurt due to losing a teammate. However, the best way to deal with situations like this is by interacting with others. If you stay alone and keep thinking about it, you'll be more depressed. Fujin was confused. He thought, what the hell? He is worried about me? If so, why did he take 10 days to visit me? No, I don't think I ever told him that I formed a team with Mieko and others. Tomatsu continued, come with us for this mission. If you still think that you need rest, you can take it after this mission. Fujin thought for a bit. But he couldn't find a reasonable excuse to say no. He agreed. Tomatsu smiled and said, good. Come to the mission center tomorrow morning. Fujin nodded. Tomatsu took his leave. Chapter 204, A Chakra Metal Mine. Fujin looked at Tomatsu's back as he analyzed. This definitely doesn't sound like Tomatsu. Someone must have given him the information and asked to make me go on a mission. But who? Fujin thought for a bit and concluded, it's either Renjiro or Hiruzen. Most likely the latter. Oh well. This team doesn't do missions continuously. I should still have plenty of time to train. And I can always ask for breaks when I need more time to train. Anyways, I have to give credit to Hiruzen. From the way Tomatsu spoke, it looks like he thought that I didn't train. So Hiruzen probably knows that I didn't visit the training ground recently. He probably thought that I had stopped training. Though I am a bit talented, I doubt he has the time to keep tabs on me considering the amount of work this massacre should have put on him. So it's safe to assume that he is looking for everyone who is affected and checking on everyone. Still, this should be a lesson for me. While the decision to only train lightning jutsus wasn't bad, deciding against training in the open raised some suspicion. Had I continued with my morning exercises, Hiruzen might not have paid any attention to me and left me alone. I'll have to keep this in mind when I take any action in the future. Concluding his thoughts, Fujin returned to the basement. He made hand signs. Lightning release, electric needle spread jutsu lightning appeared on his skin and immediately transformed into small needles. There were around 125 lightning needles on Fujin's body. He made another hand sign. The needles were immediately launched outwards for 20 meters. Fujin nodded. This is much better than when I started. Though the number of needles can get higher, I don't have much use for them. What I need more is to increase the distance to which these needles go. And I also have to work on generating needles on only one part of my body. Otherwise, the chakra cost of this jutsu will be needlessly high. The next day, Fujin showed up outside the mission center. Tomatsu, Katsumi, Ryota, Tadashi and his dog Kenta were already there. Tomatsu went in to accept the mission while others decided to catch up. Most of the conversation was centered around Katsumi recovering from the injuries. Tomatsu returned and said, I accepted a mission in the land of hot water. A noble has made some discoveries in the territory under his command. He wants us to provide protection and help with the inspection. There will likely not be any fighting, but he issued the mission as a precaution. We may have to stay there for a few weeks. Tadashi said, a relaxed mission to get us started. Nice pick, Tomatsu. Tomatsu nodded as he thought, yeah. If Fujin is distracted, then his life would be at risk if we take a difficult mission. The squad moved out and began rushing towards the hidden hot springs village. After a day and a half's travel, the squad finally reached and entered the village. As they were walking, Fujin couldn't help but notice the ridiculous number of hot spring baths in the village. Ryota noticed Fujin's gaze and chuckled. He asked, first time here? I too was surprised by the high number of hot springs in this village on my first visit. The village truly lives up to its name, haha. Fujin replied, I entered this country multiple times, but this is my first visit to this village. I did expect a high number of hot springs, but this is a bit too much. How do these shops even stay in business if so many exist? Wouldn't they keep undercutting each other's prices? Tomatsu answered, the daimyo has issued a minimum price for using the hot spring baths. Every bathhouse has to abide by it. This way they don't go into a loss. Fujin muttered, "It's still too much. After all, if customers don't visit them, they will still have losses." Tamatsu nodded, "Yeah, many bathhouses do shut down. That said, most of the bathhouses are sponsored by rich nobles who want to have the entire bathhouse to themselves when they come here for vacation. This is why you see so many of them." Fujin thought for a bit and said, "That makes more sense." However, he couldn't help but think, a certain pervert must be visiting this village all the time. As they were talking, they reached a mansion. Tamatsu interacted with the guard and introduced himself. Soon, the Konoha ninjas were guided inside. They were led to a room where only a middle-aged man was sitting. The man saw them and quickly greeted them. "Welcome to the Hidden Hot Springs village, friends from Konoha. Have a seat. I am Matsushita Yusuke. I issued the mission." Tamatsu nodded and sat opposite him. Yusuke looked at his servants who brought them here. The servants bowed and left them alone. When the doors were shut, Tamatsu asked, "So what is our mission?" The mission statement wasn't very clear. Yusuke said, "That is because I wanted to keep this mission as secretive as I could." Tamatsu became a bit serious on hearing that. The other Konoha ninjas were intrigued as well. Yusuke picked a map and laid it on the table in front of him. It was a map of the land of hot water. There was a small piece of land marked on the map. Yusuke said, "This province is under my command. It is around 150 kilometers to the east of this village. One of my workers who were farming came across something interesting. I hired an expert to check and I think that we have discovered a mine." Tamatsu was very alert. This matter seemed very serious. He asked, "What sort of mine is it?" Yusuke answered, "We will need to conduct a detailed exploration to be sure. Our preliminary exploration indicated that this mine includes rare and precious metals." Tamatsu calmed down. He thought, though precious metal mines can earn a lot of mo. Nay, they won't attract too much attention. However, Yusuke said, "And I suspect that the mine might have some chakra metal reserves as well." His words shocked everyone in the room. Chakra metal was extremely precious in this world. Tamatsu muttered with a grim face, "Why didn't you issue an S-rank mission?" Yusuke said, "I am not sure that it is indeed the case. We may have just gotten lucky during the preliminary exploration. So I don't want to attract a lot of attention. I have talked with our daimyo. If this mine does have chakra metal reserves, then we will give Konoha the mining rights. We will also give Konoha the first preference while selling it.so. Your mission consists of two parts. Firstly, I want your team to ensure that no bandits interfere with the mining process and that no information is leaked out. We haven't allowed the information to leak out, so unless we are very unlucky, rogue ninjas won't interfere with the process. As for the second part, I also want you to contact the Hokage secretly and ask him to send out more squads here as soon as we confirm that the mine has chakra metal reserves." Tamatsu analyzed the situation. This mission can be very risky. If the details get leaked, then we may invite a lot of trouble. But if the mission is successful, the village will have huge profits. It would help out the village a lot. Especially after such a disastrous loss, this news can improve our morale. Tamatsu made a decision and said, "All right, we will take the mission. I'll send a message to Hokage-sama. But have your exploration team work very rapidly." Yusuke nodded, "Yes, I'll have them work as fast as they can." They began discussing the specifics of the mission, the explorers, and other factors. After the discussion was completed, Yusuke smiled and said, "You must be tired from a long trip. I'll arrange dinner for you. You can rest here for the night and go for the mission tomorrow." Tamatsu smiled and said, "Thank you." They got up and left. After having dinner, the Konoha ninjas gathered in a room. Tamatsu said, "Ryota, write an encoded message to Hokage-sama. I'll send it to him. Write everything that was discussed with Yusuke." Ryota said, "On it." He began writing on a scroll. Tamatsu said, "I wanted to take an easier mission to end our break, but this one can go bad. Unfortunately, saying no isn't an option as this can help our village a lot. We will stay on our guard the entire time while protecting that area. However, if we spot enemy ninjas, be it rogue or of any other village, in numbers that we can't take on coming towards the mine, we will escape. Is that understood?" Everyone nodded. Tamatsu said, "Good. Take a good rest tonight. We will have to be on full alert from tomorrow onwards." Everyone went to their beds to get a nap. Tamatsu stayed with Ryota until he was done. He borrowed a messenger hawk from Yusuke and sent the message to Hiruzen. The next morning, the Konoha group set off. Chapter 206 Counterattack. Fujin hadn't been with this group for long. Even though he didn't like to lose a teammate here, his focus was still on escaping. His mind was rapidly calculating ways to escape from his horrible situation. However, the other three had been with Tadashi for years. Their eyes grew red in rage. Tamatsu yelled while weaving hand signs, "Since you want to kill us, I'll take as many of you with me as I can." Fire release. Burning ash. He spewed a stream of chakra-infused ash from his mouth. It spread in all directions but had a small space at the center where the 4 Konoha ninjas stood. The Kumo ninjas tried approaching but moved away immediately on seeing the flammable ash spreading in the area. A few launched lightning and water jutsus into it. However, in the next second, Tamatsu lit a fire in the ash and the entire smoke screen blew up. The explosion cancelled out every jutsu aimed at them. 2 Kumo ninjas were just outside the range of the explosion. They were hit with stones and sticks, causing some injuries. The Kumo ninjas were preparing for another round of attack when suddenly, the fire caused by the explosion increased threefold in size and intensity and began spreading out at a rapid speed. Fujin had released an infinite breakthrough jutsu in all directions, causing the fire to spread rapidly. The Kumo ninjas weren't expecting that. All 20 ninjas were too close to perform any jutsu or run away. They were hit by the fire. The ones who were hiding in the forest quickly retreated or used defensive jutsus. Kumogakure advisor Hari, who was hidden in the forest, muttered, "They have a strong wind user. Be careful of him." The 3 who were with him nodded. They didn't expect the Konoha ninjas to hit back so fiercely. At the center, where there was no fire, Tamatsu said, "We will use the chaos caused by this fire to escape." Ryota opposed, "But Tadashi." Tamatsu cut him off. "Tadashi wouldn't want us to follow him so soon. We will live and take our revenge another day. Hokage-sama will surely create a unit to take back the mine." Ryota unwillingly nodded. Fujin said, "It won't be easy. There are at least 30 more ninjas out there. And I can feel that a few more are hiding in my chakra field." Tamatsu said, "We will give them another fire-wind combination jutsu. Hopefully that will deter them." Fujin nodded. He thought, "I hope that will work. Unfortunately, I have a bad feeling about this. Some of the chakras I sensed are much stronger than any of us." Screams of pain could be heard as the fire burned their flesh. 8 Kumo ninjas couldn't endure and collapsed. They would soon be cooked inside out and meet their death. The other 12 quickly escaped from the fire and began dousing the fire, burning them. Though they survived and weren't fatally injured, they wouldn't be able to fight properly anymore. They were in terrible pain from having their flesh burnt. Many of their delicate organs like eyes and ears were damaged as well. The other Kumo ninjas were disturbed by seeing this sight. The situation changed too abruptly. One second they had a complete advantage, while in the next second their whole 20-man unit was defeated. Finding the exact moment, Tamatsu said, "Now!" All 4 flickered instantly. They were planning to use this chaos to escape. Once they managed to get out of the encirclement, the Kumo ninjas wouldn't want to chase them through the lands of another country. Unfortunately, Kumo had plenty of sensors among their numbers. As soon as the Konoha ninjas left, one sensor shouted, "They are coming here!" The sensors among other groups sensed them as well and began moving towards them. Though there were 30 ninjas in the second perimeter, they were spread in all directions to ensure that the Konoha ninjas couldn't escape. The place where the Konoha ninjas were headed only had 6 Kumo ninjas. The leader of that 6 ninja squad noticed them approaching. He calculated, "We only have to stall them for a few seconds. Then others will catch up and they will be in a helpless situation once again." The Konoha ninjas also knew about it. Tamatsu weaved hand signs rapidly. Fujin noticed his hand signs and timed his jutsu perfectly. Fire release, fire wave jutsu, wind release, infinite breakthrough jutsu. The jutsus combined. Extremely hot air moved rapidly towards the Kumo ninjas. 2 ninjas stepped forward while waving hand signs. Water release, water wall jutsu, earth release, earth wall jutsu. 2 walls appeared in front of them. The fire-wind combination jutsu easily broke through the water wall. Evaporated water formed a smokescreen in the area. However, the earth wall stood firm. The jutsu hit it and began moving around the earth wall. Though the Kumo ninjas were barely safe behind it, they were trapped as the forest around them was burning. The Konoha ninjas didn't mind the result. They avoided the fire and escaped in a different direction. Unfortunately, the Kumo ninjas didn't allow them to escape so easily. 4 ropes made of lightning suddenly appeared through the fire they had caused. They moved at a rapid speed and didn't allow Konoha ninjas to use any jutsus. They had to split up to dodge. Unfortunately, the lightning ropes also changed directions to chase them. Fujin noticed the rope coming towards him. Chakra flowed through his sword as he slashed at it. The wind element chakra flowing along his sword easily neutralized the jutsu. However, he quickly turned around and looked behind. 2 jets of water were heading at him. Katsumi once again sacrificed some of his bugs once again to stop the lightning whip. Ryota slammed his hands on the ground. A small rock shield appeared in front of him. The lightning rope hit the shield. However, instead of piercing through or damaging the shield, the lightning was directed into the ground. Lastly, Tamatsu just kept hiding behind trees until the lightning rope ran out of power. The group wanted to run away once again. Unfortunately, the remaining Kumo ninjas had begun to catch up. Ryota was about to move towards Tamatsu. However, 2 hands appeared from the ground and grabbed his legs. He looked down as the Kumo ninja said, "Got you." He began dragging Ryota underground. Ryota quickly made a hand sign and touched the ground. The ground suddenly became harder, trapping the Kumo ninja underground. Soon, spears began forming underground. A few pierced into his body. The Kumo ninja was horrified. At that instant, a lightning spear flew towards Ryota. Ryota's attention was drawn towards it. However, it was too late for him to move. Fortunately, a shield of bugs appeared in front of him to block the lightning spear. However, the lightning spear changed direction and hit the ground. Ryota's earth jutsu was dispelled and the ground softened. The Kumo ninja, who was under the ground, quickly escaped. Katsumi and Ryota looked at the attacker, who was a woman. She was tall, fair-skinned with a curvaceous figure and had a stoic, aloof expression on her face. She has blue eyes and straight, shoulder-length blonde hair cut in an asymmetrical bob style. At the same time, Fujin and Tamatsu were attacked as well. Right after Tamatsu neutralized the lightning whip, he heard a voice behind him, "You are very good." Tamatsu quickly turned around. However, an intense light was emitted at him, blinding his eyes. Tamatsu closed his eyes and grabbed a kunai. However, instead of fighting, he flickered away. Unfortunately, his opponent was faster than him. C flickered as well and launched lightning at Tamatsu. Due to having his eyes blinded, Tamatsu couldn't observe the jutsu properly. The lightning hit his body, causing him immense pain. He barely managed to open his eyes to see another attack heading towards him. At the last moment, he snapped out of the lightning shocks and dodged C's attack. He wanted to counterattack, however, 5 more Kumo ninjas appeared and surrounded him. He fell into a desperate struggle. Fujin too was attacked at the same time. When he dodged the lightning whip, he was the closest to the fire they had set up. 2 jets of water were heading straight at him. Fujin created and fired 2 vacuum bullets. Both hit the water jets and pierced through them. Fujin sensed, they are trying to break out of the fire and join the fight. He opened his mouth and exhaled strong winds at the fire in front of him. The fire was instantly magnified and became chaotic. The Kumo ninjas who were planning to break through were scared by the sight. Immediately, an earth dome formed around them to protect them from the firestorm. Fujin was planning to take this opportunity to run away. Unfortunately, another attack was headed towards him. He turned his head to the right. His eyes widened as he saw a python made of black lightning heading towards him. He immediately flickered while cursing, "Motherfucking Darui!" Chapter 207, Fighting with his full power. Right when Fujin flickered, the black lightning python also changed direction and chased after Fujin. Unfortunately, it was much faster than Fujin. Fujin thought running would be pointless. He concentrated chakra into his left palm and quickly charged it with wind chakra. He stopped moving and raised his left palm. The black lightning python quickly reached him and hit his palm. Fujin was pushed behind along the ground, but the chakra on his hand stopped most of the jutsu. However, some lightning still hit his palm and electrocuted him. Fortunately, Fujin had already trained in the lightning element. He could endure those shocks without affecting his ability to fight. Darui was surprised by Fujin's action. He thought, "This kid is impressive. We didn't plan on participating in this fight." Unfortunately, they killed 8 and injured 12 more ninjas. Boss will be very pissed at us if we let any more die. After a few seconds, the lightning python ran out of chakra and lightning and collapsed. Fujin clenched his fist to crush the lighting python in his palm. At that instant, 2 more Kumo ninjas arrived around Fujin. Fujin could sense a dozen more getting close. One of the 2 ninjas appeared in front of Fujin. He swung his sword vertically, wanting to hack Fujin into 2. The other ninja appeared behind Fujin on his right side and attacked Fujin with a sword as well. Fujin immediately punched the sword in front of him with his left fist. The chakra he had concentrated in his palm to block the lightning python still existed. And due to being zapped, his fist was charged with Darui's black lightning. At the same time, he swung the sword in his right hand to clash with the enemy's sword. Both Kumo ninjas timed their attacks perfectly. They clashed with Fujin at the same time. Fujin's left fist hit the sword's edge. The Kumo ninja grinned, expecting Fujin's fist to be split open. However, his eyes widened as he heard a cracking noise. His steel sword had cracked. In front of his eyes, he saw his sword being broken into pieces. Fujin's fist continued moving forward and punched the ninja in his stomach. Ninja's eyes popped out as he felt the full impact of a chakra and lightning-enhanced punch. The punch wrecked his internal organs and sent him flying. He spat out a lot of blood as he flew backwards and lost consciousness. At the same time when Fujin's fist met the sword, his sword clashed with the enemy's sword behind him. Fujin's sword cut through the enemy's sword like a hot knife cuts through butter. At the same time that Fujin punched the enemy in front of him, his sword cut the enemy behind him in 2. A frown formed on Darui's face as he saw another one of his subordinates die. He was waving hand signs when Fujin countered his opponents. Lightning release, Black Panther. He released black lightning in the form of a panther which reached Fujin almost instantly. Fujin had sensed Darui building up his chakra. He saw the Black Panther rush towards him. Having experienced the Black Python, Fujin didn't bother dodging. Instead, he gathered chakra in his mouth and throat. Right when the Black Panther was only a few meters away from him, Fujin opened his mouth and launched his strongest jutsu. Wind release, vacuum cannon jutsu. The vacuum cannon hit the Black Panther head-on. Darui's eyes widened as he saw his jutsu being pierced through with utmost ease. The Black Panther began dissipating. Though some of it still continued towards Fujin, he dodged easily. Darui immediately moved out of the way while observing the jutsu. The vacuum cannon reached his position and continued forward, destroying every tree in its path. Darui instantly recognized wind vacuum technique. Someone other than Danzo learnt this technique in Konoha? And it's a strong jutsu as well. No wonder my jutsu was overpowered so easily. 6 ninjas were running towards Fujin and planning to attack him together. However, they saw the trail of destruction Fujin's jutsu left in its path and were left tongue-tied by it. They immediately stopped approaching Fujin and looked at Darui for instructions. They didn't want to be at the receiving end of such a jutsu. Darui became very serious. He said, "Leave him to me." He grabbed his giant sword and moved towards Fujin. Fujin moved as well such that Darui and the other Kumo ninjas were in a straight line. Wind release, air bullet jutsu. He fired a dozen air bullets at Darui. Darui dodged them with ease and attacked Fujin with his sword. Lightning could be seen flowing along his sword. Fujin attacked back with his sword. The metal swords produce a loud sound. At the same time, the Kumo ninjas who were behind Darui were caught off guard. They saw a dozen air bullets heading their way and scurried out of the way. However, some were still hit. Many of them had small cuts due to the bullets. The unluckiest one had a hole in his right arm. Fujin and Darui both flowed chakra through their swords. However, Fujin was surprised. He expected to have an advantage due to the wind element. However, Darui had poured a lot more chakra into his sword as compared to Fujin. So his sword stayed intact. He applied force. Though Fujin's physique was very good, Darui was much stronger than him. He was pushed back. His face became grim on realizing how outmatched he was. In an instant, a vacuum bullet formed in his mouth and was launched at Darui. Darui noticed it and immediately got out of the way and attacked Fujin once again with his sword. Fujin defended himself but was getting overpowered. He frowned. His chakra and strength are both stronger than mine. I can't engage him in head-on combat. I have to resort to short clashes and hope that one of my bullets injure him. Fujin used the force of Darui's sword to move away from him. Darui attacked even more aggressively. However, instead of countering him with his strength, Fujin began parrying his attacks and using air and vacuum bullets to attack Darui. Darui dodged them all, but Fujin had 2 goals with his attacks. He would not only aim the bullets at Darui but would also send a few towards the Kumo ninjas. Watching the fight point, one of the Kumo ninjas began cursing. "Damn kid. He is aiming to injure us all." Another said, "We should move away. He is trying to distract Darui. We will be sinners if Darui gets wounded because of us. We will disperse in different directions and surround him from a distance so that he won't be able to escape." Everyone nodded and dispersed. Darui relaxed when he saw his allies leave. He looked at Fujin and analyzed while fighting. "This kid is good. Though he is weaker than me, a single mistake could cost me my life." Darui continued attacking with his sword, but he also began using lightning jutsu. Fujin dodged or countered his jutsus with wind jutsus, and both entered into a fierce fight. The other Kumo ninjas kept an eye on the battle from a distance. While Fujin was engaged in a fierce clash, Ryota and Katsumi were dominated by Samui. Even together, they weren't a match for her. To make matters worse, other Kumo ninjas joined the fight. Ryota and Katsumi's faces became grim. Katsumi struggled to make a decision as he fought. In a minute, both he and Ryota had numerous injuries on their bodies. He sighed and said, "Ryota, escape." Ryota was stunned. "What do you mean?" Katsumi said, "Your earth jutsus aren't of much help. I'll buy time by stalling them with my bugs and join you later." Ryota knew that there was no way for Katsumi to return alive, that he wanted to argue. However, the Kumo ninjas pressed on the attack once more. Tens of thousands of bugs appeared from Katsumi's body. He shouted, "Leave." The bugs immediately went on the attack. Ryota unwillingly decided to make a run. Knowing what fate awaited Katsumi, he didn't dare to look back. Unfortunately, while he was running, he was suddenly attacked by shurikens. He dodged immediately. Two Kumo ninjas appeared and attacked him. Ryota moved back and slammed his hands on the ground. A bunch of spears appeared from the ground and attacked the Kumo ninjas. However, the two ninjas used lightning jutsus to counter his move. The three entered into a fierce fight with Ryota trying his best to escape. Samui looked at the bugs and said, "They may be poisonous. Don't let them bite you. Hit him with fire and lightning jutsus." The Kumo ninjas around her nodded and attacked from a distance. Katsumi tried his best. He used all sorts of bugs. Some were resistant to lightning, some were incredibly poisonous. He defended himself with defensive bugs while trying to use the poisonous bugs to bite the Kumo ninjas. However, the Kumo ninjas didn't let a single bug bite them. They bombarded Katsumi with lightning and fire jutsus along with explosive tags. Katsumi's bugs began dying by the thousands. In a couple of minutes, most of his bugs died. Katsumi watched with a grim and sad face. Like Kenta was a partner for Tadashi, his bugs were a partner for him. He sighed, "I tried a lot to escape. Unfortunately, there is no way out. I am completely surrounded. It looks like I'll be joining you soon, Tadashi, AF. Seconds later, a flash of lightning appeared in Katsumi's eyes. Samui appeared in front of him and cut his head off with one swing of her blade. Katsumi became the second Konoha ninja to die here. However, despite his death, his bugs still kept attacking. Samui instructed, "Deal with the bugs. I'll help the others." She left and moved towards Ryota. Ryota was still fighting the two Kumo ninjas. He had managed to escape a couple of times, but they caught up to him again. During the fight, one of the Kumo ninjas landed a kick on Ryota's abdomen and sent him rolling. Ryota immediately got on his feet. However, he felt someone was behind him. He quickly turned around and was shocked to see Samui. His throat dried up. His hands began shaking. He asked in a trembling voice, "Where is Katsumi?" Samui replied in just one word, "Dead." Ryota's mind was in disbelief and rage. However, before he could do anything, he felt pain in his abdomen. He looked down to see a sword piercing out of his abdomen. One of the two ninjas he was fighting took the opportunity of his distraction and stabbed his sword into his back. Ryota heard a sadistic laugh as the ninja said, "Don't worry. All your friends and family will join you soon." Suddenly, rage appeared on Ryota's face. He didn't speak a single word and just made the confrontation hand sign. Samui's eyes widened. She jumped back immediately while shouting, "Move away from him!" Chapter 208, Crazy Suicide Bombers. The Kumo ninjas were confused. In the next moment, Ryota's body exploded. The ninja who had stabbed his back didn't have any time to move. His body took the entire brunt of the explosion. The other Kumo ninja was a bit far away. He moved a bit, but he too was caught in the explosion. When the dust settled, Samui saw a very gore picture. Ryota's body was blown into pieces. The ninja that stabbed him had no flesh on the front side of his body. His face, chest, abdomen and other parts were completely exposed. He fell down dead. The last Kumo ninja was crying in pain. His body was on fire. Samui immediately doused the fire and began helping him. At the same time, she was shocked at how decisive Ryota was. Ryota knew that despite Katsumi buying him some time, escape would be very difficult. He recalled Fujin saying that there were more than 30 ninjas still encircling them. And all of them were at least as strong as Ryota himself was. So in the time between him leaving Katsumi behind and the 2 Kumo ninjas attacking him, Ryota had stuck 20 explosive tags on various parts of his body and on the inside part of his clothes. When he saw Samui, he knew that his death was inevitable. So he decided to die in a way that would hurt his killers the most. If he knew that his last move killed a Chunin from Kumo and ended the career of another Kumo Chunin, he'd probably smiled as Samui applied some first aid to the injured ninja. Her face was very grim. She thought, "We had planned to kill the Konoha squad while taking no casualties. At most, we concluded that some might take a few minor injuries. However, 8 of our ninjas died in the initial counterattack while 12 got injured. Now 1 more is dead and another is critically injured. I hope that the remaining 2 Konoha ninjas don't manage to kill anyone." Soon, another Kumo ninja arrived on the spot. He was shocked to see the gore. Before he could say anything, Samui instructed, "Apply first aid to him. I'll send a medical ninja over here to help you." The ninja nodded and got to work. Samui left to ensure that the remaining 2 Konoha ninjas don't mess up anything. Fujin and Darui were still in a fierce fight. Darui was much stronger than Fujin. However, Fujin had managed to fight back without getting injured. In fact, he had made more killer attacks during their fight than Darui. As he fought while multitasking, a smile appeared on his face. Fujin had never been a fan of taking risks. He always chose the easy way out and won his battles efficiently. So he had never experienced such a battle. A battle where one wrong move would end his life. Where one misstep could maim him. Between the second and the third phases of the Chunin exam, Renjiro tried to simulate such an experience for Fujin. However, Fujin always knew that his life wasn't in danger against Renjiro. So he viewed it more as a pain in the ass rather than experiencing any thrill. However, in this deadly fight, all his senses worked beyond what Fujin had ever experienced. Every single move he made was flawless. The battle made his blood boil in excitement. His movements kept improving as the fight moved on. Fujin felt that he was getting faster and faster. However, it was just his body moving more efficiently. Fujin was surprised. "I expected to hate the situation I am in. I never expected that I would instead find it enjoyable." Darui was surprised when he saw the smile on Fujin's face. He had seen such a smile very few times in his life. He sighed in his mind, "Another battle freak. Great." The smile reminded Darui of a few people who he had seen in his life who loved to fight without caring about anything else. Instead of fear, they would fight like a maniac. One of those few people was the current leader of Kumogakure. Despite being weaker in strength, Fujin managed to hold on against Darui without getting a single injury. However, though he had a smile on his face, he didn't lose himself in the battle. He analyzed, "My chakra reserves are almost empty. I only have a little more than a quarter. I won't last much longer in such an intense battle." Unfortunately, despite performing well, Fujin never found any opportunity to escape from Darui. Fujin's chakra field was active as he analyzed, "I need to find a way to get rid of the ninjas watching the fight. If I try to escape, they will attack and I'll be pincered between Darui and whoever attacks. It'll only result in me dying faster." Just like Fujin, Tamatsu was also engaged in fierce fighting. He was completely outmatched by his enemies as well. However, while Fujin managed to ensure that he didn't get injured and kept the other Kumo ninjas at bay, Tamatsu was ganged up on by 7 Kumogakure ninjas in addition to injuries piled on his body. He had lost his left eye. His right arm was completely burnt from intense lightning shocks. Over 100 small cuts were visible on his body. He was pretty much on his last legs. Tamatsu looked at the Kumo ninjas and realized, "This is the end for me. But if I am going to die, I'll take at least a few of them with me." He began making hand signs. However, at the next moment, a kick landed on his abdomen. He was sent flying away. He flipped in the air and managed to land on his feet. The kick disrupted his hand signs. However, he landed a few meters away from every Kumo ninja. Realizing the opportunity, he immediately flickered away. The Kumo ninjas followed him in a hurry, and a chase began. Unfortunately for Tamatsu, he was very exhausted and injured. His speed was much less. Sarah's compared to Kumo ninjas. C took out a giant shuriken and threw it at Tamatsu. Due to his tiredness, Tamatsu didn't notice it. He stepped on a branch and jumped, aiming to get away. Just when he jumped, the shuriken hit his left thigh and cut clean through it. Tamatsu felt the pain and looked down at his left leg in horror. He lost his footing and crashed down. As he fell down, he saw Fujin and Darui fighting in front of his eyes. Both Fujin and Darui also saw him and were surprised. They stopped fighting for a moment. Fujin immediately flickered and appeared next to Tamatsu. Unfortunately, he had already lost consciousness. Soon, C and the Kumo ninjas with him also arrived. Samui as well appeared next to Darui at this moment. The Kumo ninjas were surprised to see that Fujin was unharmed. Fujin's expression became grim. His already bad situation had taken a turn for the worse. He thought, shit. Darui was already out of my league. And I am sure that C and Samui are both stronger than me. Not to mention the 15 others that are along with these three. Now what the fuck should I do? Fujin's brain calculated all possible options at the speed of light. Fortunately for him, Kumo ninjas didn't attack him right away. C asked Darui, how is he still alive? Darui shrugged and said, the kid is strong. I couldn't injure him. The Kumo ninjas who just arrived were surprised. Darui was very reputed in the land of lightning. The fact that a kid much younger than him could last so long was shocking. C observed Fujin, who was crouching down next to Tamatsu while observing all the Kumo ninjas. C shook his head and said, the kid has almost exhausted his chakra. Let's fini. However, Darui interrupted by asking, what is your name? Fujin looked at him but didn't answer. Darui didn't mind that and continued, you have exhausted most of your chakra. Though you are still unharmed, if you fight, your death is the only possibility. Surrender now. In the future, your Hokage could make a deal with the Raikage to get you back. Fujin didn't reply. He thought, though his words are honest, becoming a prisoner would be the stupidest move. I'll have no control if Kumogakure decides to torture, maim or kill me. Not to mention, hoping for Hiruzen to rescue me would be beyond stupid. That old fox might show that he is a very emotional person, but there are layers of deception hidden under his thick skin. Seeing that Fujin didn't respond, C said, since you don't want to surrender, you'll have to. However, as he spoke, Fujin's frown disappeared. Instead, a smirk appeared on Fujin's face. Soon, that smirk turned into a wide grin. The Kumogakure ninjas were surprised. One of them asked, did he lose his mind? For the first time, Fujin spoke, I was always very afraid of risking my life. I always decided to take the easier way out and do my job efficiently. However, fighting you has made me experience a thrill that I never imagined. Darui, though you may not have heard of me, I have heard of you. Doesn't the Raikage think of you as his second right hand? Fujin's grin grew wider. It grew so wide that it looked as though his face might split into two. His grin creeped out some of the Kumo ninjas surrounding him. Fujin continued, though I will die, taking down 18 Kumogakure ninjas including the Raikage's right hand with me would make me a hero in Konoha. Ha 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 ha. Samui's eyes widened on hearing that. She had already seen a crazy Konoha ninja. However, before she could act, the seals on Fujin's bracers lit. In the blink of an eye, 400 explosive tags appeared around Fujin and formed a sphere around him. They completely blocked Fujin from the line of sight of the Kumogakure ninjas. However, they could still hear Fujin's laughter. The Kumogakure ninjas immediately became grim. They decided to move away. However, even before they could move, a breeze flew from inside the sphere made of explosive tags. The winds made the explosive paper tags spread throughout the area. Kumo ninjas were horrified to see hundreds of explosive tags heading towards them. Chapter 209, Schemes and Hidden Dangers. The Kumo ninjas were horrified at the sight of hundreds of explosive tags coming at them. Many Kumo ninjas began running away. A few escaped underground. Darui, C, Samui, and another Jounin had grim faces. They immediately made hand signs and cast a lightning net in front of them. A few explosive tags hit the lightning net and were disabled. However, soon the explosive tags began exploding just before touching the lightning net. The lightning net was damaged by the explosion. The Kumo Jounins increased the amount of chakra they poured into the lightning net to repair it and make it hold on. However, the number of explosive tags was too high. The lightning net was soon ripped apart. The Kumo ninjas immediately escaped into the ground. As soon as they did, the explosions covered the entire place. A loud sound could be heard for miles around the spot where the explosion occurred. Trees, branches, and stones were sent flying by the explosion. A smokescreen of dust, soil, and smoke spread for hundreds of meters. A massive fire lit up and spread through the forest at a rapid speed. The smoke raised due to the forest fire could be seen from all the nearby villages. After a couple of minutes of the explosion, a head popped out of the ground. It was Darui. Soon Samui and the other Jounin appeared out of the ground. All their faces had been covered in dust. Soon, 8 more Kumo ninjas also crawled out of the ground or ran back towards where Darui was. C couldn't help but mutter, "What a crazy guy. Who carries so many explosive tags with them?" The other Kumo ninjas were cursing Fujin too. Darui looked at C and said, "Sense the position of others." C nodded and began sensing. He led the other Kumo ninjas to where the missing Kumo ninjas were and began treating them one by one. Meanwhile, Darui and Samui began checking what happened to Fujin. Samui said, "I should have warned you. Another one of them killed himself the same way." Darui said, "It's not your fault. There was barely any time. Besides, considering the number of explosive tags he had, we can say that he always planned to die in this way." They arrived at the spot where Fujin and Tomatsu were before the explosion went off. They didn't find anything interesting at first. However, soon a shock appeared on their face. Samui said, "There is nothing here." Darui nodded. "Yeah, even though the explosions were powerful, at least their blood and bones should have remained here." Samui said, "This means that he escaped." "No, they escaped." Anger formed on Samui's face. Kumo had taken a lot of casualties in this confrontation. By comparison, Konoha only lost 3 ninjas. Soon, a man arrived at their location along with 7 ninjas. He was Hari. He had watched the fight between Fujin and Darui, but had to escape in a hurry when he saw the explosive tags. Hari asked, "Who was that lunatic brat?" Darui replied, "He never told his name." Hari asked, "Is he dead?" Darui said, "Most likely not. He was standing here before the explosives went off, but there are no signs of blood or remains. He probably escaped just before the explosions went off." Hari frowned. He analyzed for a minute before saying, "When we saw those explosive tags, it attracted all our attention. He must have flickered right before the tags exploded. And he carried the other Konoha ninja with him." Samui said, "We need to hunt him. I'll form a squad and go after him." However, Hari shook his head and said, "No, it's already been around 5 minutes since the explosive tags exploded. He should have escaped a long distance." Samui countered, "His chakra was depleted and he is carrying an injured ninja with him." Hari replied, "It's fine. Though I didn't expect us to have such a heavy loss, the goal of this mission is to see what action Konoha takes after knowing that we took a mine that should have been under their control. I plan to leak the information later, but this is fine too. That youngster will report what happened here to the Hokage and do that task for me. For now, assist C in saving and healing all the injured ninjas." Darui and Samui nodded and began helping C. After a few hours, they healed all the injured ninjas and tallied their losses. In all, 14 ninjas died during the fighting, 3 were critically injured and wouldn't be able to continue being a ninja, and 13 were lightly injured. All the dead and critically injured ninjas were of the Chunin rank. Hari sighed on knowing the losses as he realized, "My plan was to cause losses to Konoha and see their reaction to it. However, on the first step of my plan we faced a setback. Now there will be voices of opposition in Kumogakure on starting a war with Konoha. After all, just a small clash caused us so many losses. Everyone will be worried about how many losses we will suffer when we face the full might of Konoha. Still, Lord Raikage should be able to push forward for war if he wishes to." Far away from the Kumo ninjas who were healing their wounds, Fujin was running across the land of hot springs. In his hand he was holding Tomatsu. The wound on his left thigh was cauterized and bandaged, while the other wounds were just bandaged so that blood won't fall from his wounds. A few hours ago, when Fujin was surrounded by 400 explosive tags, he exhaled a gentle wind that guided all the explosive tags towards the Kumo ninjas. At the same time, he created a wind clone to control the explosive tags and grabbed Tamatsu by the back of his neck and used wind instantaneous body jutsu to flicker a long distance away. He repeated the jutsu a few times to end up miles away from the spot of the explosion. He turned around to see the massive smoke rising into the skies from that spot as he thought, I have one spiked shield and one normal shield in my forearm bracers. In addition, I have put both my swords in there as well. But I couldn't come up with any good ideas on what to store in the remaining 4 seals. Luckily, I filled them up with explosive tags just in case I needed them. I still have 200 more tags. If they chase after me, I'll use them to scare those Kumo ninjas off. But first, he took out a bottle and put a few soldier pills in his mouth. He made a hand sign and a shadow clone appeared next to him. He picked up Tamatsu and all 3 began escaping again. As they were running, the shadow clone burned the wound on his left leg so that the bleeding would stop. He also applied some bandages to his smaller wounds. Fujin ran, flickered, and used wind and earth instantaneous body jutsus for over an hour before taking a break. He was very exhausted. His clone bandaged Tamatsu properly and dispelled itself. Fujin looked at the unconscious Tamatsu as he thought, I had initially thought of escaping by myself. Carrying him is a big burden. But the last time Kumo did a foul play, Hiruzen sacrificed Hizashi to avoid a war. If Kumo cried foul again and Hiruzen decided to compromise once more, I would have been the one to be sacrificed if I returned alone. A frown appeared on Fujin's face. During the escape, this thought troubled him a lot. He analyzed, the thought of going rogue has appeared in my mind several times in the last hour. But though I am strong, without Konoha's resources and library, my future path will be highly restricted if I go rogue. Not to mention, I might be hunted by both Konoha and Kumo. And if by chance I survive and get stronger, Akatsuki might show up asking me to join them. Sigh, what a mess. His eyes wandered towards Tamatsu. He has lost his left leg. So his career as a ninja is pretty much over. If Hiruzen decides to sacrifice someone, sacrificing him would make much more sense than sacrificing a promising youngster. The only issue with this line of thought is that Tamatsu is from the Sarutobi clan. If Hiruzen has a soft spot for his clan and isn't willing to sacrifice them, my head will be on the chopping block. Fujin sat in meditation as he decided on his next actions. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes and decided, I will go back to Konoha. Despite losing the Uchiha clan, Konoha's strength should be stronger than 4 to 5 years ago. So it's unlikely that Hiruzen will take the same step. Even if he decides to compromise, he will first offer the chakra metal mine to Kumogakure. And that should be more precious than the head of any ninja. Also, I doubt Kumogakure would want the head of a young ninja over a chakra metal mine. However, if Hiruzen does decide to put up the same question in front of me as Hizashi, I'll act sad but determined and ask for some time and escape from Konoha during that time. Though it will be very risky, the alternative isn't risk-free either. Having rested, Fujin stood up and looked at the sky while thinking, Hiruzen, you better not disappoint me this time. He picked up Tamatsu and began his journey once more. He had figured that the Kumo ninjas weren't chasing him or were too slow. So he moved at a consistent speed to ensure that his body doesn't get tired once again. He moved for hours and finally sighed in relief as he stepped into the land of fire. Chapter 210, A Demand for Fujin's Head. It was a normal boring day for Yamanaka Hiroto. He had just finished patrolling and was wasting his time in the patrol camp while chatting with Hyuga Jun. However, he suddenly stopped and spread his chakra field. It spread for 500 meters, but he couldn't sense anything. Hyuga Jun asked, Did you sense something? Yamanaka Hiroto replied, I can't sense anyone. But someone just sensed our camp. Check with your Byakugan. Jun immediately activated his Byakugan. Hiroto asked, Who is it? A frown formed on Jun's face as he replied, It's one of our ninjas. And he is carrying another who is very injured. He is around 1 kilometer to the east. Fujin had roughly memorized the locations of patrol camps from his previous missions. After arriving in the Visen ITY, he spread his chakra field to sense any ninjas in the vicinity. On sensing 7 ninjas in one place, Fujin flickered towards them. In a minute, he appeared before Hiroto and Jun. Hiroto quickly said, Identify yourself. Fujin replied, Suzuki Fujin. You can ask questions later. My teammate got very injured during the mission. Do you have a medic? Jun nodded and said, All right, follow me. He quickly led Fujin into the camp and knocked on a door. He said, "Emiko, we have a very injured person. Come quickly." Emiko immediately opened the door. She was the medical ninja in the camp. She was surprised when she saw Tomatsu's condition. She quickly laid him on a bed and began healing him. While Emiko treated Tomatsu, Jun and Hiroto interrogated Fujin. They were suspicious of Fujin because Fujin didn't have a single injury on him despite his teammate being so injured. He asked for Fujin's ID number and other standard questions to confirm that Fujin was indeed a ninja from Konoha. Finally, he asked, "Where is your remaining team?" Fujin put up a sad face and said, "They are all dead." Hiroto had expected such a result. He thought, "I guess that he is safe because of the sacrifices of his teammates." He sighed and patted Fujin's shoulder and said, "It's fine. Sometimes missions go wrong." Fujin nodded. Emiko took around 20 minutes to heal Tomatsu. She left her room and approached Fujin and asked, "Are you injured as well?" Fujin shook his head. "No, I am fine." Emiko nodded and left to keep an eye on Tomatsu. After an hour, Tomatsu gained consciousness. He quickly got up and sat up straight. However, his injuries made him grunt in pain. He looked around himself and was surprised that he was still alive. Emiko stopped him from moving much and quickly asked him how he was feeling. Tomatsu answered her questions. When he was done, he asked, "How did I get here? And where are my teammates?" The medical ninja sighed and said, "Your teammate Fujin brought you here. I'll call him." She left the room to call Fujin. However, she was impressed by Tomatsu. Despite losing his left leg, his first thought was the well-being of his team. Meanwhile, Tomatsu was surprised that Fujin was able to escape along with him. However, recalling Tadashi and imagining the fates of Ryota and Katsumi, tears began rolling down his cheeks. He quickly wiped them off thinking, "I shouldn't appear weak in front of Fujin. I'll have lots of time to grieve for them later." Soon, Fujin arrived in the room where Tomatsu was resting. He could see the wetness in Tomatsu's eyes due to the tears he was holding back. Tomatsu looked at Fujin and said, "I am glad that you are safe, Fujin." Fujin nodded and looked at his cut leg. He asked, "How are you?" Tomatsu saw his sight and said sorrowfully, "I'll be fine." After half a minute of silence, he asked, "Do you know what happened to Katsumi and Ryota?" Fujin shook his head and answered, "No. I didn't see either of them after we split up. I only saw you and managed to barely escape." Tomatsu was shivering on hearing Fujin's answer. With the last ray of hope, he asked, "You are a censor. Did you sense them?" Fujin sighed and replied, "No. I was attacked by a ninja called Darui. He was much stronger than me. We flickered many times during the fight and were a long distance away from where we were ambushed. So I couldn't sense them." Tomatsu sighed and stayed silent for a few minutes. No one spoke. Finally, the sorrowful expression disappeared from Tomatsu's face and instead, he looked determined. He asked, "Fujin, how long have I been unconscious?" Fujin was surprised to see the sudden change in attitude. He answered, "Around 10 hours. I reached this camp around an hour ago." Tomatsu looked at his leg and said, "I'll be a burden if I come along with you. Fujin, run towards Konoha as fast as you can and inform Lord Hokage what happened." He looked at Fujin and said with determination, "This is a very important mission for our village, Fujin. I'll leave it in your hands." Fujin realized, "I see. He wants revenge." That said, knowing Hiruzen, it's highly unlikely that he will choose violence. Unfortunately, those three won't ever get justice. "Though I guess we already had our revenge as at least 9 of them are dead," Fujin said. "All right. I'll go quickly. You take care of yourself, Tomatsu." Tomatsu nodded and said, "Don't worry about me. I'll be fine." Fujin could see that despite his determined expression, Tomatsu was having a hard time controlling his sorrow. He was holding back just to not demoralize Fujin. Fujin immediately left. A few minutes later, Tomatsu broke down in tears. Fujin rapidly moved across the land of fire. On the way, he couldn't help but sigh. Poor guy was trying so hard to control his tears. I wonder how many such instances occur daily in this world. How many squads meet their end due to a mission going wrong? I kinda had it lucky so far. Unfortunately, it looks like my luck ran out today. Did I need better means to escape from such situations? This time I was lucky that Tomatsu crashed into my battlefield and Darui decided to not finish me off immediately, and instead gave me the option to surrender. I didn't even have a chance to escape until then. I don't want to depend on luck next time as not everyone will be merciful like Darui. While moving, Fujin analyzed the options available to him. The first jutsu that came to his mind was obviously the Flying Thunder God. However, he rejected it. No, Hiruzen said that I'll have to be a grandmaster at Fuinjutsu before being allowed to learn it. Right now I could barely even be considered a master. Becoming grandmaster will require a lot more time. Not to mention, I'll need the Jounin rank to be able to access the seals kept in Section A of the library. Fujin analyzed more but couldn't think of any idea other than the one he had at the back of his mind. Fujin sighed, I guess that's the only available option. Unfortunately, even that is very risky. I still need some time to be ready for it. That said, if Hiruzen decides against my well-being, I should take that risk. It might allow me to escape from Konoha very easily. While Fujin was moving at full speed through the forests in the Land of Fire, a message was sent back to Kumogakure to the fourth Reikage. The coded scroll was decoded and the translated message was sent to A. A opened the scroll and began reading. Soon, anger appeared on his face. He raised his arm and smashed his table into two while yelling, "What the hell are these guys doing?" Mabui had seen A do such acts hundreds of times. She wasn't affected and calmly asked, "What happened, Lord Reikage?" A handed her the scroll and said in disappointment, "They ambushed 5 Konoha ninjas with 58 ninjas and still lost 13 ninjas and had many more injured. Not to mention, they still let 2 Konoha ninjas escape." Mabui was surprised by what A said. She wondered, which strong squad did they encounter to have such losses? She quickly checked the scroll to see who the Konoha ninjas were. She was surprised once again. She asked in confusion, "Who is Tamatsu?" A looked at her and said, "It's your job to tell me." She felt awkward hearing A's reply. She stopped reading the scroll, handed it back to A and quickly excused herself and checked their records. Mabui returned after a few minutes and said, "Tamatsu is an elite chunin in Konoha. He was promoted to the chunin rank after the Third Great Ninja War. But his record isn't stellar enough to produce such a result." A said, "It wasn't his doing. Hari said that a young ninja was able to hold his own against Darui and is an expert in wind manipulation. He was the main reason for the casualties. Find who this brat is, as they didn't know his identity." Mabui thought for a bit and said, "In the Chunin exam that happened before the last one in Konoha, the champion was an orphan who specialized in wind manipulation. It was when the Kiri rebels had participated in the Chunin exam. Other than him, I haven't heard of any young ninja who specializes in wind manipulation from Konoha." A thought for a bit and instructed, "Find his name and pass it to the negotiators. Send the negotiators that we have prepared to Konoha and ask for heads of Tamatsu and that brat. Also, send a message to Darui and call him, see and Samui back. And don't let this news leak." Mabui nodded and left the office. Chapter 211, Countering Schemes with Schemes. A frown formed on Reikage's face as he analyzed. Such losses would increase opposition to starting a new war. If those oppositions delay us, then we will lose this window of opportunity. The best way to regain the morale is to make Hiruzen hand over those 2 ninjas. It'll show how weak Konoha is to everyone. I managed to make him cower the last time. I'll do it once again. Mabui did her job efficiently. She handed the leader of negotiators a letter from Reikage. Within an hour, a group of negotiators left Kumogakure along with an escort group. They would first stop at the chakra metal mine where the conflict happened to confirm the report they sent back, and then send the Reikage's letter to Konoha to set up a meeting and place their demands. It was nighttime when the negotiators left Kumogakure. Their group had a few civilians, so the group moved much slower as compared to a ninja squad. Meanwhile, Reikage began preparing his army in Kumogakure so that they could move at a moment's notice. Fujin was unaware that his fears had partially come true. He traveled the entire night and reached Konoha at 7 in the morning. As soon as he entered Konoha, Fujin maintained a sad expression on his face. He immediately went to the Hokage's building and went to Hiruzen's office. He knocked on the door. Hiruzen heard and said, "Come in." Fujin entered. He saw a lot of papers and files on Hiruzen's table. Takao was present as well and was arranging them. In addition, 4 Umbu ninjas were hiding in the room. Hiruzen was surprised to see Fujin so soon. He had talked with Renjiro the day before and was surprised to learn that all the seals on Fujin's house were inscribed by Fujin himself. While he was happy to know how talented Fujin was, he couldn't help but think about what he had told Fujin when Fujin had asked for the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. He thought, Tamatsu's message said that the mission might take weeks. Why is he here so soon? Did the mission go wrong? Or did he want to send a secret message? He asked. Did something happen, Fujin? Close the door and tell me. Fujin closed the door and began reporting. He began speaking slowly in a sad voice and watery eyes. Grandpa, we were ambushed during our mission. Inazuka Tadashi and his ninja dog Kenta were killed. Aburame Katsumi and Hataki Ryota are missing. Squad leader Sarutobi Tamatsu was injured and lost his left leg. Hiruzen and Takao immediately became very serious, though for different reasons. Takao had been on edge due to the Uchiha massacre. Meanwhile, Hiruzen knew about the real nature of the mission. Hiruzen calmly said, Fujin, stay calm and tell me everything properly. Don't miss a single detail. Fujin took a deep breath and said, our mission was to the land of hot water. It was issued by Matsushita Yusuke, a noble from that country. He said that he had discovered a mine in his territory and suspected that it was a chakra metal mine. Takao and the Umbu in the room were shocked to hear that. A chakra metal mine could very well cause a war, Fujin continued. We moved quickly towards the area that Yusuke had marked. However, when we reached very close to it, we were ambushed by more than 50 Kumogakure ninjas. They first encircled us with 20 ninjas. Another 30 ninjas stayed a bit away to form a second ring of encirclement. A few more ninjas were hiding their chakras. I am not sure how many, but there were at least 3. All were at Chunin or Jounin ranks. Everyone was surprised on hearing it. They couldn't help but wonder how Fujin made it out alive. Fujin continued, when we tried to escape the first encirclement, they killed Tadashi and Kenta. However, they got too aggressive and were hit by Tamatsu and my fire-wind combination jutsu. 8 of them died while the other 12 were injured. We tried to escape once again, but were intercepted once again and forced to split up. I am not sure what happened with Ryota and Katsumi after that. I was attacked by Darui. The group's eyes widened once again hearing Darui's name. Hiruzen thought, that's the kid A and his father trained personally. Though he isn't as reputed as Kakashi, he is the leader of their young generation. Fujin continued, a few more Kumo ninjas attacked me along with him, but I managed to kill one, fatally injure another and keep the rest at bay and entered a deadlock against Darui. I tried defeating him, but he was very strong. He dodged all attacks and didn't give me any opportunity to escape. After a few minutes, Tamatsu entered our battlefield and collapsed unconscious. Darui stopped fighting while I checked on Tamatsu. However, I was surrounded by 18 ninjas. They lowered their guard since I was probably the only one left. So I used a few hundred explosive tags to buy some time and escaped while carrying Tamatsu with me. I am not sure if the explosions caused any casualties, but I didn't sense anyone chasing after me. Right now, Tamatsu is being treated in a patrol camp. He asked me to rush to the village to pass all the information to you. Hiruzen and others were shocked by what Fujin had done during this mission. Hiruzen analyzed, surviving a fight against Darui at his age without any visible injuries is very impressive. Not to mention being able to escape after being surrounded by 18 ninjas. The others too had similar thoughts. Fujin saw the expressions of Hiruzen and Takao and was satisfied with their expressions. He had intentionally told how impressive he had been and how much potential he had. This way Hiruzen would be very reluctant to sacrifice him. Hiruzen asked Fujin more questions. Fujin answered them all. He took every opportunity to mention his achievements without exaggerating them or coming on as a show-off. He also intentionally called Hiruzen Grandpa to evoke whatever emotions Hiruzen had. After getting all the data, Hiruzen said, "It's unfortunate what happened to your squad. But you have done a good job. Saving one teammate and coming back alive in such a hopeless situation is very good. For now, go back and get some rest. And don't take any new missions. I might call you back after some time." Fujin nodded and said, "All right, Grandpa. I'll take my leave." He left the office. He left towards his home while thinking, I did all I could think of. I hope that the worst-case scenario doesn't occur. After Fujin left, Hiruzen began staring at the map in front of him. Takao said, "Lord Hokage." However, Hiruzen said, "Keep the files and paperwork related to the Uchiha clan away for now." Takao thought, that's not what I wanted to talk about. However, he realized that Hiruzen didn't want to be disturbed. So he moved all the paperwork and files away from his desk. Hiruzen observed the map while analyzing the situation. He analyzed, on the surface it looks like Kumogakure found this mine and wanted to mine it secretly. Fujin and his team were just unlucky to have taken this mission. But knowing Kumogakure's actions after Minato's death, I doubt it is so simple. Be it the Hyuga incident or their prisoners showing up as bandits, both were completely unprovoked aggression towards Konoha. So is a scheming once again? He kept analyzing. Why did Kumogakure send over 50 ninjas for a simple ambush? Just Darui's squad could have easily defeated them. Even assuming that they set a perimeter around the mine, Tomatsu's group should have been better at sensing. They wouldn't be ambushed if it was unanticipated. Suddenly, an idea entered Hiruzen's. He analyzed it to see how viable it was. After calculating, he let out a long sigh. I see. That's why Darui was present. They aren't there to guard the mine. But he is leading the vanguard army. There should be a lot more ninjas assembled at the mine. I guess they didn't anticipate Fujin to be able to bring back the news.no. He said that no one chased him. So though they didn't anticipate such a fight back from him, they wanted him to deliver the news back to me. They want to see my reaction. Hiruzen began putting the pieces together. If their plan was to test my response, they would first need to cause Konoha losses. Yusuke should be working with them. I doubt the entire land of hot water will be involved as they have suffered a lot due to Kumogakure. So it is probably just him. Either Kumogakure threatened him or he has ambitions of his own. After Tomatsu's squad died, Yusuke would have sent us more mission requests and baited more ninjas to their death. Kumo would then threaten me and see my response. Now their plans will be disrupted. If I am right, A will now send a negotiator to Konoha asking me to compensate them for the loss and perhaps ask for Tomatsu and Fujin as well. Hiruzen's face kept getting more and more ugly as he unraveled Kumogakure's plan. He snorted. The Hyuga incident worked in your favor because I never anticipated such a disgusting act. Do you think that such a scheme will work against Konoha again? Hiruzen said. All of you summon 7 Umbu squads along with another 3 Umbu squads made of former root ninjas and return here quickly. Takao, bring Kakashi here. The 4 Umbu ninjas hiding in his office flickered and got to work. Takao nodded and left the office as well. Hiruzen grabbed a scroll and began writing in it. After writing the message, he closed the scroll and sealed it. He weaved hand signs and slammed his hand on the desk. A monkey appeared in front of him. Hiruzen handed him the scroll and said, "Deliver this scroll as soon as you can. Preferably do it today." The monkey took the scroll and checked it. He said in a childish voice, "Got it." He disappeared in smoke along with the scroll. Soon, 13 Umbu ninjas showed up in Hiruzen's office. One of them hid back in the room. Hiruzen passed a scroll to them and said, "In the land of hot water, there is a noble called Matsushita Yusuke. His details are in the scroll. Kill him and everyone with him. Burn every document in his mansion and don't leave any evidence behind. Preferably use lightning jutsus to destroy some property before escaping." One of the Umbu ninjas accepted the scroll. Hiruzen passed them more instructions. They took their leave. Soon another group of Umbu arrived. This time there were 31 ninjas. 12 of them were formerly en route. Hiruzen assigned another mission to them. After understanding the assignment, they left the office as well. Finally, Kakashi and Takao arrived at the office. Kakashi was just dismissed from the Umbu by Hiruzen a few days ago. Hiruzen looked at Kakashi and said seriously, "Kakashi, I'll provide you with 200 ninjas. I want you to lead them towards the border with the land of hot water. You have 2 objectives. First, keep the existence of your force a secret. No one should be aware of your movements. Second, do a few drills to make the force prepared for war." Kakashi was surprised by the order. He asked, "Lord Hokage, did an incident occur?" Hiruzen nodded. He briefed Kakashi on what Fujin had reported. Kakashi understood the situation inside. They want to make a move because the Uchiha clan no longer exists, right? Hiruzen nodded and said, "It's unlikely that a war will happen, but I want us to be prepared just in case." Kakashi asked, "Can I take Guy along with me?" Hiruzen nodded, "Sure." Kakashi said, "All right. I'll contact him. We will be ready to leave immediately." Hiruzen replied, "Good. I'll arrange for the ninjas to join up with you." Kakashi left to meet up with Guy while Hiruzen got busy arranging 200 ninjas to go along with Kakashi. Fortunately, he already had everyone on high alert due to the Uchiha massacre. He was able to get it done very quickly. Chapter 212, Hiruzen's Never-Ending Schemes. Though Hiruzen received the message almost half a day later than the Umbu squads he dispatched moved much faster than Kumogakure's negotiator group. Under the cover of the night, Kakashi left Konoha along with Guy and 200 ninjas. They disappeared into the vast never-ending forests in the Land of Fire. A few hours later, 3 Umbu squads arrived outside Yusuke's mansion. No one in the hidden hot springs village detected them. Yusuke was sleeping in his bed. He had a smile on his face as he dreamt about being the new daimyo of the Land of Hot Water. As Hiruzen had guessed, he was working together with Kumogakure. He wanted their support to overthrow the current daimyo. In return, he will help them kill Konoha's ninjas and will remove Konoha's influence on the country after he becomes the daimyo. Unfortunately for him, an Umbu ninja appeared next to him while he slept. He grabbed a tanto and pierced it into Yusuke's heart, leaving him permanently in the dream world. Yusuke died without knowing who killed him and how. In a few minutes, everyone in the mansion was killed. Not a single being was left alive. Instead, blood was flowing on the ground. The Umbu also burned or confiscated all the documents. After confirming that their work is done, they destroyed the pillars supporting the mansion with lightning jutsus and escaped. The village, which was resting peacefully, suddenly woke up due to loud noise. However, before anyone could figure out what was happening, the Umbu ninjas had already escaped. They kept moving towards the Land of Frost. The daimyo of the Land of Hot Water was woken up due to the massacre and destruction. He reached Yusuke's destroyed mansion and frowned. He had found a chakra metal mine a week ago. And he is already dead? He had said that he will employ Konoha ninjas. Is this their work? Daimyo analyzed for a bit before concluding, no, this isn't the way the Hokage acts usually. Besides, why would he even do this when we were offering Konoha the most benefits? At that time, Takashita Takuhei appeared in front of the daimyo and reported, Lord Daimyo, everyone in the mansion, including Lord Yusuke, has been killed. They are all killed with swords. From their wounds, it doesn't seem like they even had a chance to struggle. The documents are all destroyed, though we don't know if some of them have been stolen. And the pillars have been destroyed with lightning jutsus. Daimyo asked, lightning? Do you mean that Kumogakure is behind this? Takuhei answered, it's either them or someone who wants to frame them. Daimyo analyzed the situation. This sort of activity is something Kumogakure would do. Did they find the mine as well? If so, it would make sense that they want to silence Yusuke and secretly mine the mine themselves. But such a thing is impossible to be kept a secret. Are they planning to wage another war in my country? The daimyo frowned. He said, Takuhei, come with me. He brought Takuhei to his own office and told him about the mine in Yusuke's province. Takuhei was shocked. He exclaimed, there is a chakra metal mine in our country? The daimyo corrected him, a mine that might have some deposits of it. The quantity won't be much, but it might be sufficient to cause a war. Takuhei frowned. He said with a bitter expression, our country will be ravaged once again. The daimyo nodded, that is why I wanted to keep it a secret. I suspect that the mine has been taken over by other forces. Most likely by Kumogakure. I want you to lead a force of 15 ninjas there stealthily and check. You are not to engage in any combat. After you confirm, leave immediately and return back. Takuhei nodded. He left and immediately assembled a team and went towards the area the daimyo had instructed him to. In a couple of hours, they reached the location of the mine. However, they stopped a long distance away from the mine and kept an eye. An hour later, they saw someone move. They followed that person secretly and noticed 3 squads of Kumogakure ninjas. The Kumogakure ninjas spotted them as well and raised an alarm. Takuhei and his squad immediately escaped. Some Kumo ninjas gave chase but stopped when they entered too deep into the Land of Hot Water. A few hours later, after taking multiple detours, they returned to the capital. Takuhei immediately reported to the daimyo. The daimyo's face became grim as he confirmed his fears. He immediately began writing letters. The content of the letters included the fact that they have discovered a mine that might have minute deposits of chakra metal. It also mentioned the fact that Kumogakure had forcefully occupied the mine and is hunting everyone who goes there. He sent these letters to every daimyo and every kage except the Raikage. When Hiruzen received the letter the following morning, a smile formed on his face. He thought, the result of killing Yusuke was exactly what I envisioned and desired. Though Kiri is in a mess and might not make a move, Suna and IWA will not want to see such a mine in the hands of Kumogakure. The villages and daimyos still remember the trauma of the last war, so they wouldn't want a new war. Everyone will apply pressure on Kumogakure. If they step back, then the control of this mine should be handed to the Land of Iron. If they don't, then they will have to face the combined might of all villages. Both the scenarios are favorable for Konoha. In order to ensure that his speculations come true, Hiruzen wrote a letter to the Land of Iron's leader, Mifune. The letter stated Konoha's desire for peace and its support for having the Land of Iron mining the newly discovered mine as a neutral country. The second group of 7 Umbu squads sent by Hiruzen headed straight towards the Land of Lightning. Though the trip took longer, they infiltrated the Land of Lightning before the group of negotiators left the country. They stayed far away from Kumogakure. Instead, they disguised themselves and mixed among the common people. Yugao was among these Umbu ninjas. She transformed herself into a middle-aged woman and went into the market. She began buying groceries as normal. As she did, she began having short interactions with the other ladies in the market who were also buying groceries. During one such conversation, she sighed and said, "I heard that Reikage-sama wants to start a war with Konohagakure." The lady was surprised. A couple more around them heard her as well. She asked, "He does? Haven't we been very peaceful lately?" Yugao nodded and said, "I heard that he sent 60 ninjas to the Land of Hot Water to kill 5 Konoha ninjas. However, they were defeated by an 11-year-old kid. 13 of our brave ninjas died due to it." The other ladies were shocked to hear it. They joined the conversation. "Is it true?" Yugao nodded and said, "Yeah, my husband used to work in Lord Reikage's office. He still has some contacts there. I am worried that if we suffered so much at the hands of just an 11-year-old kid, how many losses will we have against the whole might of Konoha?" The scenario Yugao painted shocked the ladies. They talked a bit more before leaving. Yugao quickly changed her disguise and went to another market, in the same way. All the other 27 Umbu ninjas spread misinformation in the villages in the Land of Lightning. They hyped up Fujin's actions while making everyone think subconsciously that Kumo's forces were weak. A few even propagated the fear of Konoha invading the Land of Lightning if the Reikage went to war. Slowly, the people who heard the information began gossiping with the ones who hadn't. The news spread through the entire Land of Lightning like a raging wildfire, igniting conversations and emotions of common people. As the rumors spread, they became more and more preposterous. Fear spread among the people in the Land of Lightning. Unfortunately for A, he would remain unaware of this development until it was too late. While the Umbu ninjas were doing their task, a monkey was roaming in the Land of Rice. He had been searching for a man for 2 days. Finally, he managed to locate him. The area was a complete mess. It looked as if someone had blown up an underground base. The monkey landed next to the man and handed him the scroll. He said in his childish voice, "Lord Hokage wants you to act on this immediately." The man opened the scroll and read its contents. His eyes widened before returning to their usual size. He sighed and said, "Another war. All right, tell him that I'll get it done." Chapter 213, A Natural Calamity. The monkey ended his summoning and disappeared into a cloud of smoke. The man looked in the direction of the Land of Hot Water. His location was already quite close to the Land of Hot Water. He sighed once again and began moving towards the Land of Hot Water. Within a few hours, he reached the area where the Kumo ninjas had set up a perimeter. He began sensing the area and scratched his chin while planning. Sensei's analysis was on point. There are over 250 ninjas from Kumogakure over here. Now how should I deal with them? He formulated a plan and decided to stay hidden until the night. None of the Kumogakure ninjas noticed him. The Kumogakure ninjas had a change in leadership. Hari still stayed as the advisor as this was his idea. But Darui and Samui were called back to Kumogakure. Instead, 2 elite jounins were sent to replace them. Soon it was night. The Kumo ninjas changed shifts. Around 60 ninjas began manning the perimeter while the others went to sleep. The Kumo ninjas guarding the mine hadn't faced much threat. Hari had kept their losses against Fujin's squad a secret from them. And other than a local squad spotting them and running away, there wasn't any other incident. So the ninjas were very relaxed. However, they suddenly heard a sound. They quickly looked above and were shocked. In the night sky, a huge shadow could be seen hiding among the clouds. One ninja gulped and asked, "What is that?" The ninja next to him replied, "It looks like a toad shadow." "But how can a toad fly?" Another said, "Wake up Hari-sama," and others quickly. They need to see this. However, they suddenly felt raindrops falling down on their faces. Just a second later, their eyes widened. They watched in horror as massive fire rained down on their entire base. A minute ago, Jiraiya summoned the giant toad Gamabunta and jumped high into the sky. They got right on top of the mine. Gamabunta released a huge oil jutsu that covers the entire mine. Meanwhile, Jiraiya made a clone and used strong fire and wind jutsus at the same time. The Kumo ninjas didn't expect such a massive attack. Over 180 ninjas were asleep due to it being late in the night. All of them were hit by the massive attack. A few felt the heat and woke up. Unfortunately, before they could figure out what was happening and defend themselves, they were engulfed by fire and boiling oil. They didn't even have a chance to defend themselves and died screaming in the fire. Kumogakure's advisor Hari also caught on fire along with the rest. He tried calculating what was happening and how his excellent plans turned into such a disaster. Unfortunately, he would die before reaching a conclusion. The ninjas who were on patrol too weren't strong enough to defend against such an attack. A majority of them died without forming any jutsus. A few used defensive jutsus, but the huge scale of the jutsu meant that they didn't last even a few seconds. Only a dozen or so ninjas managed to escape underground. Unfortunately, as soon as they escaped into the ground turned into a swamp. All of them were trapped in it. Soon the hot oil mixed in the swamp. They had the worst fate among all the Kumo ninjas as they slowly felt their surroundings heating up and cooking their bodies. A few yelled in terror, however, the swamp poured into their mouths and gagged them when they opened it to yell. Gamabunta landed a bit away from all the fire. The trees in the vicinity were destroyed due to his landing. A massive fire was spreading through the area. At the same time, it began raining heavily. Jiraiya asked, "Bunta, are any of them alive?" Gamabunta replied, "A few in the swamp are still struggling, though they should die soon." He looked at Jiraiya and asked, "Is it already the start of the fourth Great Ninja War?" Jiraiya replied, "Sensei said no. I guess he wanted this to be done to prevent it. We have to extinguish all our traces before leaving and make it seem like a natural calamity or an accident." Gamabunta complained, "So we'd have to now douse this entire fire?" Jiraiya replied, "Yes, and we also have to destroy this mine." Gamabunta sighed. Soon the last of the Kumo ninjas died. Gamabunta jumped into the sky once again and shot huge water bullets down at the mine. The water bullet doused the raging fire. The power behind the water bullet damaged the mine as well. Gamabunta repeated this a few more times until the entire mine collapsed. The dead bodies of Kumo ninjas were already cremated by the fire. Whatever was left was crushed by the powerful water bullets. When the mines collapsed, the camps and the remains of all the Kumo ninjas were buried deep within the mine. It would be difficult to distinguish their ashes from the soil. Even the swamp that Jiraiya's clone had created was destroyed by the water bullets. Half an hour later, Jiraiya and Gamabunta observed the mining site. It was completely wrecked. There were no signs of human settlements. Instead, it looked as if God had condemned this place. The ground was sinking into the mine and the entire area was flooded with water. The rains had intensified and lightning was striking occasionally. Satisfied with the destruction, Gamabunta went back to Mount Mayaboku while Jiraiya escaped. The entire mine had been destroyed and not a single person knew what happened there. The ninjas from the land of hot water were asked to stay clear of this place. The daimyo didn't want to take any unnecessary casualties. However, there were 12 people who were staying in the surrounding villages who noticed the anomalies happening around the area of the mine. They immediately rushed towards the mine. While rushing, those 12 ninjas met with each other and went together. When they reached the location, shock could be seen on their faces. However, soon their faces returned to normal. One of them said, "This is exactly like Lord Hokage said it would be." The others nodded. This group was the 3 Umbu squads that destroyed Yusuke's mansion a couple of nights ago. One of them said, "It's time to execute the next step of the mission." They immediately rushed towards the Land of Frost. The remaining 7 Umbu squads who were spreading rumors in the Land of Lightning had completed their task and withdrawn to a location in the Land of Frost. The group of 3 Umbu squads who were rushing into the Land of Frost were heading exactly to that location as directed by Hiruzen. On meeting up, the Umbu who witnessed the havoc that Jiraiya had left told the rest about the destruction they had witnessed. After telling all the specifics, all 40 Umbu ninjas headed back towards the Land of Lightning. They infiltrated the Land of Lightning once again with the same mission but different rumors. once again the Umbu ninjas began spreading a variety of rumors in various disguises and in numerous villages. All of them said that their great lord Raikage had found a chakra metal mine. They said that the mine would make Kumogakure the strongest ninja village in the world. However, the following part was reported differently by the Umbu ninjas. Around half of them said that the other villages weren't happy and were afraid of how ambitious the Raikage was. So the fourth Mizukage showed up with his elite ninjas and killed all Kumo ninjas who were protecting the mine. He still wasn't satisfied, so he transformed into the three-tailed beast abomination and destroyed the entire mine. Some said that the gods were angered by how power-hungry the Raikage was. So they decided to punish Kumogakure for his crimes by unleashing a catastrophic calamity on the mine and the ninjas guarding that mine. A couple of Umbu said that the 11-year-old boy who had earlier killed 60 Kumo ninjas was angry that Kumogakure killed his teammates. So he returned to destroy the mine and slaughter everyone. In this way, multiple imaginative rumors were spread throughout the country. The common citizens were intrigued and worried by such news. They couldn't help but discuss it further among themselves. In no time these rumors began spreading alongside the previous rumors. Unknown to him, A's reputation kept taking a hit. Around the time that the Umbu ninjas infiltrated the Land of Lightning again, Mabui headed into the Raikage's office. Her face was grim. Chapter 214. A's rage. A noticed Mabui's expression and a frown formed on his face. Mabui said, "Raikage-sama, we have bad news." A asked, "What happened this time?" Mabui said, "Various rumors are spreading throughout the country about the clash between Konoha ninjas and our forces." A shouted in anger, "What? I told you to keep it a secret. How did that information spread?" Mabui quickly answered, "I kept it a secret. I am sure that Advisor Hari did too. I did some analysis and I believe that the rumors haven't started in our village. Instead, they have entered our village from the outside." A asked, "What do you mean by outside?" Mabui said, "I believe that someone is spreading the rumors in other villages in our country. The rumors reached our village while spreading through them." A was stunned. However, he soon realized. He got angry and once again smashed his desk while shouting, "That damned Hiruzen!" Mabui sighed in her mind thinking, "I just replaced that old desk." However, she agreed with his analysis. She too believed that Konoha was spreading these rumors. She said, "Raikage-sama, the rumors themselves are worrying. While some rumors say the truth, a majority of them say that our 60 ninja force was defeated by one young Konoha ninja. Some even say that they were defeated by a kid who hadn't even graduated yet from the academy." A's eyes widened. His rage grew further. He stood up. A lightning cloak appeared around him as he cursed. "First those bastards spread rumors and then they dare to defame us?" Before he could speak more, Mabui said, "That's not all, Raikage-sama. There is another worrying situation." A asked, "What else?" Mabui said, "I haven't received any communications from Advisor Hari. His report should have arrived a couple of hours ago." A calmed down and became serious on hearing that. He had sent 2 elite jounin, dozens of jounins, more than 200 chunins and an advisor to the mine. If anything happened to them or the mine, then the losses would be severe. He didn't want to act on emotions on such a serious matter, he said. The messenger birds could get lost at times. "Are you sure that it is something to be worried about?" Mabui replied, "I just have a bad feeling, Raikage-sama." A thought for a bit and said, "Wait till this afternoon. If Hari doesn't send a message once more, then have Darui's team check on them. In the meantime, arrange for some ninjas to explore the villages in our country. Eliminate any of those Konoha scum spreading rumors." Mabui nodded and immediately left. She informed Darui's group to be ready. And she dispatched a dozen squads to scout the country for anyone spreading the rumors. The Umbu from Konoha were aware that they would be suspected this time. So they just spread rumors for around 6 hours before escaping. The Kumogakure ninjas had to search the huge country and didn't know where to start. So the Umbu ended up escaping even before the Kumogakure ninjas reached anywhere close to them. Having completed their mission successfully, all 10 squads left the Land of Lightning safely and began returning to Konoha. A's day kept on getting worse. A lot of elders and clan leaders kept visiting him asking about the rumors spreading through the village. Though they had passively agreed earlier, the losses made them rethink their positions. They didn't want to fight a war if their losses would be horrendous. It had to pacify them all and tell them the exact details of the clash. His frustration grew with every meeting. At noon, Mabui returned to his office. She was about to report but stopped seeing how terrible A's mood was. A noticed her and said, "Get on with it and tell me what more bad news you have." Mabui reported, "Reikage-sama, Hari hasn't sent the message once again. I have dispatched Darui's squad to check on them." A thought about what to say but no words left his mouth. He was tired of dealing with all the shit on the same day. He had continuous meetings all morning and hadn't even had the time to have breakfast. He got up and said, "All right. You handle the matter." Mabui saw as Reikage walked towards the wall behind him. He formed a fist and punched a new door in the wall. Mabui watched with a deadpan expression thinking, "I knew it." She asked, "Where are you going, Reikage-sama?" A said, "I need a break. I will be sparring with B. If anyone has any complaints or worries, send them there if they dare to come." He immediately disappeared. Normally, Mabui would chuckle whenever this happens. Whenever A was overburdened by village politics, he would go to B and fight against his tailed beast form. No elder or clan head or advisor would dare to go close to their fight. It was A's way of telling them to shut their mouths and demonstrating his and his brother's power. Unfortunately, Mabui couldn't chuckle. She was troubled by the situation herself. She sighed, "What a mess. We haven't even started the war yet and just made 2 moves and still have to deal with such a headache. We underestimated Konoha due to the previous incident. I hope that nothing bad happens again." B was writing a few rap lines in his book when it landed in front of him with a huge force and sent dust flying. A looked at B and said, "B, we are sparring. Use your full strength." B had heard the rumors going around in the village. He knew that it would be extremely frustrated. He said, "Yo yo yo. Brother, what's good? You look mad stressed, man. Come spar with your brother B and let's ease that tension." A was even more annoyed due to B's rapping. He immediately activated his lightning chakra mode. At the same time, Gyuki's giant octopus tentacles appeared behind B as he transformed into Gyuki. Both began sparring at their full power. Their spar continued through the entire afternoon and destroyed a few mountains while creating a few new valleys. After ending the spar, they went to B's home for a late lunch. The spar and the break from others helped to relax. But B could still see that he was worried and his mind wasn't on the food he was eating. In order to get it off his mind, B asked, "So what's the dealio? Why you looking like you just saw a ghost or something?" A sighed and explained the situation. He explained his plan to start a new war with Konoha, Hirizen's tactics and annoyance caused by the elders and clan leaders from their village. B nodded and said, "Oh snap, now that is quite a mess indeed. But you still want to push forward, huh?" A nod. Ed and said, "It is for our village's prosperity." B argued, I feel you. But let me ask you this, do we need to keep being so aggressive? The village has been chillin' lately, why not take a step back and enjoy the peace?" A said, "This peace is only temporary. A new great war will eventually start. Konoha and Suna are in an alliance. If Konoha manages to convince Iwa and Kiri to make a move against us, we will be in a tough spot. Anyways, I have to leave. I can't leave the office for too long." Having finished his food, A began leaving. B looked at his back and said, "Just remember, brother, even if something goes wrong, we got each other's backs. We'll fix it together." A smiled and nodded before disappearing. He soon appeared in his office. However, his smile disappeared even before he entered his office. He entered his office from the same hole that he created and saw every elder, clan head and advisor in his office waiting for him. He looked at Mabui, who had a helpless expression on her face. Before it could say anything, an old man asked, "Lord Reikage, is it about time for you to inform us about the important events? Or do you plan to keep us in the dark until the very end?" A frowned. Though he didn't always inform others about his plans, he was confused about why they decided to gather together and confront him. More importantly, the identity of the old man was very sensitive. He was Inazuma, an advisor to his father, the third Reikage. He asked, "What do you mean?" Mabui stepped forward and informed, "Reikage-sama, some of the ninjas I dispatched returned back to the village. They said that there are a lot more rumors spreading around in the country." A asked, "It's just some rumors. I can understand common people being scared of them, but why are you giving it unnecessary attention?" Inazuma said, "It is due to the nature of those rumors. Though some of them are ridiculous, all of them say one thing in common." Inazuma stopped speaking and observed A's expression. Unfortunately, he couldn't gauge what it was thinking. Dada waited for a few seconds and shouted aggressively, "Stop testing me and just speak." Inazuma said, "They say that all the ninjas we sent to the mine have been wiped out. The mine itself has also been destroyed." A was stunned. Chapter 215, Elite Jounin Promotion? A immediately shouted, "Who is spreading such nonsense?" Mabui replied, "I believe it's the same group that spread the earlier rumors, Raikage-sama." Inazuma interrupted their conversation and said, "Stop speaking among yourself and tell us whether it is the truth or not. Losing 255 ninjas will be a huge loss even during wartime. We have never ever had such a loss during peacetime." A looked at Mabui and said, "Inform them." Everyone in the room got a bit nervous. As they expected, A was hiding something. Mabui said, "We haven't received any communications from Hari since this morning. I have dispatched Darui's squad to check whether they are fine. We will need to wait until they return to find out if something has happened or if the communications have been cut off somehow." The room got restless on hearing that. They began feeling that those ridiculous rumors had some truth to them. One of the elders complained, How can you hide such huge news from us?" A snorted, "Messages not reaching is a very common thing. I didn't think there was anything to be concerned about. You old fellows need to stop wasting your and my time on the rumors Hiruzen is spreading and instead prepare for war." However, Inazuma argued, "First we need to know the truth of this incident. If our ninjas have all been killed, then we won't support the war. Instead, our focus should be on getting justice for the lives of our ninjas." Every leader in the room agreed with him. They discussed important matters for some time before ending the meeting. After they left, A's rage went through the roof. Mabui quickly said, "Calm down, Raikage-sama." A said, "These old cowards are the reason why I couldn't launch a full-scale offensive against Konoha during the Hyuga incident. These bastards will stop me again this time too." Anger could be felt in his voice. He looked at Mabui and said, "Send a few more squads after Darui. Hiruzen must be scheming something to spread rumors like these." Mabui nodded and left. Later that day, the negotiator group that had left Kumogakure a few days ago reached the location of the mine. However, they were shocked by what they were witnessing. One of them asked, "Hey, isn't this place supposed to be a mine?" The person next to him nodded, "It is. And more than 250 ninjas are supposed to be guarding it." The ninjas in the group immediately began inspecting the place. They searched a lot but didn't find a single ninja on the site. The mine was destroyed as well. They immediately began sending messages to Kumogakure. After sending messages, they moved away quite a distance from the site and set up a camp. The entire group was highly alert. Around the same time, a small toad landed in Hiruzen's office and handed him a scroll. Hiruzen opened and read it. A small smile formed on his face. He said, "Takao, call Fujin here. And you can go home." Takao nodded and left. Hiruzen analyzed, "Now every move I planned has been played. A's position will be a mess. He shouldn't be able to start a war. If he tries to blame Konoha, I will refuse the fact that we took any such mission to the mine. The only loose end is that he might have the dead bodies of Katsumi and Ryota. If he does, he can use them as evidence. Though even if he does, I can think of a dozen methods to turn that against him and turn the situation in our favor." Though it was getting late, Fujin was still in the training ground. Sweat could be seen on his face and his breath was heavy. Fujin calmed himself down and bit his thumb, making it bleed. He made the snake hand seal once again and slammed his hands on the ground. Summoning jutsu, Rashomon, a large gate with a frightening demonic face on it appeared from the ground in front of Fujin. Fujin began breathing heavily once again, but a smile could be seen on his face. He thought, "Great. I managed to successfully summon it 5 times in a row. This jutsu can be considered as being learnt." He made a hand seal and a shadow clone appeared next to him. The clone flickered on the other side of the gate and shot a vacuum cannon at it. The vacuum cannon hit the gate right at the center. It caused a small dent and the Rashomon gate up couldn't break through it. Fujin was surprised. He analyzed, "I didn't think that this jutsu would be able to make a dent in Rashomon. Is my Rashomon weaker?" Fujin thought for a while but couldn't reach any conclusion. He thought, "The only memories of Rashomon I have are Orochimaru and Hashirama using it. Both are in a different league compared to me and they were trying to stop Kurama's attacks. Leave it. I haven't seen anything stop my vacuum bullet so far. This strength should be plenty F." Oh! Fujin suddenly got alert and looked towards his left. His eyes began glowing blue as he thought, what is he doing here? Fujin's clone and the Rashomon gate disappeared. In a few seconds, Takao appeared in his eyesight. Takao saw Fujin and said, Fujin, Hokage-sama has called you to his office. Fujin said, all right. Thank you for delivering the message. Takao observed the training ground. The Rashomon gate had disappeared, but Takao could see how ruined the ground on the training field was and how tired Fujin looked at. He said, Fujin, losses happen frequently in our life. Being a ninja is tough. Don't blame yourself or overwork due to it. Otherwise, you might hurt yourself. Fujin nodded and replied, thank you, Takao-san. I will keep it in mind. Takao nodded and left. Fujin sighed, I am more worried about my life. I can't possibly rest. Besides, the pressure seems to be good. Rashomon is quite a difficult jutsu. Still, I managed to learn it in less than 3 days. Fujin left towards the Hokage building as he analyzed, now what exactly does Hiruzen want from me to call me so late in the night? Fujin arrived in the Hokage building and knocked on the door of Hiruzen's office. Hiruzen said, come in. Fujin entered. Hiruzen was alone in the room. Though Fujin didn't know, even the Umbu ninjas weren't in his office. Fujin said, Takao-san said that you called Grandpa. Hiruzen nodded and said, take a chair and seat in front of me, Fujin. I want your opinion on something. Fujin grabbed a chair and placed it in front of the desk. Though his actions were normal, in truth, Fujin was very nervous. Hiruzen placed a sheet of paper in front of Fujin as soon as he sat down and said, I received this news a few minutes ago. He placed another sheet of paper on the desk and said, I received this news today as well. Read these 2 papers and tell me your thoughts about them. Fujin was confused by Hiruzen's actions. He had thought of a lot of possibilities, but he never imagined that Hiruzen wanted him to analyze some reports. Fujin grabbed the first sheet of paper and began reading. Immediately his eyes widened at what was written. He looked at Hiruzen in disbelief, but Hiruzen didn't have any expression on his face. Fujin began reading again. The paper mentioned that the chakra metal mine was completely destroyed and no one was around the mine. Fujin immediately began reading the second paper. His expression became peculiar on reading it as it mentioned the rumors spreading through the land of fire. Fujin easily figured out that they were talking about him, that he couldn't help but wonder, I am this awesome? Why didn't I know about it? I don't think that even the children of the Sage of Six Path were this amazing. Reading the 2 sheets of paper relaxed Fujin a lot. He knew that everything on those 2 sheets was planned and executed by Hiruzen. His worries faded away knowing that Hiruzen didn't plan to cower once again. Hiruzen asked, so, what are your thoughts on these events, Fujin? Fujin looked into his eyes and said in an innocent tone, Grandpa, if the things written here are true, then you need to promote me to Elite Jounin rank immediately and pay me the rewards for a few Rank S missions. Chapter 216, A Sleepless Night. Hiruzen was stunned by the reply. A look of disbelief could be seen on his face. Even his mouth was left slightly open. He guessed that Fujin would figure out that it was his schemes that did this and hence called Fujin to verify his strategic acumen. He expected that Fujin would be awed by his schemes. However, he never expected such a shameless response. Fujin's reply stunned Hiruzen so much that he forgot to breathe for a moment and began coughing. Fujin innocently asked, Grandpa, are you all right? He picked up a water bottle nearby, poured the water into a glass and handed it to Hiruzen. Hiruzen accepted it and drank it. He couldn't help but stare at Fujin and curse, this greedy brat. I should have sent him to Root. I saved Danzo from so much trouble and didn't get anything in return. Meanwhile, Fujin enjoyed the range of emotions displayed on Hiruzen's face. After all, it wasn't often one got to see such emotions on Hiruzen's face. Hiruzen said, jokes aside, what did you analyze? Fujin put up a sad face and replied, I wasn't joking. Hiruzen didn't reply and stared right at him until Fujin felt uncomfortable. Fujin shrugged and said, it was worth a try. Fujin became serious and began analyzing what Hiruzen had shown him. The most obvious thing is that all of these were ordered by you. Hiruzen nodded and asked, why and how did I do this? Fujin answered, I had suspected that Yusuke or perhaps even the daimyo of the Land of Hot Water was allied with Kumo. That is why I didn't escape to their village despite it being closer. Seeing that Yusuke's mansion is destroyed and Kumogakure is suspected, I guess he was involved with Kumogakure. Since he is dead, I guess that it was a punishment for betraying us and causing the deaths of my comrades. As for destroying the mansion, that was done to pin the blame on Kumo. The rumors should have been spread by a special division that specializes in such stuff. Since the report said Land of Lightning and not Kumogakure, I guess that they spread the rumors in villages without any ninjas and the rumors spread from there on. This should cause panic in the country and put a lot of pressure on the Raikage against starting a war. As for the destruction of the mine, I can see why you did it. I have heard that Kumo's military is very strong. And the location of the mine was closer to them than our village. So we may have been at a disadvantage if we fought a war over it. But I don't know how you could cause such destruction. Hiruzen was impressed by Fujin's analysis. He thought, brilliant. Though some of it was incorrect, the analysis is great considering how young and inexperienced he is, he said. Good analysis. You don't need to worry about how the mine was destroyed for now. Your analysis of the rumors was on point. As for the rest, it is lacking in some parts. Hiruzen explained to Fujin the reasoning and intention behind most of his moves without giving Fujin any critical information. Fujin listened carefully. As he kept listening, he was more and more impressed by how clever, cunning and thorough Hiruzen was. His schemes were planned intricately and came one after another continuously. And his every move made life miserable for A. Fujin almost felt pity for A. All his schemes were recognized by Hiruzen in one glance, and instead, he had to face schemes that were on a whole different tier. Fujin couldn't help but wonder, if he is so good at scheming, why did he take a loss during the Hyuga incident? Were there any other factors involved? Hiruzen let his words sink into Fujin. When he saw Fujin look at him, he said, "You have done a great job for the village. If you didn't make it out alive and bring the news to me, I wouldn't have known what they were planning. We may have experienced a lot of losses in that case." Fujin replied with a sad expression, "It wasn't just me, Grandpa." Hiruzen nodded and said, "It's unfortunate what happened to others. Tomatsu should be brought back to Konoha in a couple of days. As for the rest, remember their sacrifice. As a ninja, you will see many of your comrades die to protect you and the village. Never forget what they sacrificed for you, Fujin. Every time you go to missions and every time you train, remember the ones who sacrificed themselves to protect you. Work so hard that whenever they look down from heaven, they will have a smile on their face knowing that you won't let us feel their absence." Fujin was surprised by Hiruzen's speech. He looked at Hiruzen as if his words made him understand something. Hiruzen was satisfied by Fujin's reaction. However, he might puke in anger if he knew Fujin's thoughts. Fujin was thinking in surprise, "This old guy. He doesn't let go of a single opportunity to brainwash and influence others. Fuck. I was only acting to be shameless. I knew he wouldn't promote or reward me. But this guy. Shamelessness is buried into each and every cell of this old man. It can never be taken away from him." Hiruzen was blissfully unaware of Fujin's thoughts. He instructed, "Don't tell anyone about our discussion. No one should know about this. I will talk with Tomatsu too. You guys never took the mission to the land of hot water. You guys never went to the chakra metal mine. You never fought with Darui or the others, and you never killed any Kumo ninja. Is that understood?" Fujin nodded. He knew the importance of the discussion they had and would obviously not play around with that knowledge. Especially since it would also implicate him. Hiruzen said, "One last thing. You are not allowed to take any missions that would require you to leave the village." Fujin furrowed his eyebrows. He said, "I was planning to take a few months off and train a few jutsus from the library to strengthen myself. But can you tell me why?" Hiruzen replied, "Though we will deny your acts, your name has gained a lot of fame in the Land of Lightning. They will place a bounty on your head. So leaving the village will become very risky for you." Fujin's eyes widened. He muttered, "I forgot about the bounties." Hiruzen said, "Continue training. In a couple of months I will invite you to join the Umbu ranks. You can take missions with the Umbu as your identity will be hidden." Fujin couldn't help but think, so many surprises in so little time. "I never thought that I'd be tired of being surprised," he said. "All right, Gramps. Sensei had informed me about the Umbu. I'll keep training until you invite me." Now that the root was dissolved, Fujin had no worries about joining the Umbu. The two bade farewell and Fujin left. As he walked, he analyzed, "What a mess. Still, I am glad that Hiruzen told me about his schemes. They were crazy good and fun. I can imagine the mess that Kumogakure would be in, ha ha ha. Also, Jiraiya and his toads are probably even more impressive than what I remember. After all, mines are supposed to be huge and there should be a lot of Kumo ninjas defending it. But looking at the confidence with which Hiruzen spoke, it is safe to say that Jiraiya completely wiped them out without getting injured. Though Hiruzen didn't mention Jiraiya, it wasn't difficult for Fujin to figure out that it was him. He ended his thoughts and took a deep breath. A huge pressure was lifted off his shoulders as he knew that his life wasn't under threat anymore. He had a huge meal before going home and taking a nice long and peaceful sleep. Unlike Fujin, one person was guaranteed to have a sleepless and tiring night. A had just gone to bed when he heard someone banging on his door. He got up annoyed and opened the door to see Mabui. Her expression was very grim. A asked, "What's the issue that you have to disturb me at this time?" Mabui didn't say anything and just handed him the scroll. A opened it and began reading. His eyes widened as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He shouted, "What the hell?" Mabui didn't say anything. She too was shocked when she received the communication from the group of negotiators. A quickly instructed, issue a council meeting in 15 minutes. If anyone doesn't show up, I will go wake them up myself. Mabui replied, "I'll arrange it, Raikage-sama." She left and dispatched the umbu to every council member's house. In 15 minutes, all gathered in the meeting room in the Raikage building. Many were annoyed at being woken up at this hour and forced to come to a meeting. When the meeting started, they all aggressively began demanding why they were called. Dada didn't say anything and just handed them the scroll he received from Mabui. There was a pin-drop silence in the room when they read the details in the scroll. Every single person had a grim face. The silence was broken when someone said, "The rumors were true." Disbelief could be heard in his voice. However, A corrected him, "Only the result was true. We don't know what the cause is." The room became silent once again. After some time, Inazuma said, "Among the three, the rumor of the youngster destroying the mine can be dismissed. And it is very unbelievable that a natural calamity can kill every ninja we sent." A said, "I don't see why the Mizukage would come here to destroy our mine. He already has a revolt to suppress. I believe Hiruzen is trying to confuse us through these rumors." Chapter 217, Daimyo's words. Dada didn't waste any time blaming Hiruzen for the incidents. The rest of the room agreed with him. After all, the Mizukage was already embroiled in a war. So why would he waste his energy making such a long trip to attract a new enemy? However, a clan leader still had doubts. He asked, "But does Konoha still have the capability to unleash such destruction? After all, their Sanins are away, their Hokage is old and their Jinchuriki is still a child. Besides, the destruction caused completely matches the destruction caused by Three Tails' past rampages." However, his point was quickly countered by another. According to our intel, the Toad Sage Jiraiya manages a spy network throughout the ninja world. Hiruzen contacting him and asking him to make a move so quickly isn't far-fetched. Not to mention, his toads can do similar destruction as mentioned in the report. The group discussed more and reached the conclusion that this was accomplished by Jiraiya. They began discussing what action they should undertake. I kept pushing for a full-scale war. However, the majority of the people in the room tried opposing such a call. Though Jiraiya's actions enraged them, they also brought back horrible memories of the war. They didn't want to start a new war. Their discussions soon became heated, and it began getting an upper hand when a knock was heard. The group became silent and frowned. A said, "Come in." The door was opened and a Chunin entered the room. A scolded him, "What is so important that you had to interrupt a council meeting?" The Chunin was intimidated. However, he steeled himself and said, "Lord Raikage, we have received an emergency message from Lord Daimyo." The entire room became alert on hearing that. Frowns formed on many faces. The messenger continued, "He will be visiting our village in the morning and wants to conduct a council meeting as soon as he arrives." A's face had a very ugly expression. He asked, "Is that all?" The Chunin nodded. He left the room after A dismissed him. As soon as the door was closed, A's eyes wandered into the room. He observed everyone's expressions to see if any of them contacted the daimyo. Unfortunately, he couldn't gauge anything. Inazuma said, "Since we will be having a meeting tomorrow morning once again, it will be better to plan our actions after it." A's was upset on hearing that. However, his expression improved as Inazuma looked at everyone in the room and said, "It is obvious that everyone in this room will have different opinions. However, don't forget that we are all a part of the same village. We will show a united front to the daimyo. If you have any complaints or disagreements, raise them after he leaves." No one opposed him. The meeting ended. However, all of them would stay up all night to prepare for the meeting that would take place in a few hours. Around the same time the meeting ended, Darui, Samui and C reached the location of the mine. When they saw the scene they were shocked. C muttered, "What the hell happened here?" Darui had a grim expression. He said, "More importantly, where are advisor Hari and the rest?" Suddenly they looked to their right. A Kumogakure ninja appeared next to them. He was from the negotiating group. He brought Darui and the rest to where they were camped and both sides exchanged information. They split into two groups. One group stayed to protect the camp while the other group began investigating the mine for any clues and began assessing the damage done to the mine. After a thorough investigation, Seaside, there is no clue related to the ninjas that were stationed here. And the mine is so damaged that it might take more than a year to fix it and begin mining once again. Darui nodded. They sent another report to A while investigating even more. The next morning, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning showed up in Kumogakure. He wasted no time in entering the council room. The council members gathered immediately and began the meeting. The daimyo was an old man. He looked at A and said, "I am guessing that you know why I am here, right?" A said, "Is it due to the rumors?" Daimyo nodded and answered, "In part." A snorted, "The rumors are nothing but a ploy played by the Hokage to create panic in our country." Daimyo replied, "I don't doubt that. So can you tell me the truth? Or do you plan to keep me in the dark like the last time?" A's face became dark. The daimyo noticed it and didn't push A any further. A asked, "What do you want to know about?" The daimyo said, "About the mine, the clash with the Konoha ninjas and whether the mine was destroyed. Also, tell me about your next plans." Not seeing any point in keeping the incidents a secret, A informed the daimyo about the truth of those events. He ended by saying, "As for the plans, we are still deciding. However, I want to invade Konoha and make them regret killing my subordinates." The others in the council frowned but didn't oppose him. The daimyo said, "Right now every citizen in our country is terrified." He looked at A and said, "They are terrified about your actions. I guess that most of your ninjas are doubting you too. How do you plan to wage a war under these circumstances?" Rage appeared on A's face when he heard the daimyo saying that his ninjas might be doubting him. However, before he could explode, Inazuma said, "Lord Daimyo, it's just the rumors that have created confusion. We can easily quell those rumors by starting new rumors and increase our morale through it." The daimyo replied, "True. But which rumors would help you resolve this?" He placed a few letters on the table. Inazuma frowned. The daimyo said, "These are letters that I have received from every other daimyo. The daimyo of Hot Water has complained about you mining in his country illegally. The other daimyos have also condemned your actions." The Kumo ninjas frowned upon hearing that. The daimyo continued, "They will soon be sending their forces to the mine. If they find proof of Kumogakure's illegal mining activities, then a trade embargo will be placed on the Land of Lightning for 6 months. The mine itself will be handed over to the Land of Iron for mining. They have already sent their samurais over to take control of the mine. The Hokage has expressed his support for this and has promised to send his forces to aid the samurais. Though there hasn't been any word from the Tsuchikage and Kazekage, their respective daimyos have promised to send ninjas to the mine as the chakra metal extracted will be divided equally among the ones who contribute forces to defend the mine." The mood in the room became heavy as the daimyo kept delivering one bad news after another. The daimyo observed the mood in the room with satisfaction. Finally, he said, "Raikage, I know I can't force you to not wage a war. However, I want you to know what you will be facing if you start a war. At the very least, you will have to face the combined might of the Land of Iron and the Land of Fire in the Land of Hot Water, which supports them. In the worst-case scenario, you will even have to face the armies of the Land of Wind and the Land of Stone as well. Additionally, if you wage a war, the trade embargo won't be placed for just 6 months." The daimyo stood up and said, "I would recommend you to extinguish any proof of your activities there and withdraw back. We could join them and gain our share of the chakra metal and our economy wouldn't have to suffer from the trade embargo. I'll leave the final decision to you." Having said what he wanted to, the daimyo left the room. His officials followed him. He was aware of A's short temper and didn't want to be at the receiving end of it. So he didn't antagonize him too much. The atmosphere in the council room was very gloomy. Though many of them didn't want a war, being forced to stop this way was very humiliating. Even A was troubled. While he was confident about defeating Konoha's armies, he didn't have any confidence in a victory against the combined forces of Konoha and the Land of Iron. The council brainstormed on the available options. They came up with a lot of different ideas. Unfortunately, every single idea was deemed too risky to implement. In the end, they had to swallow a bitter pill and quit. Sent messages to Darui and the negotiating group to get rid of all clues that could point to them and return back to Kumogakure. They followed his instructions. A couple of days after the Kumogakure ninjas left, an army consisting of 1,000 samurais led by Mifune, 200 Konoha ninjas led by Kakashi and 50 Yugakure ninjas led by Takuhei appeared at the site of the mine. Chapter 218, Taking All the Blame. Just like others before them, this group too was shocked by what they were witnessing. The Land of Hot Water forces didn't dare to approach this place after confirming Kumogakure's presence. Though they heard the news of floods coming out from here, they stayed away from Kumogakure ninjas. So they never knew about the destruction of the mine. Even Kakashi was unaware of the truth as Hiruzen didn't inform him about Jiraiya's actions. Takuhei analyzed the entire landscape and cursed. The entire mine has been destroyed by those bastards. Mifune and Kakashi didn't say anything as they too reached the same conclusion. Mifune sighed, "We will first have to clean up this place and make new arrangements. Though the surface of the mine has been destroyed, the valuable materials inside it should be safe." However, he frowned and said, "But Kumogakure has crossed all limits this time. Not only did they mine illegally, they even destroyed the mine before leaving." Takuhei looked at Mifune and requested, "Lord Mifune, we have to make Kumogakure pay for their actions. Otherwise they will keep behaving like this." Mifune thought for a bit before shaking his head. He said, "It won't be easy. I believe that they destroyed this mine to clear all their traces. Without any proof, we won't be able to take any action. Besides, though we have threatened Kumogakure, I doubt any of us want a war with them." Kakashi nodded, "Yeah. It's best if war is prevented. Otherwise, everyone's losses will far exceed the value of this mine. But we could still make them pay economically." Mifune replied, "True. But let's leave that to the daimyos." He looked at everyone behind them and instructed, "Begin cleaning this place. Also, see if you can find any evidence to prove that the Kumogakure forces were here." The samurais and the ninjas got to work. Mifune said, "Clearing up this mine will take a lot of time. I can't wait here that long. I will wait here until all the countries reach an agreement. Once all countries have signed up, every major village will deploy 50 ninjas to protect this mine, and I will leave 200 samurais here for the same." Takuhei and Kakashi nodded. Everyone got to work. However, they didn't find any clues that could be linked to Kumogakure. With dropping plans for the invasion, all villages agreed to share the mine. The Land of Iron will be responsible for mining and distributing the chakra metal and other precious metals at the same level among the villages that protected the mine. So Konohagakure, Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Sunagakure and the Land of Iron would get those metals equally. Kirigakure couldn't provide the troops and hence was left out. All these 5 countries would pay half the price of chakra metals to the Land of Hot Water. In addition, Land of Hot Water will get all the normal materials mined from the mine. Later on, it would come to know that everyone blamed him for destroying the mine to cover his tracks. However, since no one had any proof, no one spoke out loud. The realization that he was being held responsible for the enemy's actions sent the Raikage into a seething fury. Not only did he lose more than 260 capable ninjas, he even had to take the blame for Hiruzen's actions. And the worst part was that he couldn't defend himself. To defend himself, he would first have to admit the fact that Kumogakure was mining illegally inside another country. Soa couldn't do anything but suffer in silence. While the countries were busy discussing the mine, Fujin was busy training. He had met up with Tamatsu once but spent the remaining time on training. In a week's time he had already learnt Iron Skin Jutsu and Bringer of Darkness Genjutsu. However, he hit a wall. Fujin was sitting on the training ground with his back against a tree. His chakra was almost exhausted. A frown could be seen on his face. He analyzed, "What is the issue? I have been trying this jutsu for over a week but have made no progress at all." After learning the 2 jutsus, Fujin began learning Wild Lion's main jutsu. This was the same jutsu that Jiraiya frequently used. It could grow hair and allow the caster to freely manipulate them. Unfortunately, Fujin was stuck at the very first step. No matter how he manipulated his chakra, he couldn't get his hair to grow at all. Fujin analyzed a lot before sighing. It's no use. I guess that there are more complexities involved before I am able to use this jutsu. I am not sure what those are, but the most likely possibility could be that I would need a medical ninja to artificially enhance whatever promotes hair growth. Only then I might be able to cast this jutsu. Considering that Jiraiya had Tsunade and Orochimaru in his team, it could explain why he could do it easily and why I haven't seen anyone else use this jutsu. Fujin let out another sigh. It looks like my plans to have a triple-layered defense with Rashomon, Wild Lion's Mane and Iron Skin will need to be stalled. Though it's fine. Just Rashomon and Iron Skin combined with Wind Jutsus is quite strong. Fujin decided to give up on Wild Lion's Mane and Needle Jizo Jutsus for the time being. He left for home and decided to continue learning Lightning Jutsus. The next day, he did his physical workout and returned to his basement. He made a few hand signs. Lightning appeared on his body and immediately transformed into needles. He made another hand sign and over 100 electric needles were launched from his body. Fujin analyzed, "Good, L will have to improve the speed of this jutsu, but otherwise it is learnt. Now I have only 2 jutsus to practice. Unfortunately, one will require a partner or at least a victim, so I can't learn it for now. It leaves just one. Though this one is very strong." Fujin made a shadow clone. The clone positioned himself opposite Fujin. Fujin weaved hand signs. The air around Fujin suddenly became heavy as he began exerting a huge amount of chakra. He extended his right arm ahead and pointed his index and middle finger at his clone. Lightning appeared around his 2 fingers and a huge portion of his chakra began transforming into lightning and gathered in his 2 fingers. After 40 seconds, around 24% of Fujin's chakra had been transformed into lightning and concentrated in his hands. He shouted, "Now." His shadow clone immediately bit his thumb making it bleed, made a snake hand seal and slammed his hands on the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Rashomon at the same time, Fujin launched an arrow made of lightning straight at the Rashomon gate. The arrow hit the gate and created a huge explosion. The force of the explosion immediately pushed Fujin backwards. Fujin covered his face and tried to look at the spot of the explosion. Chakra gathered in his eye as he tried to observe through the intense L. He couldn't help but think, the scroll was right. Luckily I took the warning seriously and decided to use Rashomon. Otherwise, my house would have been heavily damaged despite all the seals. After a few seconds, the explosion died down. Fujin could see the Rashomon gate. It still stood but its surface was filled with cracks. Fujin stepped closer and observed the gate. His eyes widened as he realized, incredible. The cracks go up to halfway in the gate. It's even more impressive compared to the damage from my vacuum cannon. Fujin analyzed for a minute and concluded, in terms of pure destructive power, this is my most powerful jutsu. But in terms of usability it is one of the worst. Though the destructive power is high, the chakra it needs is more than 10 times that of the vacuum cannon jutsu. Worse is the preparation time. The scroll stated that this time can be reduced with training, but it will still take a long time. At the very least, this jutsu will require 5 seconds of charging time. So in a normal situation it will be quite useless, but I guess this jutsu is most effective when there are teammates to provide that time. But considering that I plan to use lightning jutsus while in disguise, I don't have that option. Though I guess that I could still use shadow clones for that purpose. Fujin analyzed the pros and cons of the jutsu and decided, if I train this jutsu my training will be over in 4 attempts. I won't be able to train anymore on that day. So though it looks cool, it will be harmful if I waste months trying to slowly master this jutsu. I can think about practicing this jutsu once my chakra has multiplied a few times over. For now I should focus on mastering other jutsus. Having made his decision, Fujin decided to master the Iron Skin Jutsu. Chapter 219 Bounty. Fujin decided, I need to reduce the hand signs required for this jutsu. No, I want to eliminate them. Only then this jutsu will show its true worth. In addition, I also need to learn how to apply this jutsu to just one body part. It will save chakra and increase the versatility of this jutsu. Fujin was about to begin practicing when his doorbell rang. He answered the door. It was a messenger asking him to visit Hiruzen. Fujin flickered to Hiruzen's office. Since the door was open, he just walked in. Hiruzen noticed Fujin and handed him a book and said, "Check this." Hiruzen had already opened the page for Fujin to see. Fujin was surprised to see what he did. However, soon a smile appeared on his face as he thought, 20 million already? Not bad. Not bad at all. Though I guess that this is more due to Hiruzen's rumors rather than my achievements. Hiruzen looked at Fujin's smile and coughed to get Fujin's attention. He said, that isn't a good thing, Fujin. Fujin had a wry smile on his face on hearing his remark. He thought, shit, that fight with Darui makes me want to fight more such fights. I need to meditate and eliminate that thought. They may feel fun but are super harmful to my life. Fujin said, yes. But I don't need to be worried inside our village, right? Hiruzen nodded. There hasn't ever been any incident of anyone claiming bounties inside Konoha. You don't need to worry about that. Fujin nodded and said, all right, I won't be leaving Konoha until you think I am ready. Hiruzen replied, good. You can return to your training. Fujin thanked him politely and left. Since he didn't need to worry about it for the time being, Fujin ignored the bounty for now. If his speculations were right, Hiruzen would keep him among the Umbu for years. During this time, his identity will stay hidden. By the time he quit the Umbu, he was confident that his strength would be in a different league. When Fujin reached his house, he saw that there were 5 children his age waiting outside his house. He wondered, did these guys learn tree walking? The group of 5 orphans had arrived outside Fujin's house a few minutes earlier. They saw the tag that said that Fujin wasn't at home. Tatsuya sighed, it looks like he is on a mission. Our exams are less than 2 months away. The others nodded. Daisuke said, I hope he returns soon. At that instant, Fujin snuck up behind them and asked, who should return soon? They didn't expect someone to appear behind them suddenly and were startled. They quickly moved away from Fujin. Fujin chuckled at seeing their reactions that he asked, are you guys done with the tree walking exercise? Everyone nodded. Daisuke said, we all managed to learn it last Wednesday. Fujin nodded and said, good, how much time is left for the exams? Daisuke said, we have just around 7 weeks. Fujin thought for a bit and concluded, just 7 weeks. That's not enough time to teach them what I had planned for them. And once they graduate, I doubt they would have much of a reason to come to me. Seeing Fujin in a thought made them nervous. After all, their future was online. Tatsuya asked, Fujin, why are you thinking so hard? Fujin looked at them and decided, leave it, it's not my job to guide them thoroughly. It depends on their fate and will. I'll just point them in the right direction. Fujin said, I had initially planned to teach you guys a few more things. Unfortunately, I don't think you have enough time. So I'll just tell you what my plans were. If you have enough time, you can try to work on it. Otherwise, you can just focus on the 3 ninjutsus needed to pass the academy. Fujin's initial words increased their worries a lot. They took a few seconds to process what Fujin had said. Suddenly their eyes widened. Bunjiro asked, do you mean that we can pass the exam? Fujin nodded and said, as I said, these exercises have improved your control a lot. So learning those 3 basic jutsus should be very easy now. Just train hard and you will get it down rather quickly. They became excited on hearing Fujin's words. However, Bunjiro was intrigued by Fujin's words. He asked, what were your plans for us, Fujin? Fujin said, I was planning to have you improve your chakra control more. The next step would be to walk on water. Water isn't hard and stable like a tree. So it will be much more diff. Fujin was cut off as Ryoma exclaimed in excitement, we can walk on water? Fujin nodded and continued, but as I said, it is difficult to learn. Another plan I had was to make you learn at least 1 elemental jutsu. If you guys master the 3 jutsus quickly and have time, buy a chakra paper from any weapon store at IT will tell you what your chakra nature is. Then go to the section E of the library and pick up a simple jutsu of that nature and learn it. It will improve your rank in the exam considerably. The orphans quickly thanked Fujin for his guidance. They asked a few queries which were resolved by Fujin before leaving. Fujin saw their backs as they left. His smile faded away as he thought, not everyone in this group is serious about training. Otherwise, they would have been done with these basic exercises a long time ago. But the others in the group waited for that person, probably due to their friendship, and hence stalled their progress as well. Fujin couldn't help but analyze their situation. On one hand is their long friendship, which they probably relish a lot. On the other hand, if they cut off the slackers, they can progress much faster and increase their strength. That's a rough dilemma to face. Fujin turned around and headed into his home. Though many would struggle to decide between those two, Fujin had no doubts. In my previous world, success could be compared with the amount of money you had or earned. It didn't matter if one earned a bit less and enjoyed more time with family and friends and enjoyed your life. I would have chosen family and friends over money any day. But in this world, power reigns supreme. Sacrificing power to stay with friends who hold you back is foolish. After all, that little bit of power could be the difference between life and death. Of course, there is no need to terminate all friendships. They just have to train with the ones who train at the same pace and intensity as themselves or train solo. They can still remain friends but have to keep training out of their friendship. Though I guess I too share a bit of the blame, as I asked those 5 to come to me together instead of individually, as I didn't want to spend a lot of time on them. If I had told them to come whenever they reached the assigned goals, perhaps the result would have been different. Still, this is a good thing to know. One slacker can pull the whole group down. When I create an organization, such people will have to either be kept out or kept away from those who want to work harder and get stronger. And I shouldn't put some stupid restrictions like coming to me at the same time just for my convenience. Instead, making it a competition between them will give me much better results. I can even add some rewards similar to how Hiruzen rewarded me. That way everyone would work hard for the reward, and also due to peer pressure. Fujin ended his train of thought and continued his training. 2 weeks later, Fujin was breathing heavily. He had 4 shadow clones around him. A smile could be seen on his face. He thought, finally, I have reduced the number of hand seals to perform iron skin jutsu to just 1. And I can harden any part of my body I want to. He took a deep breath and dispelled his clones. He sat against a tree as he received their memories and experience. He analyzed, as I kept practicing this jutsu, the amount of chakra needed to sustain it dropped a lot. So I could use shadow clones to speed up my training. Otherwise, I might have needed around a month and a half to master this jutsu. Anyways, now that I have this jutsu down properly, it's time to try that. Fujin sat in a meditative pose. He grabbed a soldier pill and ate it. He meditated until his chakra reserves were back to full once again. His eyes opened. Determination and excitement could be seen in it, along with a hint of fear. He stood up and weaved hand signs. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram. He slammed his hands on the ground. Chapter 220, The Wolf Valley. Fujin weaved the hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground, summoning jutsu. Fujin immediately disappeared from Konoha. The scenery around Fujin changed instantly. He was in the air and began falling. Fujin landed on his feet as he thought, so this is how space-time travel feels? I kinda assumed that it would be uncomfortable or weird. Instead, it just feels like flickering. As soon as he landed, a lot of eyes turned towards him. Fujin too looked around himself. His chakra field was already spread out. He thought, so I am in the land of wolves, huh? Now, are they friendly or aggressive? Fujin had landed in a wolf valley. It was a huge place surrounded by massive mountains. Fujin sensed hundreds of wolves in his chakra field. And he could see that his chakra field didn't cover even 1% of the total area of the valley. The spot where Fujin landed had 9 wolves around him. They looked at Fujin with curiosity as he appeared out of nowhere. However, the curiosity didn't last long. A few seconds later, a wolf howled loudly and pounced on Fujin. Immediately, the other wolves also howled and pounced on Fujin. Fujin easily dodged them and asked, "Who is your leader?" Unfortunately, he didn't get any response as they kept attacking him. Fujin sighed, "Great, they don't understand human language." His expression became grim as he sensed the hundreds of wolves in his chakra field running towards him. He thought, I hope at least some of them understand human language. He kept dodging without attacking back. He was afraid that the leaders of the pack might treat him as an enemy if he attacked back. More importantly, he wasn't aware of how strong the leaders would be. If they were anything like the toads or the snakes, it would bring a catastrophe on him if he killed them indiscriminately. Fujin kept dodging until the number of wolves surrounding him became too high. With no other option, he flickered away. Unfortunately, the entire place was crawling with wolves. No matter where he flickered, he would be swarmed by wolves in a few seconds. Luckily, none of them could use chakra. So Fujin wasn't in any danger. Suddenly, Fujin's attention was attracted. He sensed a wolf pack heading towards him. Every single wolf in this pack had a much higher chakra. It was as high as a normal chunin would have. In addition, their size was much larger than a normal wolf. As soon as that pack appeared, the normal wolves cleared the path. They ran straight towards Fujin. A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he thought, finally. I was getting bored. And they should understand human speech. The new wolf pack didn't waste any time attacking Fujin. However, Fujin disappeared from their sight. The lead wolf suddenly howled as Fujin was standing on his back. Fujin stated, I am not here to fight. So can any of you bring me to your leader? Unfortunately, he didn't get any response as the other wolves jumped at him. Their claws ripped through Fujin and their jaws took huge bites. Both their claws and jaws were enhanced with chakra. However, the injured Fujin disappeared in a cloud of smoke. This confused the wolves. Fujin, who was hiding underground, thought, okay, so they don't speak or don't want to speak. Fujin could sense more wolf packs with higher chakra heading towards him. He made shadow clones. Each of the clones headed towards the incoming packs and tried conversing with them. Unfortunately, none of the wolf packs talked back to him. They just kept attacking him like wild beasts. Fujin's clones didn't bother putting up a fight. After getting no response, they just let the wolf packs kill them. As Fujin received everyone's memories, he sighed. Looks like they don't talk at all. I'll hide here until someone who can talk appears. The wolves knew that Fujin wasn't dead. They kept searching but couldn't find Ev. And a trace of Fujin. It was as if he never arrived there. After half an hour, another wolf pack arrived. These wolves all had Genin levels of chakra. And they were very large. They were all as big as a truck. And the wolf leading the pack was larger than the rest by almost 50%. As soon as they entered Fujin's chakra field, they sensed that they were being sensed. They immediately looked in the direction Fujin was hiding and ran towards him. However, 3 shadow clones suddenly appeared in their path. The wolves stopped. One of Fujin's clones said, I am not here to fight. I came here to sign a summoning contract. The wolves stopped their aggressive posture and relaxed a bit. Fujin's clones were relieved as well. Finally, someone who understands the language. However, at the very next second, the gigantic wolves opened their mouths and exhaled strong winds at Fujin's clones. The clones were on their guard. One immediately used infinite breakthrough jutsu to counter the attack. The winds clashed against each other and formed a small hurricane which soon began dispersing. The gaze of Fujin's clones changed. They decided, talking is useless. Either these guys will just keep attacking or this is a test to see my martial might. They saw as the wolves ran into the hurricane to reach the clones. Their heavy bodies meant that the hurricane couldn't stop them. Immediately, all 3 shadow clones fired vacuum bullets into the hurricane. The bullets ripped through the hurricane and reached the unsuspecting wolves. 6 wolves were hit by it. Though Fujin had decided to fight, he didn't want to cause a massacre. The vacuum bullets hit the sides of the wolf and cut through the surface of their flesh. All 6 wolves had a 12-meter-long deep slash on one of their sides. They howled in pain and ran away from Fujin's clones. However, the remaining wolves made it through the hurricane to attack Fujin's clones. However, as soon as they made it to the opposite side, his clones made a hand seal. Their fists turned black and became very hard. At the same time, chakra became visible around their fists. They flickered on top of the wolves and punched their head with their full strength. The sudden impact on the skulls immediately made them lose consciousness. The clones flickered multiple times and knocked out all of them with ease. They couldn't help but think, though their chakra is high, their fighting style is very lousy. That's disappointing. I hope that there are better ones in the valley who know Sage Mode. Otherwise, it will be too disappointing. Seeing the bigger wolves knocked out or running injured silenced the remaining wolves. Fujin expected the weaker wolves to run away or call for stronger reinforcements. However, his guess was wrong. Every single wolf around him howled and rushed blindly at his clones. The clones sighed at their disappointing intelligence. The 3 clones stood with their backs to each other and began preparing the same jutsu. As soon as the wolves reached within arm's distance, all 3 clones used the jutsu. Wind release, triple infinite breakthrough jutsu. In an instant, high-speed winds spread in all directions. The wolves who were rushing forward were stopped. Instead, the winds pushed them back. Many wolves tried holding on to the ground. However, eventually, all the nearby wolves were sent flying through the air. Even the unconscious bodies of the giant wolves were sent flying. The clones looked at the sight and thought, if we had made these winds sharper, this whole valley would have been covered in blood by now. Painful howls spread throughout the valley as the wolves crashed on the ground. A few of the weaker wolves ended up dying due to the impact. However, the ones who were alive got up and charged at Fujin's clones once again. In addition, more wolf packs kept joining them. The clones sighed and fought back. 2 days later, Fujin was hiding underground. However, his expression wasn't good and his chakra was very low. Fujin was still in the Wolf Valley. He kept making shadow clones and sending them to fight for 2 whole days. The entire valley was covered by the bodies of wolves. Almost all of them were injured. Quite a few were dead as well. Unfortunately, there was no end to the wolf tide. During these 2 days, Fujin's clones had fought over 100,000 wolves. However, not a single wolf that attacked Fujin's clones for over 2 days had the skill to even injure him. On the other hand, any wind jutsu would result in a huge number of casualties to them. His clones would fight until they ran out of chakra and Fujin would create new ones to replace them. However, after 2 days of fighting, Fujin's chakra finally hit rock bottom. Even soldier pills couldn't generate chakra at enough speed. Fujin sighed, "It looks hopeless. Though the number of wolves is very high, there are no high-level wolves. My clones have scouted every single mountain around the valley in these 2 days, but I never found any wolf interested in talking to us. So either these guys have no brains, or their leaders are hiding somewhere and don't think that I am someone worthy enough to make them show themselves. Of course, this could still be a test, but my chakra is almost dry." Chapter 221, Bad Luck. Fujin finally gave up on the wolves. He made a hand sign and ended his jutsu. In the next second, he appeared back in the training ground. Exhausted, he went home and took a long rest. A few days later, Fujin once again tried his luck. Summoning jutsu, Fujin disappeared from his basement. He looked around and the scene made his skin crawl. He couldn't help but curse, first that never-ending wolf tide. And now this? No wonder so few have the summoning jutsu. It's fucking dangerous. As soon as Fujin appeared, he saw innumerable mosquitoes around him. He couldn't even estimate their number. He nervously asked, "Do you have a leader who would be willing to discuss a summoning contract?" Fujin thought, "Though I don't like mosquitoes, they have a lot of potential. If I can summon millions of mosquitoes, I can have similar skills as the Aburame clan without having to host insects in my body. However, I first need to see the effectiveness of these mosquitoes. For starters, how much chakra would it require to summon a sufficient number of mosquitoes? And do they have poisons like the bugs? Or do they have other means of attack?" Unfortunately for Fujin, the mosquitoes just dived at him without exchanging any words. Fujin sighed, expecting such a response. Winds began flowing all around him. A dome of wind formed around Fujin which spun at a high speed. The mosquitoes attacked the dome and were ripped into small pieces as soon as they entered it. Their remains were tossed outside right away. Hundreds of mosquitoes died every second. Fujin sighed once again, another suicidal bunch. Fujin lost all interest in the group. He made a hand sign and cancelled the summoning jutsu and returned to his basement. He muttered, "No wonder so few ninjas have summons. If most of the summons are like them, it will be waste of time and risky at the same time." He hadn't wasted much chakra against the mosquitoes. He used the summoning jutsu once again and disappeared. This time he landed in a rocky area. There were huge boulders around Fujin. And on top of those boulders were hyenas. Fujin was standing in the center and there were 8 hyenas surrounding him. Fujin looked at them and wondered, "So will these guys talk?" This time, Fujin didn't have to wait for long to know the answer. All 8 hyenas stood up and stared at Fujin. One of them exclaimed, "A human popped up out of thin air." Another hyena licked his lips and said, "Yeah, we didn't even have to go hunting for him." Another said, "Since this is a free meal, he should be delicious, right?" Fujin was relieved to hear them speak. But soon his left eye twitched. He said, "I was trying to sign a summoning contract. Who is your leader?" The first hyena that had spoken asked excitedly, "Do you mean that we can summon humans like you and not have to hunt for a meal ever?" Fujin's left eye twitched again. He sighed and said, "Just take me to your leader." The hyena said, "Sure." However, at the next second he pounced on Fujin. Having dealt with 2 annoying groups, Fujin was high on alert and low on patience. He dodged and kicked the hyena away. Surprisingly, the hyena flipped in the air and landed on his legs on a boulder. He exclaimed, "This one fights well. Brothers, we will have a good hunt tonight." Fujin muttered, "Great, another group of battle maniacs." He spread his chakra field. Surprisingly, there were only 16 hyenas in a 1.3-kilometer radius. Fujin wondered, is this a small pack? Or is the territory of these hyenas so huge that only 16 live in such a large area? As soon as the hyena yelled, the remaining 8 arrived and encircled Fujin. However, none of them attacked Fujin. Fujin prepared himself for another fight. However, his eyes widened. Lightning began appearing on the bodies of every hyena. It flowed on their bodies. Fujin thought, what the hell? They can use lightning? In the very next second, Fujin flickered. A paw pierced into the back of the afterimage he left. Fujin's face became grim. They are too fast. All 16 hyenas ran towards him at a very high speed. Their speed wasn't any lower than the speed at which Fujin flickered. Fujin kept flickering to prevent himself from being surrounded. At the same time, one sword appeared in his left hand. Without looking, he slashed it at the hyena on his left. The hyena didn't bother dodging as the sword was quite far from him. However, his eyes widened as he saw a sword slash coming at him. He immediately got out of the way and barely dodged the sword slash. Unfortunately, that wasn't all. The sword slash was surrounded by sharp winds that hit the hyena. The winds cut into his flesh, making him bleed all over. The hyena was enraged and began chasing Fujin once again. He shouted, "Be careful of his sword slashes." The other hyenas made a note of it mentally and kept attacking. Fujin also observed the hyena as he was on a run, so the lightning just increases their speed and perhaps their attack too. Their defenses aren't enhanced. However, his hide is too tough for a hyena. Normal attacks won't have much effect on it. He kept running while attacking with flying slashes. Fujin was very impressed by the hyenas. They are good. Very good. They have excellent coordination, very high speed and a strong attack. And they keep fighting despite injuries without letting them affect their speed. With the addition of their cunningness, they might just be the perfect summons. Fujin swung his sword towards the rock below him and sent a flying slash towards it. The slash cut the boulder and sent dust and small pieces of rocks flying towards the hyenas. Due to their high speed, the hyenas couldn't dodge and ran into the rocks and dust and were blinded momentarily due to the dust. Fujin used this opportunity to flicker a far distance from them and stopped moving. The hyenas took a couple of seconds to get rid of the dust in their eyes and chased after Fujin once again. Fuji stood on a boulder as he saw the hyenas come at him. They moved so fast that if a normal person saw, he wouldn't see anything except lightning flashing across the boulders. Fujin built up around 5% of his chakra. Wind release, infinite breakthrough jutsu. Fujin exhaled a massive and strong wind at the hyenas. Seeing their bloodlust, Fujin didn't hold back. The attack left deep cuts in the ground as it moved towards the hyenas. The hyenas saw the strong winds heading towards them and barked loudly. However, to Fujin's ears, they sounded like cackling laughter. Fujin was surprised as all the hyenas let out an electric wave that clashed with Fujin's attack. Fujin had the elemental advantage, however, he was facing 16 opponents by himself. Both attacks cancelled each other. The hyenas continued their hunt and moved right through the dust raised by the clash of their previous attacks. Fujin used the smokescreen to fire air bullets at the hyenas. As soon as the hyenas exited the smokescreen, they felt air bullets heading towards them. They immediately dodged, however, they were too close to the attack point. 2 air bullets hit the legs of a couple of hyenas and left a hole through it. Another 8 air bullets left cuts on the hyenas. Only 5 hyenas were completely unharmed. They immediately went on the attack while the others took time to breathe. A hyena appeared in front of Fujin and swung his paws at his head. At the same time, another 2 hyenas appeared on Fujin's side. Fujin moved backwards as defending would mean that those 2 hyenas would attack him. The paw hit the boulder on which Fujin was standing and completely destroyed it. As Fujin moved back, he swung his sword at them and launched another sword slash. The hyenas immediately jumped to dodge. However, Fujin fired air bullets at that very instant at the hyenas who were airborne. This time, the hyenas weren't unaware of the threat. They opened their mouths and fired small lightning balls at the incoming air bullets. The attacks cancelled each other out. Fujin furrowed his eyebrows. I will run out of chakra at this rate. And they aren't allowing me any time to cancel my summoning jutsu and return back to Konoha. As he was thinking, one of the hyenas, who was earlier injured, appeared at Fujin's right and pounced on him. Fujin saw as his lightning-enhanced paw moved towards his body. At the same time, the 5 hyenas facing him also pressed on the attack. Fujin extended his right arm towards the incoming paw. As his hand moved forward, chakra appeared in front of his palm. It took the shape of a ball and began rotating at a very high speed. At the same time, chakra flowed erratically through the sword in his left hand as he swung it at the hyenas coming at him. The hyenas expected another flying slash. However, this time no slash was sent flying. Instead, strong winds were generated that were incredibly sharp and spread in all directions in front of Fujin. The hyenas noticed the deep cuts the winds left in the ground and were terrified. They immediately ran in the opposite direction. The winds lost their power after traveling 25 meters, but that was sufficient time for Fujin. The paw and the Rasengan clashed. The hyena expected to crush the ball and the human as well. However, the Rasengan easily overpowered the paw. The lightning around the paw dissipated as the Rasengan hit it. The hyena let out a painful howl as the Rasengan hit. The momentum of the hyena carried it into the Rasengan. The Rasengan caused his leg to bend towards its stomach. Fujin slammed the Rasengan into his stomach and sent the hyena backwards along with the Rasengan. After moving for a couple of meters, the Rasengan exploded. The hyena's skin was the thinnest in his belly area. The explosion ripped through the skin and blew his internal organs. Blood and flesh hit the rocks behind the hyena. When the smoke cleared, the hyena's dead body could be seen on the ground. His once solid stomach had been ripped open, exposing the shattered remnants of its internal organs to the elements. The flesh around the stomach hung loosely like a torn and deflated bag. The gruesome sight made the remaining hyenas shudder in revulsion. They all looked at each other. Fujin noticed it and prepared himself for an even fiercer confrontation. However, his eyes widened and a stunned expression could be seen on his face as he saw the hyena's action. Chapter 222. This world is freakishly scary. Fujin's eyes widened and a stunned expression could be seen on his face as he saw the hyena's actions. After looking at each other, every hyena nodded and looked at Fujin with a fierce expression. However, at the very next moment, every single hyena escaped in different directions as fast as they could move at the same time. Merely in a couple of seconds, they escaped Fujin's range of sight, and soon after they escaped Fujin's chakra field, leaving him standing alone with the remains of a dead hyena. After a few seconds of disbelief, Fujin sighed and muttered, "Such shameless beasts." Despite what he said, he couldn't help but think that they would have been the perfect summons for him. He looked at the dead hyena and thought, "It looks like there are only these 16 hyenas here. The mountains shouldn't have any more hyenas. Even if they do, considering that I have killed one of them, I don't think I'd be able to sign a contract." He sealed the dead body of the hyena in a scroll while thinking. In my previous life, I recall reading a lot of fantasy books that stated that eating the meat of strong beasts was very helpful for developing a stronger physique and improving aptitude or energy. I wonder if it also applies here. I know eating Kurama's meat can provide a lot of benefits. I wonder if the same also applies to summoning animals. It'd be very helpful if my flesh became as sturdy as his and my lightning affinity improved. He made a hand sign and cancelled his jutsu and returned to his basement. He left his house and went to a store from where he had previously bought recipes. The shopkeeper looked at him and politely asked, "How can I help you?" Fujin asked, "Do you have a recipe for cooking hyenas?" The old shopkeeper looked at Fujin with a weird expression. Fujin ignored it and asked, "Do you?" The shopkeeper replied, "Wait a few minutes." He began searching through his records and finally found what Fujin was looking for. After searching for the book, he returned and handed it to Fujin and said, "Surprisingly, I do have one. It also involves details of how to properly clean it." Fujin thanked the old man and paid for the book before leaving. He cleaned and prepared the hyena's flesh for a few hours before cooking some of it and storing the rest in the fridge. As he ate, he noticed, there is not much difference in taste as compared with goat meat. Fujin spent the next few days resting and eating the hyena's meat. However, he was disappointed as he didn't notice any change after 3 days. He thought, "What a bummer. I haven't felt any improvement in my physique or the power of my lightning jutsus. I guess only the flesh of tailed beasts will provide benefits, though it makes sense, I suppose. I doubt I am the first one to eat an animal that can use chakra and an element. If it did provide any benefits, this would have been common knowledge and every clan would be procuring such meat to strengthen themselves. I'm sure summoning animals would have already gone extinct by now due to everyone's greed." Having had enough rest, Fujin prepared himself for another attempt to get a summon. He ate a soldier pill and used the summoning jutsu. He disappeared from his basement. Unlike his previous 3 attempts where Fujin appeared a bit high in the air, this time he felt something around him. He felt a massive pressure on him and his clothes and body got wet instantly. Fujin opened his eyes to see that he was underwater. In front of him was a giant wall or an underwater mountain. Multiple small and colorful fishes were swimming around him. Fujin immediately held his breath and cursed in his mind, "Shit!" He spread his chakra field to see how deep he was in the water. His chakra field spread to its max limit. Fujin's eyes widened in terror as he looked at the wall in front of him. He realized, this isn't a hill. It's a fucking whale. A fucking 200-meter-long whale. Despite his chakra field spreading for 1.3 kilometers in all directions, Fujin's chakra field didn't escape the water. Realizing how bad his situation was, he immediately weaved hand signs. As he did, he noticed another giant whale swimming towards him. The small fish that were around Fujin immediately began running away. However, the giant whale opened its mouth and a strong suction force was felt by Fujin. The water, the fish and even Fujin himself were sucked towards the whale's massive mouth. At the last moment, Fujin disappeared and returned to his basement. He dropped to his knees and began breathing heavily as water fell from his clothes and body on the floor. After taking a few deep breaths, he sat down and muttered, "So freaking scary." He took deep breaths and calmed himself down and analyzed, no wonder so few have summons. If encounters like this one are common, then unless the summoner is a formidable ninja, surviving will be very difficult. If I had appeared there half a minute later, then I'd be sucked into the whale's mouth right when I appeared there. Fujin immediately began doubting himself. He thought, should I still try to get a summon by myself? At the current rate, the risks of trying to get a summon seemed to far outweigh the benefits of getting it. After all, this time I was sent to such depths inside the ocean. What if I am sent inside a volcano or something very poisonous? Fujin began weighing his options. Despite the risks, getting a summon would be incredibly helpful for him. Especially as his chakra kept growing. He wondered, should I instead try to get a summoning contract from existing summoners? But whom? Snakes and toads will be very difficult to get as I have no contact with Jiraiya or any snake summoner. The only two who I know decently well are Renjiro and Hiruzen, but Renjiro's sloth isn't very powerful. More importantly, he hasn't given any indication to pass me the summoning contract. As for Hiruzen, it is even more unlikely. If I could become Tsunade's student, then I could get her summons. But even that is quite improbable. Not to mention, she won't be in the village for many years. Fujin analyzed his options but didn't find anything promising. He sighed and decided, there is no option. I have to keep trying it until I am successful. However, I have to take more precautions. It'd be a waste of a life if I get attacked as soon as I go there and can't do anything to resist. He began planning how to defend himself properly. After forming a good enough plan, he went to the ninja weapons shop. After searching for a bit, he bought 2 metallic bracelets, 2 metal anklets, 1 metal torque, 1 metal headband and 4 flexible bands that were reinforced with metal. He returned home and began inscribing barrier seals on each of the items he bought. When he was satisfied, he created a shadow clone. The clone began equipping the items. He put the bracelets on each of his wrists, just behind the bracers. The anklets went above his ankles while the flexible bands were put on his thighs and biceps. The remaining 2 went around his neck and forehead. The clone looked at Fujin and nodded. In the next second, Fujin shot a vacuum bullet at the clone. The clone instantly made the confrontation hand seal. A barrier appeared around him. The bullet hit the barrier. The barrier stood sturdy, however, the impact of the bullet sent him backwards for a few meters. Fujin nodded satisfactorily and asked, "Did you feel any pain?" The clone shook his head and said, "No, but if the attack is very strong, then the momentum will be passed on to you. So be prepared for that." Fujin nodded and dispersed the clone. The bands fell on the ground. Fujin put it on and used the summoning jutsu once again. As soon as he appeared in the summoning area, Fujin made the confrontation hand seal. A barrier appeared around him. He immediately followed it up with the hand signs of ending the summoning jutsu and observed his surroundings. If he felt something was wrong, he would return instantly. Fujin watched in confusion as his chakra field spread through the area. The first thing he noticed was the small hill in front of him. The bottom of the hill had an entrance like a cavern entrance. 2 imposing, jagged protrusions hung in front of him, like menacing fangs as if daring him to enter. Suddenly, a strong wind was exhaled from the cave entrance on Fujin's barrier, pushing him backwards by a few meters. His eyes widened in surprise and shock once again as his chakra field covered the hill in front of him. He couldn't help but gulp his saliva and mutter, "This world is freakishly scary." Chapter 223, A Special State. Fujin nervously observed the beast in front of him while maintaining his hand seal. He was prepared to disappear in the blink of an eye. As he was looking up, an eyelid opened and stared right at Fujin. The beast saw Fujin and thought, I sensed a chakra field engulfing me. Looks like it was this human. The beast observed Fujin and wondered, why is he riling up his chakra and maintaining a barrier? He didn't get up and spoke in a rough and jagged voice. A human? We haven't had one visit us in a while. Why are you here, little one? Fujin sighed in relief. Finally someone who talks and is reasonable. Though the beast's voice was painful to hear, Fujin didn't mind as he finally could have a conversation with an animal. However, he didn't let his guard down and replied, I am here to sign a summoning contract. The beast observed him and said, I see. But why are you maintaining a barrier? Fujin let out a sigh and answered, I have been using summoning jutsu blindly to find the right summon for me. Unfortunately, I had some very bad experiences. The beast was surprised to hear the reason. Suddenly, he began laughing out loud in amusement. The sound of his laughter echoed through the mountains with a deafening roar, as if 1,000 thunderbolts were crashing down upon the earth at once. Sweat gathered on Fujin's forehead as his barrier trembled. He cursed, shit, without the barrier I might have gone deaf. His excitement about the thought of signing a summoning contract with such a strong beast quelled down as he began worrying about his life instead. After laughing, the beast stood up. Fujin watched in awe as he saw his majestic body. He was a behemoth of a beast, standing at an astonishing height of almost 20 meters tall. His muscles bulged under a coat of thick, matted fur that bristled in the wind. His sharp, powerful claws were the size of long swords, capable of rending through flesh and bone with ease. But it was the beast's jaws that were truly terrifying, gaping open to reveal teeth that were larger than Fujin's whole body. Each tooth was razor-sharp and curved, like a scythe made of ivory. The ground shook beneath its massive paws as it stood up. This was a predator unlike any other, a true apex predator. Fujin gulped once again as he recognized the beast, a saber-tooth. The beast said, drop your barrier and introduce yourself, little one. Don't worry, I won't eat you. You won't even fit the gap between my teeth. He let out a cackling laughter. Fujin agreed with his analysis. Though his barrier was strong, he had doubts about whether it could withstand an assault from the behemoth in front of him. He deactivated the barrier and stopped maintaining the hand sign and his chakra for escaping back. However, he was still alert and prepared to activate the barrier immediately despite doubting its reliability. He said, I am Suzuki Fujin from Konohagakure. The saber-tooth observed Fujin and said, good name. It suits you well. I am Ryu, the son of Tatsu. Your strongest affinity is wind nature manipulation, right? Fujin was surprised. He wondered, how did he sense that? Was it just my name or does he have the ability to sense chakra affinity? He nodded and said, yes, it is my strongest affinity. Ryu said, good. Having a strong wind affinity is one of the necessary conditions to be able to sign a contract with us. Fujin thought, lucky me, my other elements are lacking a lot right now. Ryu added, of course, that isn't the only criterion. Climb on my head, I'll carry you to our sage. She will determine whether you can sign a contract or not. Fujin's attention was immediately drawn to the word sage. He thought with excitement, great, they should be able to use senjutsu. He nodded and used wind instantaneous body jutsu to appear on top of Ryu's head. Ryu said, hold on tight. Fujin held on tight to his fur as he expected Ryu to run at high speeds. However, Ryu didn't move. Fujin heard some noise behind him and turned his head to check it. The sight he saw left his eyes wide open and jaw hanging. Ryu's fur moved and 2 gigantic pairs of wings appeared on his back. The wings fully spread, displaying the immense wingspan which was easily 4 times his height. Ryu flapped his wings and the gigantic creature lifted off in the air. Fujin gulped his saliva as he thought, since when did Sabertooth gain wings? As Ryu took off into the sky, Fujin felt a sense of awe and wonder as he looked out at the stunning scenery before him. The mountains stretched out as far as the eye could see, their peaks piercing the clouds above. Below them a vast forest spread out, with streams and rivers snaking their way through it like veins. For once Fujin let go of his worries and relaxed. Seeing how strong Ryu was, he knew that he didn't need to play tricks to attack Fujin. A childlike curiosity appeared in Fujin's eyes as he took in the breathtaking view, feeling incredibly blessed and content. Though Fujin had traveled in airplanes in his previous life, the feeling was completely different. In fact, it wasn't even comparable. Ryu's wings beat rhythmically, sending a gentle breeze through Fujin's hair and filling his lungs with fresh air. As Ryu climbed higher, Fujin could see the snow-capped summits of the highest peaks in the distance, their peaks wreathed in wispy clouds that glowed pink and orange in the light of the setting sun. The sky above was a riot of colors, from the deep purples and blues of the horizon to the golden hues of the clouds that drifted lazily overhead. It was a scene of such majesty and beauty that Fujin felt humbled and grateful to be alive to witness it. As Ryu cruised through the skies, Fujin felt a sense of complete relaxation and tranquility. Fujin basked in the peacefulness of the moment and lost himself in thoughts as he began reflecting on his life. He recalled his recent troubles before beginning to reflect on his entire journey in this majestic world. He recalled the schemes he employed, the people he killed, the fun he had, and the hard work he put in. Soon he began thinking about his previous life. With the newfound clarity and tranquility, Fujin couldn't help but realize, in my previous life I always dreamed about having superpowers. I dreamt of going on epic adventures. Now that I have superpowers that I could only dream of in my previous life and have an entire new world to explore, why am I so stressed? A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he closed his eyes. Memories of his past and worries about his future faded away, replaced with a sense of contentment and joy. He felt a deep connection to everything around him as though he was becoming one with the natural world. Fujin entered into a special state. His mind was so calm and stable that he could feel the world's energy around him in this state. He lost all sense of time as he enjoyed the comfort of this energy. Ryu, who was enjoying showing off to Fujin, suddenly focused all attention on him. A look of surprise appeared on his giant face as he thought, "What the hell?" Ryu sensed that Fujin had entered into a special state. He analyzed, "What a surprise. I had sensed that he has a very potent affinity to wind. That is why I decided to bring him to our sacred land. This journey was meant to display my might and relax him a bit from his agitated state, but I never imagined that he would be able to connect with nature so easily. Looks like we will have a new summoner after 125 years. Ryu didn't want to disturb Fujin and wake him up from the special state he was in. He maintained a constant speed as he headed towards the tallest mountain. As he moved, he thought in relief and excitement, "Great-grandmother, it looks like our pride's ability might finally advance once again after 500 years. He quelled his excitement, though it will be a long time before he can learn that skill. His chakra reserves are too poor. Even the quality of his chakra is lacking. We will need to improve it first, and only then can he have some hope in learning it." As Ryu kept cruising, he moved above the clouds. In front of him was a mountain peak. Fujin finally opened his eyes. He saw the snow-covered peak and was awed by its beauty. Ryu noticed that Fujin had woken up and said, "Welcome to Mount Mutiki." Chapter 224, Gayu Murasaki. Fujin observed Mount Mutiki carefully. He could feel that the chakra around the mountain felt different as compared to Konoha and other villages. Ryu asked, "So, how are you feeling?" Fujin replied, "I am feeling great. I have never felt better." Ryu said, "Of course. What you just experienced was a special state. And the chakra you feel is nature's chakra. I believe you humans also refer to it as senjutsu." Fujin was surprised. He thought, that was nature's chakra? He fell into a thought as he realized, "No wonder I felt so comfortable and my mood was so tranquil." Ryu noticed that Fujin was in thought and said, "You only sense nature's chakra and didn't absorb it. In the future, don't try to absorb nature's chakra or even try to feel it yourself. It can be very dangerous. Especially as you aren't ready to handle it yet." Fujin nodded. He knew how dangerous nature's chakra was. He replied, "Thanks for the warning. I won't try it without guidance." Fujin wanted to ask a few questions, but something caught his eye. He looked ahead to see 4 saber-tooths flying in the sky while playing around. However, compared to Ryu, they were much smaller with heights in the range of 3 to 4 meters. They noticed Ryu and quickly flew towards him. However, their attention soon fell on Fujin as this was the first time they ever saw a human. Fujin too was observing them. They were about to land on Ryu when he said, "Run along, kiddos. I'll be busy." The 4 saber-tooths immediately flew away. Ryu said, "Don't mind them. You are the first human they saw. So expect a lot of curiosity-filled gazes if you manage to sign the contract." Fujin chuckled, "All right." Ryu flew to the very top of the peak. However, instead of a pointy peak, there was a shallow crater surrounded by the rocks. It looked quite similar to the opening of a volcano, except that the crater wasn't very deep and instead of lava, it was covered in snow. Ryu landed in the crater in front of another saber-tooth. This one wasn't as big as Ryu but was still about 3/4 of his size. And it looked a bit older. The saber-tooth noticed Fujin and asked in a gentle voice, "Which guest have you brought here, Ryu?" Fujin was surprised by her voice. Unlike Ryu, it was much more gentle and pleasing to the ears. Ryu said, "This is Fujin. He came here to sign a summoning contract. Fujin, get off and introduce yourself." Fujin nodded and jumped down from his He landed between the two saber-tooths. He bowed slightly and respectfully said, "I am Suzuki Fujin from Konohagakure. I used the summoning jutsu to find a summon and appeared in front of Ryu." The saber-tooth observed Fujin carefully. Ryu said, "Fujin, she is the leader of our pride, and the sage of Mount Mutiki and all winged saber-tooths." Fujin had already expected it to be so. The sage looked into Ryu's eyes before looking at Fujin and said, "Ryu has a habit of being too dramatic. I am Gayu Murasaki. Everyone in this pride is my descendant." Fujin memorized her name. She continued, "Did Ryu inform you about the conditions of signing a summoning contract with us?" Fujin replied, "He informed me about needing a strong affinity to wind nature. But I don't know about other criteria." Murasaki said, "All right. Before I inform you about the criteria, do you have any questions you want answered?" Fujin replied, "Yes, quite a few. Is it fine to ask them all?" Murasaki said, "Sure, ask." Fujin asked, "When I used the summoning jutsu, why did I arrive so far away from Mount Mutiki?" Murasaki replied, "The summoning jutsu you humans use isn't to find a group of summons, but instead a specific summon. In your case, that was Ryu. That is why you appeared in front of him instead of the mountain. Since most summons live in their sacred lands, I believe that you have the misconception that you appear in sacred lands." That information surprised Fujin. He analyzed, "I never thought of it that way. But I guess it makes sense. Though I don't remember well, I think Jiraiya did fall in front of Gamabunta, who became his main summon." Fujin looked at Murasaki and asked the most important question, "Can you teach me senjutsu?" Murasaki didn't answer and instead stared at Fujin for a minute. She finally said, "This question is a bit complicated to answer." Fujin furrowed his eyebrows and asked, "What do you mean?" Murasaki replied, "We do have the ability to harness and use nature's energy. However, this technique is only for us winged saber-tooths. A human can't learn it." Fujin thought, even Toad Sage Mode was a technique for toads. But humans could still learn it. Why can't their method be learnt? Murasaki broke Fujin's thoughts by saying, "This is one of the criteria for accepting a summoner. We only accept summoners who we believe could learn senjutsu. Though you won't be able to use our technique, we will use it as a reference to help you learn senjutsu." Fujin was confused. He couldn't help but ask, "Why?" Murasaki replied, "You human body can't handle our methods." Fujin said, "No, not that. Why would you go through so much effort to make a summoner learn senjutsu?" Murasaki stayed silent for a few seconds before saying, "I can't tell you the reason, but it has become a tradition here. However, I can't give you any sureties in learning senjutsu. After all, in the past 500 years we have trained many humans. Unfortunately, no one managed to learn senjutsu." Fujin became silent on hearing it and fell into thought. He was very conflicted. He sighed in his mind, "What a mess. Looks like learning senjutsu from here will be very difficult." Murasaki and Ryu noticed Fujin thinking and didn't disturb him. Fujin analyzed and reached the conclusion, "I guess this isn't bad though. Other than the toads teaching Jiraiya, Minato, and Naruto senjutsu, I am not sure if any other summons teach senjutsu. Though Kabuto did get it, I don't recall exactly how he convinced the snakes to teach him. And Hashirama's Sage Mode didn't have any explanation, so if these guys are serious about training me to learn senjutsu, that will probably be my best chance. Of course, their help is definitely not unconditional or selfless. I am sure they have their own goals for wanting to train their summoners to use senjutsu. Besides, using summoning jutsu blindly is too risky. I'd have to sign a contract even if they didn't know senjutsu." Fujin said, "All right, I will be in your care. However, I have one more question. Am I allowed to sign more summoning contracts?" This time Fujin heard Ryu's jagged voice from behind and he sounded offended. Kid, why do you want to sign other contracts when you have us? Fujin looked back and calmly said, when I learnt about the summoning jutsu, I plan to sign at least 3 summoning contracts. 1 for fighting on land, 1 for fighting in the air and 1 for scouting and spying. But since you have the ability to fly, I don't need to find another summon to fly. Of course, it was just some plans I made when I was a kid. If you have conditions of not signing other contracts, then I won't. Ryu calmed down on hearing Fujin's answer. He replied with a deadpan tone, you are still just a kid. His reply made Fujin feel awkward. Murasaki answered, I don't care if you sign other summoning contracts. But you can't sign a contract with a group that can use nature chakra. Even if you tried to sign one, they won't agree if you have already signed a summoning contract with us. Also, though your plan seems good, don't try it until your strength grows considerably. With your current strength, there are many summons that can kill you with ease. So it will be pointless and risky. Fujin nodded. He didn't need to be told again how risky it was as his memories were still very fresh. Murasaki continued, instead of trying to form another summoning contract, I would recommend raising wild animals and signing them as your contract. That way you won't be under any restrictions and can raise them to do what you want. Fujin was intrigued by the idea. He thought, I never thought of this option. But to be honest, raising animals will be a lot of work. Especially when I am out on missions. However, I do have a lot of space around my home and I have a lot of money that I don't have any use for. I need to see if I can employ someone to do the work for me. Fujin looked at Murasaki and said, That's all the questions I had, Lady Murasaki. Ryu watched awkwardly at Fujin as he called her a lady. He wondered, this lady is over 800 years old. I wonder when was the last time anyone called her lady. Murasaki said, You can call me Granny. As for your criteria for signing a contract, there are just 2. She looked at Ryu and said, The one in front of whom you appear should agree to accept you as a summoner. She looked back at Fujin and said, And you should show talent to be able to learn senjutsu in the future. Fujin thought, as I thought. They gain something from teaching me senjutsu. Ryu said, I agree. And Fujin has passed the second criterion as well. Fujin looked at Ryu in surprise. Ryu said, The flight to this place was a test to see how in tune you can become with nature. My goal was to calm you down and make you experience peace and tranquility by showing you that scenery. As you managed to sense nature chakra, you have passed the criteria. Fujin was left speechless. He thought, first I needed a good wind affinity. And then I need Ed to feel nature's chakra, which I coincidentally managed to do. I guess good luck does follow bad luck. Fujin replied with a smile, That's great. When do we sign the contract? Chapter 225, Potential and Limit. Fujin signed the contract right away with his blood. Ryu carried him away from the peak and flew down the mountain as they were flying. Fujin asked, Ryu, are there others like you guys who can use senjutsu but can't pass it on to humans? Ryu replied, Of course there are numerous. The number of species that can use senjutsu is at least a couple of dozen. And there are numerous wild beasts who manage to learn it on their own. Some of them are very wild and dangerous. Even I wouldn't want to face them in a single combat. Fujin was surprised to learn that. After all, he didn't see any such creature make a move during the 4th Great Ninja War. But soon he realized, now that I think about it, none of the summons made any major moves during that war. The Toads had a larger participation in the fight against Pain rather than against Obito and Madara. Weird considering that they were in danger during the latter rather than the former. Ryu continued, As far as I am aware, only the places you humans consider as the 3 sacred places have techniques to pass down their methods of harnessing nature energy to humans. Others don't have them or are not interested in passing them down. A giant cave appeared before them. Ryu stepped into the cave and roared loudly. Surprisingly, his roar had no effect on Fujin. Fujin was impressed. What control over his voice? Fujin got off Ryu's head. Ryu looked at him and said seriously, Though we don't have any specified rules, there are a few things you have to follow. Fujin nodded. Ryu said, First, none of the winged saber-tooths you summon should die. While we will give our all to help you, we will undo the summoning and return if we face extreme danger and think death is inevitable. This is especially true for the young ones who still need to grow. After escaping, we will use reverse summoning jutsu to save you unless you specifically ask us not to. Fujin nodded and said, That is reasonable. I have no issues with that. Fujin's main priority was always his own safety. So it was perfectly understandable for him when others have similar priorities. Ryu said, another thing, though you can summon me, don't try it until your chakra reserves get much larger. You will need to have at least 5 times the chakra you currently have to summon me safely. In the meantime, Ryu gazed outside the cave. Fujin followed his gaze and saw 3 winged saber-tooths flying towards them. They entered the cave as Ryu completed his sentence. In the meantime, you can summon my sons. Ryu looked at them and said, this is Fujin. He has become the new summoner of our pride. Introduce yourself. The 3 winged saber-tooths stared at Fujin. Though they were smaller than Ryu, they were much bigger than Fujin. The smallest one was almost twice as tall as Fujin, while the largest one was half the size of Ryu. The biggest one said, I am Kurigane. You can summon me when you are in an intense fight. He observed Fujin and said, though I would recommend at least doubling your chakra before trying to summon me. The second one said, I am Kaido. I like going on adventures and flying for a long time. You can summon me when you want to travel long distances. The smallest one said, I am Goro. Feel free to summon me whenever you want to. Fujin nodded and slightly bowed and said, I will be in your care. Goro said with a smirk, don't worry, I like to protect the ones weaker than me. He immediately ran away after saying that as his 2 brothers stared at him in annoyance. Ryu sighed as Kurigane explained, he is quite mischievous. You will have to get used to him. Fujin said, it's fine. Kurigane and Kaido also left. Ryu said, everyone here is an expert in using wind attacks. The nature energy we use amplifies it even further. You can later try to create combination attacks with them. If you aren't compatible with them, you can even summon others from the pride. Fujin nodded and said, all right. Ryu stared at Fujin and said, now time to discuss the important matter. Fujin looked into Ryu's eyes. He could feel that Ryu was trying to look into every secret he had. Ryu said, I was initially not sure about accepting you and wanted to leave the decision to Granny. I changed my mind after sensing how in tune with nature you became. The reason I was doubtful is that your potential isn't very high. Fujin furrowed his eyebrows and asked, what do you mean? Ryu said, from what I can see, your body and chakra should be stronger than most humans that are your age. However, you have only managed to do so with extreme hard work. Isn't that right? Fujin was uncomfortable at how easily Ryu gained information regarding his chakra and abilities. Fujin nodded, that is true. Ryu said, every being has a limit to which they can grow. For some it is higher, while for others it is much lower. What you have done through intense training is bring forth all your potential in order to gain power quickly. Due to this, you will soon reach your limit and your chakra reserves will stop increasing. In fact, the speed of the growth of your chakra reserves should have already slowed. Fujin frowned. He thought, I have monitored my chakra ever since I became a censor. My chakra grew by 2 to 3 times every year during the last 2 years in the academy. And it exploded under Renjiro's training due to Senju Taijutsu style training and grew by about 4.5 times in a year. Though I noticed that my chakra growth has slowed and it will grow by less than 2 times this year, I speculated that it was just due to no longer having any gains from training Senju Taijutsu style. If his words are right, doesn't it mean that my growth will drastically slow down? Ryu guessed Fujin's thoughts and said, you don't need to worry about this. After all, you can't control your potential and limits. Fujin argued, but can't we exceed our limits and grow beyond them? In the 4th Great Ninja War, the strongest ninja was probably the one with the least potential. So though Fujin didn't like what Ryu said, he wasn't discouraged as Guy's example was in front of him. Ryu was impressed by Fujin's reply. He thought, many will be demotivated on learning that their progress will be halted and might deny that their potential is limited. But he directly thought about breaking through the limits. Ryu replied, it's true, it can be surpassed. However, you will just reach your new limits and stop there unless you can keep breaking your limits. Just breaking limits is rare. But to break it consecutively is almost impossible. Of course, there are still beings who have managed to do it and become immensely powerful, but they are very rare. Anyways, we are getting off topic. We can discuss this later when you reach it. What I wanted to say is that your chakra growth will slow down in a couple of years. And when the growth becomes too slow, you will come here and receive my training. Fujin thought, I see. He wasn't trying to demotivate me. Fujin asked in a confused tone. Why do we have to wait till then? Ryu answered, because your current chakra isn't strong enough. The techniques I plan on teaching you are very chakra-intensive and will put an intense strain on your physique. So you will need at least 3 to 4 times your current chakra and a much stronger physique before I can safely teach you. That is why I will not be training you right now. As for the limit that I mentioned, you don't need to worry much about it. Though your potential isn't very high, your wind affinity is very potent. And we have methods and the resources to make it even stronger. As for chakra reserves, though it is difficult, even they can be artificially boosted. However, it is very troublesome to do so, and the methods that we have are more effective on someone whose growth has come to a halt. In addition, there are various restrictions and limits on those methods, but we will talk about it when you reach the limit. Of course, if you manage to keep breaking past your limits, then I can begin your training after you reach the necessary levels of chakra reserves and physique. Fujin consumed all the information Ryu just stated. He was beyond surprised. He analyzed, he can do that? Increasing wind affinity is understandable if they have access to wind elemental crystals. But how can they increase chakra reserves? At the same time, his mood became a bit grim. Since they are willing to invest so many resources into me, what exactly do they gain from training me in senjutsu? Fujin didn't let his mood reflect on his face. Instead, he showed an excited expression and said, "All right, that sounds great. Thanks a lot in advance, Ryu." Ryu said, "That is all for now. Return to your place and don't attempt to sense nature chakra without my presence." Fujin replied, "Don't worry. I won't risk my life pointlessly." Ryu nodded. Fujin weaved hand signs and returned to his basement. He looked around himself and let out a sigh. Finally, I don't need to experience any more crazy situations like those. Fujin was very happy with the summon he signed. However, a thought appeared in his mind. Should I keep my summon a secret? Chapter 226, A Path Beyond Senjutsu. Fujin analyzed the pros and cons of keeping his summon a secret. Finally, he decided, the winged saber-tooths will be my main summon. There isn't much point in keeping them a secret as it will get out eventually. Of course, I should keep this card hidden until I can, but there is no need to keep it hidden from the ones I can trust. Instead, I should probably take the initiative to mention this to Hiruzen. While it is good news that they want to teach me senjutsu, they definitely have some ulterior motives. Though my gut tells me that their ultimate motives won't be harmful to me, and even if it is, they won't do anything to me until I learn senjutsu, it would be better to get some information from Hiruzen. If it is harmful, then he could warn me and help me terminate the contract or help me scheme against them. If it is beneficial, then Hiruzen might look more favorably towards me as these saber-tooths are quite strong and could increase Konoha's strength considerably. Also, I could use Ryu's dialogue and add some false news to maybe get a few elemental crystals from Hiruzen. For instance, instead of telling him about their methods and resources to strengthen me, I could tell him that they will teach me senjutsu only if I reach the required strength. Fujin made a few plans until he was satisfied and went to sleep after eating dinner. Meanwhile, at the peak of Mount Mutiki, Ryu appeared in front of Murasaki. Murasaki looked at him and said, "I am surprised that you agreed so readily. Is the boy that impressive?" Ryu replied, "You didn't see him connect to nature, great-grandmother. It was almost instinctual to him. He didn't even need 15 minutes to sense nature energy and managed to maintain that state for 2 hours. I had to keep flying around the mountain for over an hour to not disturb him. Among the summoners we contracted in the last 400 years, he is our best shot." Murasaki sighed and asked, "Are you still hoping that the prophecy your grandfather had comes true?" Ryu didn't answer her question and instead said, 500 years ago you mastered nature energy and helped our pride advance to the next level. However, we haven't made any progress since then. Grandfather and Grand-Uncle Genji believe that we will advance to the next level with the help of a human who could learn our senjutsu. I'd rather believe it instead of wasting away hundreds of years pointlessly." Murasaki looked at Ryu, however, he didn't budge. She sighed and said, "Do whatever you want." Ryu nodded and left. Murasaki saw him leaving the mountain as her memories surfaced. For children, 7 grandchildren and 19 great-grandchildren of mine have died as a result of that prophecy. Some sacrificed themselves to protect the human they chose, while some were killed by the betrayal of the very human they raised, and one ingrate even invaded our sacred lands. I hope you don't join them, Ryu." She closed her eyes and went back to meditating. A very strong chakra could be seen around her. A chakra that brightened the peak of Mount Mutiki and would have been visible from a long distance if the peak wasn't hidden above the clouds. The next day, Fujin was standing outside a building. It was Konoha's hospital. He entered it and approached the lady sitting in the reception. She looked at Fujin and greeted him with a smile. Fujin-kun, who are you here to visit? Or are you injured? Fujin smiled back at her. He had been a rather common face in the hospital. He especially became well known when Renjiro brought his injured and unconscious body to the hospital on his shoulder multiple times in a single month. He replied, I am fine and haven't come to visit anyone, Akemi-san. I have come here to register for medical ninja training. Akemi was surprised. She asked, you want to become a medical ninja? Fujin replied, no, I just want to learn the basic healing jutsu so that I can help my teammates if we don't have a medical ninja with us. Akemi replied, oh. All right. Wait a minute. Akemi wasn't surprised by Fujin's request. Quite a few ninjas would show up for learning the mystical palm jutsu without bothering to learn the remaining knowledge needed to become a medical ninja. Konoha had a system in place for ninjas like these. Though they would prefer for more ninjas to become a proper and capable medical ninja, very few had the interest, talent, and patience to become one. After all, it would require years or even a decade to become a good medical ninja. So Hiruzen, with Tsunade's assistance, had created a proper plan to teach such ninjas. A lot of clans and civilian ninjas benefit immensely from this program. The former Uchiha clan had benefited the most from this system. Their Sharingans could easily copy the mystical palm jutsu. They just needed some guidance to master that jutsu and could provide a better healing option on the front lines where medical ninjas wouldn't be available. Similarly, the Hyuga clan also benefited from this system. Their Byakugan and fine chakra control assisted in being much superior to others who learnt this jutsu. So some Hyugas learnt this jutsu and became the perfect support for any squad with their scouting and healing capabilities while being perfectly capable of defending themselves. Akemi opened a file and wrote Fujin's name in a list that already had 23 other names. She said, a training session for newbies will be held 3 days from now at noon. I have registered you. So just show up and join the class. Fujin noted the date and thanked her. Thank you, Akemi-san. Fujin left the hospital thinking, 3 days. Should I train a jutsu or should I train with summons? Suddenly he heard, Fujin. Fujin turned to his right. Hatake Takao walked towards him and asked, where were you yesterday evening? We tried finding you without any success. Fujin replied, I was doing some special training. Anyways, what's up? Takao looked at Fujin but didn't get any clues from him. He said, well, it's good that you are safe. Lord Hokage wants to meet you. So meet him right away. Fujin nodded and said, all right. Thank you for passing the message. Fujin flickered towards the Hokage building. He entered and knocked on the door. Hiruzen invited him. Fujin entered and said, I met Takao-san outside the hospital. He said you wanted to meet me, Grandpa. Hiruzen looked at him and asked, hospital? Are you injured? Fujin shook his head and answered, no, I am planning to learn mystical palm jutsu. So I went to register myself. He put up a sad expression and said, if a mission goes bad, I want to have the capability of at least healing my teammates a bit. Hiruzen knew that Fujin was referring to his previous mission indirectly as he couldn't say it out loud. He couldn't heal any injuries on Tamatsu for hours. His features softened. He said, I sent a couple of messengers to you last evening, but they couldn't find you. I was worried that someone tried to claim your bounty. Fujin furrowed his brows and asked, didn't you say that there is no danger in Konoha and that no one has ever claimed a bounty before? Hiruzen coughed and said, I did. But there can always be a first time. Fujin watched Hiruzen with a deadpan expression. He thought, this old fox is unbelievable. Hiruzen changed the subject and asked, anyways, where were you? Fujin replied, I was trying to find a summon. Hiruzen's eyes widened. He immediately scolded, why did you try it on your own? That is very dangerous. Fujin nodded and said, yeah. You don't need to tell me, Grandpa. It was very scary. I had to face a wolf tide and even saw gigantic whales. Hiruzen squinted his eyes and asked, you tried it more than once? Fujin nodded and said, yeah. It was so scary that I wanted to stop. But I couldn't help but think about your words and my teammates and kept going until I succeeded. Hiruzen's features softened. He thought, though it was risky and he is usually greedy, the will of fire burns bright in him. As long as he can grow safely for 2 to 3 more years, he can fulfill the gap left by Tomatsu's squad by himself. Hiruzen said, "It's good that you managed to get it done. Who did you sign the contract with?" Fujin answered, "They are winged saber-tooths. Have you heard about them, Grandpa?" Hiruzen thought for a bit before shaking his head. He replied, "I haven't heard about anyone having these summons. How do they look and how strong are they?" Fujin replied, "They look like a normal saber-tooth, only many times larger. Their wings are hidden along their fur, so they are hard to spot normally. They can fly very well. As for their strength, they are very strong. The one I met could have probably defeated me with ease. Though I can't say for sure as I never fought." Hiruzen analyzed, "I don't recall seeing any such summons or even reading about them. I guess it must be a tribe that rarely signs contracts." From what Fujin described, their strongest fighters should be at elite jounin level or just stronger than that, which is quite good but nothing exceptional. He looked at Fujin and concluded, "Oh well, Renjiro wasn't planning to hand him his sloth summon. Since he managed to get a contract with his own strength, I can't complain. If he passes the contract to the next generation, then Fujin would have contributed a lot to the village," he said. "I don't know anything about them, Fujin. But good work." Chapter 227, Swords. Hiruzen lifted a couple of boxes from under his desk and placed them on his desk and said, "This arrived yesterday evening. I called you as I believed that you would want it right away." Fujin observed the boxes. His attention was immediately drawn to their ornate designs. Their lids were carved with intricate patterns of dragons and tigers. And it was made from a wood that had an ancient feeling to it, Fujin realized and quickly exclaimed, "My swords are here!" Hiruzen nodded and said, "Fuji arrived here from the land of iron yesterday." Fujin moved forward and lifted one of the lids to see a soft, plush lining that cradled his sword. He grabbed the sheath and picked up his sword. The sheath was an art in itself. Swirling designs were etched into its glossy black lacquer. As Fujin ran his fingers along the sheath, he felt the satisfying smoothness of the fine craftsmanship. Finally, he drew out the sword. The blade was long and thin with a very slight curve to it. Both its edges were very sharp. When the light fell on it, it shimmered with a greenish hue that caught Fujin's eye. The hilt was made of polished green jade that fit comfortably in Fujin's hands. Fujin moved the sword around. It felt very light and almost as if it was an extension of his arm. A smile appeared on his face as chakra began flowing along the blade. He muttered, "The chakra flow along this blade is so smooth." Fujin's chakra flowed through the blade without any obstruction. It was charged with wind chakra almost instantaneously. Fujin had no doubts that if he swung his sword, the entire Hokage building would collapse. Hiruzen smiled and said, "The sword has some chakra metal that assists in wind chakra flow. Very few will be able to stop your sword in the future. Of course, do be careful about them. The swords are very expensive and could get some unwanted attention." Fujin replied, "If they are greedy, they might try to get my head first. But I will keep it in mind, Grandpa." Fujin immediately began checking his other sword, leaving Hiruzen a bit awkward as he recalled that Fujin's head was worth more than those swords. The second sword was just as good as the first one. Fujin kept his sword back in the sheaths. Hiruzen instructed, "Keep the sheaths and boxes properly. The blacksmiths attach a lot of importance to making them. So destroying them or throwing them away is seen as an insult by them. Also, the sheath is made of special materials which help preserve the chakra metal properties in the sword. So when you don't use them, keep them in their sheaths." Fujin replied, "I didn't know about that. But seeing how well the sheath and the box are made, I guess it makes sense. I'll store them properly." Hiruzen smiled and said, "That is all. There is still some time before I invite you to Umbu. Use it to master mystical palm and create a bond and develop teamwork with your summons." Fujin nodded and left the room. He thought, I guess Ryu wasn't kidding when he said that the younger ones hadn't ever seen a human. It should have been a long time since they had a summoner. Kinda sucks. I was hoping that Hiruzen knew how impressive they were and used that fact to get some wind crystals. Anyways, since he doesn't know, I doubt he could warn me about their plans. On the plus side, I will be able to keep my sage training a secret. If I do master it, my strength will grow phenomenally. And since there is no way to sense it unless I use it, it will become my strongest ace in the hole. A smile formed on his face as he wondered who would fall prey to this hidden card. Of course, that would be a long time away and would need a lot of hard work and perhaps some luck to achieve. Fujin returned home. 2 symbols glowed on his bracers and his old swords appeared. Fujin calculated, Hiruzen asked me to keep the new swords in their sheaths. I will have to modify the storage seal so that my new swords fit. That isn't an issue. The problem is that I have to store them with their sheaths. So when I summon the sword, I will get the sword with the sheath instead of just the sword. And while that may look cool, it will be very inefficient. So what to do? Fujin analyzed a lot and began recalling all the seals he had learnt. After a few minutes, he prepared a plan that would allow him to store the swords in the sheaths but summon just the swords. However, before he could work on it, he had an idea. Fujin thought, wait a minute. Though Umbu ninjas wear a mask to hide their identity, I doubt that it would be 100% effective. After all, every ninja has unique features. Someone like Kakashi is very easy to identify despite his Umbu mask, so it's safe to assume that every village will try to keep information about the Umbu ninjas of enemy villages. If that is the case, then I should give them something to identify me with myself instead of them figuring out something I can't change and don't know. A mischievous smile appeared on Fujin's face as he thought of a plan to mess with the minds of the ones that might want to target him in the future. He stored the new swords in a scroll and kept the old swords back in his bracers. He left his house and went to the training ground. He bit his thumb and weaved a few hand signs and slammed his right palm on the ground, summoning jutsu. Smoke appeared in front of Fujin. In the smoke, the silhouette of a 3-meter-tall saber-tooth was visible. Meanwhile, Fujin's breath became heavy. He was alarmed. Damn. A single summoning jutsu exhausted more than 40% of my chakra. The smoke dispersed, showing Goro. He looked at Fujin and exclaimed in joy, I knew it! I knew it! I dared my brothers to make a bet with me that you would summon me first. They didn't even dare to accept my bet. Ha 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 ha. Fujin watched with a deadpan expression. He sighed in his mind, looks like this jutsu is a waste until I can summon his brothers. Goro asked. So, why did you summon me? Tell me whose ass you want to be bitten? You can rely on me 100%. Fujin replied, sure I can. But I am not facing any enemy. I just want to see how a great winged saber-tooth like you fights. And I want to build good teamwork between us. Goro answered with a bit less excitement in his voice, oh, that sounds boring. But since you can see how great I am, I will show you. Fujin said, I am not sure how much we can fly here. Can you summon me to your mountain? We can experiment there. Goro nodded. All right, I will see you in a minute. He disappeared. Fujin sighed. Did he fall on his head as a child, or did Ryu spoil him rotten for him to develop such a personality? I hope he fights well. Otherwise, it'd be completely hopeless. Fujin suddenly disappeared from the training ground and appeared at Mount Mutiki in front of Goro. Fujin's sudden appearance was noticed by a few winged saber-tooths, but they ignored him. Goro asked, so, what do you want to see first? Fujin looked around him. He was in a small cave with just Goro. He said, I want to see how a winged saber-tooth fights. Then I can see how we can work together. Goro said, all right, climb on my back. Fujin climbed on his back. Goro said, hold tight. He spread his wings and jumped out of the cave. He flapped his wings a few times and began flying at a very fast speed. Chakra gathered in Fujin's eyes to keep them safe from the strong winds. Goro said with pride, the first thing you should know about us is that we fly very fast. Even most of the birds can't keep up with us. That is especially true for Kaido. He loves flying. He can fly as fast as lightning and can keep that speed up for days. Fujin was surprised. He analyzed, speed of lightning is unrealistic. But if I assume that he flies twice as fast as Goro and can maintain that speed for hours, then he would be a very good aid in escaping. Chapter 228, The Abilities of a Winged Saber-tooth. Goro moved towards a boulder on the huge mountain. He said, this should be a no-brainer, but we also have very high strength. He raised his paw and brought it down on the boulder with a lot of force. His paw split the boulder into two and turned a lot of it into dust. Fujin wasn't surprised. He expected such physical prowess from them. Goro said, see. How I turned it into dust with a wave of my paw. That's how strong I am. Fujin replied, yeah, that is very strong. I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of it. Goro laughed, of course you wouldn't. I could bite that stone too, but I don't want dust and soil in my mouth. Fujin said, it's fine. I can guess what a bite from you can do. Show me your other skills. Goro said, cool. He flapped his wings and moved away from the mountain and said, watch. This is the skill that makes us the apex predators. Goro's body suddenly became still. Chakra gathered on his wings. Fujin sensed it and was surprised. Nature chakra? Even the younger ones can use senjutsu? Goro flapped his wings again. This time he didn't move. Instead, very strong winds flew downwards. Fujin was surprised. He analyzed, that attack is stronger than my supercharged infinite breakthrough. And at least a few times stronger. Goro chuckled. Are you shocked? You're shocked. Ed, right? If I use this attack on animals on land, all of them will die. Even if they survive, they will be injured. And even if they are strong enough to resist, I can just fly away. Ha 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 ha. If anyone else heard Goro's words, they might feel contempt for his attitude. However, Fujin wasn't one of them. He agreed with Goro's strategy wholeheartedly. In Fujin's books, other than winning a war without fighting, the best way to fight was to maintain distance and keep attacking the enemy without allowing the enemy to attack back. And if the enemy is stronger, he can always run away and turn the fight into a game of tag. It was why Fujin learnt so many jutsus that allowed him to hide and escape. Fujin thought, looks like I was hasty. He is good. Goro said, in addition, we can also do this. He began gathering chakra in his throat. He looked up and fired a beam made of wind. The beam hit the cloud and created a huge hole in it. Fujin observed the wind beam carefully. His eyes widened as he noticed how the beam worked. He couldn't help but mutter, incredible. Goro was surprised. He looked back at Fujin and asked, did you understand what happened? Fujin looked at Goro. He realized that Goro's breath had gotten heavier. He thought, it seems like the attack uses a lot of chakra. Fujin nodded, yeah. Though it seemed like a normal beam of wind, it is instead made of incredibly sharp winds. The inside of the beam is basically like a meat grinder. If anyone were to be hit by it, I doubt any flesh would be left on their bones. Goro exclaimed, wow. Father wasn't kidding when he said that your affinity to wind is very strong. And you are right. This is my most devastating attack. It is also the signature attack of our pride. We call it the wind breath or the breath of wind. The only way to survive it is if the opponent has a very tough body that can't be cut with my winds. But I haven't met any such opponents yet, ha ha ha. Even if someone has tough skin, they still have vulnerable parts like eyes, nose and ears. Fujin wondered, will I be able to withstand the attack with iron skin? I should test it later with my clones. Regardless, this attack is very dangerous. If I can learn it, I can use it like a cheap version of dust release. I can recall very few ninjas who could defend against this attack. Goro interrupted Fujin's thoughts and said, in addition, we also have some other moves. He gathered chakra into his throat again and launched a ball of wind into the clouds. The attack left a small hole in the clouds. Fujin noticed, it is very similar to my vacuum cannon except for the fact that there is no vacuum core. However, its destructive power won't be much weaker than my vacuum cannon due to the amount of chakra he put into it. Goro said, this is our air bullet. We use it against weaker opponents as it doesn't need much chakra. Fujin said, that is still quite powerful. What else do you have? Goro answered, well, this is most of our traditional moves. Our fights usually involve us attacking with these attacks from a distance or using our strong bodies to crush our enemies. Some in the pride do make some of their personal moves or master another element, but I am still too young to learn them. Fujin quickly asked, I see. How old are you? Fujin was very interested in knowing the answer. After all, animals and humans had quite different growth stages and lifespans. Goro answered in a smug voice, I am one of the youngest in my pride and still one of the most reliable and strongest. I am only 39 years old. Fujin was stunned. He thought in disbelief, he is 39 years old? From the way he talked, I assumed he was 39 months old. Goro noticed that Fujin was speechless. He looked back and asked, you can't believe how young I am, right? Seeing my strength, I bet you thought I am some 300 years old monster, right? Ha ha ha. Fujin was left speechless. Though he had been very polite so far and praised Goro a few times to fan his ego so that he could get along better, he wasn't sure what he could say without being insulting. Luckily, Goro changed the subject. Now that you have seen what I can do, what ideas did you come up with for cooperation and teamwork? Fujin became serious and said, I haven't thought of much. Like you, I also specialize in wind manipulation. The only idea I had so far is launching my attacks at the same time as you to double our power or launching them alternatingly to double our attack frequency. Goro looked at Fujin suspiciously and asked, Do you think that your wind attacks are as strong as mine? Fujin replied, Your wind breath is stronger than anything I can do right now. But others I can amplify with my own attacks. For instance, Fujin built up around 15% of his chakra and looked above. Wind release, infinite breakthrough jutsu. He released the supercharged jutsu at the clouds above them. Goro observed and commented, Wow. That was good. Not as strong as mine but good nonetheless. Fujin didn't answer and used another jutsu. Wind release, air bullet jutsu. He fired 15 air bullets. Goro said, Not bad. They are much smaller in size but the quantity is go. His eyes suddenly went wide open in shock. Fujin swung his sword and released a sword wave that split the clouds into two for over 100 meters. Goro exclaimed, That was fucking good. You are strong. Fujin said, I also have techniques to pierce into the strongest armor. So in case we encounter someone on whom your wind breath doesn't work, I could create openings in their defenses and let you kill them with ease. But though it seems strong, a combination of two wind users won't be very good. I will learn a few fire attacks so that we could use a fire-wind combination attack. Goro said, I agree. Not to mention your chakra reserves took a big hit when you summoned me. That said, I am not sure how good a fire-wind combination attack will be. Fujin replied, It'll be awesome. I have already tried it with others who can spit fire. But yeah, you are right. Summoning you consumed more than 40% of my chakra. If I summon you in a fight, I'll have very little chakra left. So you will have to do the majority of the fighting. Goro grinned and said, As I said earlier, don't worry about it and leave everything to me. Ha 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 ha. Fujin sighed at his eccentricities but didn't say anything. After all, it was a good thing that Goro was willing to fight for him and that he seemed to be a very competent fighter. Fujin thought, though Ryu said that my chakra growth will slow down, it is still growing at a considerable rate. In a year it should grow sufficiently to at least make summoning Goro easier on my chakra reserves. Fujin and Goro tried a few combination attacks until Fujin ran out of chakra. Goro ended his reverse summoning and Fujin returned back to Konoha. Chapter 229, Mystical Palm Jutsu. For the next couple of days Fujin trained with Goro on Mount Mitiki to improve their coordination. They first tried the IR moves on nearby mountains. When they got comfortable, they found nearby animals that Goro used to fight and began hunting. Finally, the day for training Mystical Palm Jutsu arrived. Fujin did his morning workout rituals and visited the hospital at noon. After asking, he entered the room where he would be taught. As soon as he did, 33 pairs of eyes landed on him. Fujin looked around. The room was very spacious. It had a huge blackboard on the opposite side of the entry door. It also had a long but thin indoor pool in the shape of an arc and curved tables lined up along its edge. A few fish swam in it. Fujin observed the other people in the room. He didn't recognize any of them. But a few of them recognized Fujin as they had seen him during the Chunin exams. However, before they could say anything, a bald guy entered the room and instructed loudly, Take your seats, everyone. We don't have any time to waste. Fujin and the others who were standing took a seat while observing the instructor. He was completely bald and looked quite old. Two girls in their late teens entered the room and stood behind the instructor. The instructor walked to the front of the room and began writing on the blackboard that he said, I am Yamanaka Yoshi. I will be teaching you the basics of Mystical Palm Jutsu and guiding you until I am sure that you can perform it. The girls standing behind you are Hyuga Emi and Kurama Asaka. They are training to become medical ninjas and they will be monitoring your progress and clearing your doubts. He looked around the room and muttered, Just 34 are here. Looks like 2 didn't show up. He passed a sheet in the room and said, Write your names on it. I will need it to keep track of your progress. He moved back to the blackboard and said, I will first explain to you the theory behind Mystical Palm Jutsu. I will also tell you the advantages and disadvantages of it and tell you when to use it and when not to use it. Pay careful attention because if you use it when you shouldn't, you can kill your patient or force real medical needs to amputate them. His words made everyone in the room serious. Most of them were here because they wanted to help their teammates or themselves in case of a major injury. So worsening an injury was the last thing they would want to happen. For the next couple of hours, Yoshi kept giving his lecture. He also cleared any doubts anyone had. Fujin paid careful attention and took some notes down alongside others in the room. When he stopped, the room sighed in relief. None of the people here were as young as Fujin. It had been years since they had to sit in the academy and hear lectures. Yoshi said, "Now that I have explained everything to you and cleared your doubts, we will begin hands-on training. But before we begin, we will be splitting the room into two. As I had said earlier, mystical palm requires very precise chakra control. So the ones who are confident in their chakra control, walk towards the tables. The others keep sitting where you are." Fujin was very confident in his chakra control. He got up and moved towards the tables. So did 11 other people. The two assistants also moved next to Yoshi. Hyuga Emi was holding a rather thick scroll. She laid it on the table and opened it a bit until a seal could be seen in the scroll. Yoshi walked in front of it and made a hand sign. A fish popped up in the seal. He said, "This storage scroll has 100 storage seals with 100 injured fishes in it. We will be using them to test your jutsu." He extended his right hand towards the fish. Green chakra appeared on his hand and began pouring into the fish. For the next 30 seconds, the fish didn't make any movements and kept laying as if it was dead. However, it soon began making small movements. In a minute, it jumped off the scroll and landed in the pool. Yoshi said with a smile, "This is how you do it." No one in the room was surprised. After all, everyone had seen medical ninjas in action. Yoshi said, "Though this looks simple, it will take a long time for you to learn this. You first need to develop good chakra control and you will need 4 to 6 months after that to be able to heal the fish as I did. You will require another 6 months of training to be able to use this jutsu safely on ninjas." His words surprised everyone in the room. Fujin thought, almost 1 year for just mastering this basic jutsu? He couldn't help but mutter in his mind, "It's just using our chakra to increase the body's natural healing. How tough can it be?" Yoshi noticed the looks of skepticism on most of the trainees. However, he wasn't surprised. He scoffed in his mind, "It's the same every month. They think that it is an easy jutsu that they will learn in a few days. Half of them won't even have the patience to dedicate enough time to this jutsu to master it." He looked at the 12 who had claimed that they had good chakra control and said, "You try it first. Be careful about the amount of chakra you use." Hyuga Emi and Kurama Asaka rolled the scroll until 12 seals were visible and summoned 12 fishes. Fujin and the rest stepped forward. Fujin observed his fish and observed, "This fish almost looks dead. I wonder how they put fish in such a state. The seal looks similar to the one Uchiha Sora used to store the dead body. So it should have slowed time to preserve the fish in this state." He extended his palm towards the fish and began releasing an extremely tiny amount of chakra. The chakra touched the body of the fish and began entering it. Fujin frowned but stayed steady as he realized, "My chakra isn't entering his body without any resistance. The fish's body is resisting my chakra, making healing tougher. In addition, if I increase power, it will probably destroy the fish's body instead of healing it." Fujin kept at it while releasing chakra as slowly as he could. However, even after 3 minutes, there wasn't any change in the fish. In the meantime, the other 11 were also trying. In under a minute, 4 fish were burned enough to be safe for consumption. In the next minute, another 4 were burnt alive. While the remaining 3 couldn't insert their chakra into the fish. Yoshi's eyes moved on all 12 trainees before being glued to Fujin. He thought, not bad. He was able to insert some chakra into the fish without burning it. Fujin's attention was completely on the fish. He thought, "At this rate, I don't think the fish will be healed today. I should increase the chakra." He did say that it will take 4 to 6 months to learn this. Burning 1 fish should be fine. Fujin slowly increased his chakra output for the next 30 seconds. As he did, he noticed that a fin moved. He immediately stopped increasing the chakra and maintained his current rate. However, in 10 seconds he noticed that the skin had begun burning. He immediately lowered his chakra output. Yoshi's eyes widened in surprise. He thought, "What chakra control? Even senior medical ninjas wouldn't be able to control their chakra this well every time." Desp. Lowering the chakra output, the fish's flesh was completely burnt. Fujin sighed and picked up the fish. He thought, "I can't heal if it resists my chakra." Fujin felt someone staring at him. He looked to his right and saw Kurama Asaka staring at him. Chakra flowed through his hand as he properly cooked the fish and asked, "Are these fish safe to be eaten?" Asuka snorted and swiped the fish off his hand and said, "You are here to learn healing and not cooking." Fujin sighed. "If I knew that there would be a 2-hour lecture, I'd have brought some snacks," Yoshi said. "That's enough. Go back and sit and analyze where you went wrong." He looked towards the others and instructed, "Half of you come here and try healing the fish." 11 people got up and went to the table while Fujin and the rest took their seats. At the same time Emi and Asuka swapped the fishes. Yoshi arrived in front of Fujin and the rest who tried healing the fish. Chapter 230, Yang Release. Yoshi asked, "What have you learnt from your failed attempt?" One of the trainees said, "We have to be very careful with the amount of chakra we put in the fish. If we use more chakra, it can very easily burn up." Another said, "But if we use less chakra, the fish won't heal." Another couple of trainees gave similar answers before going quiet. The ones who hadn't attempted healing yet paid attention as they would soon face the same troubles. Yoshi looked at Fujin and asked, "Anything else?" Fujin wasn't planning to answer as he expected the instructor to explain the obstacle he faced regardless of his answer. But noticing his gaze, Fujin answered, "The fish's body resists our chakra. So very little chakra is actually used to heal the chakra." Yoshi nodded, "You are right. In truth, all 12 of you face this issue. Otherwise, even with little chakra, you would have been able to heal a little bit, and with excessive chakra, you would have first noticed rapid healing before the fish got burned." He looked at Fujin and asked, "Can you guess why the fish resisted your chakra?" Fujin answered, "I am not sure. The only possible explanation I can come up with is that the fish's body instinctively resisted as my chakra was a foreign chakra. But if that is the case, healing would be abnormally difficult. Especially since the fish's body has minuscule chakra when compared with ninjas." Yoshi replied, "Your guess is wrong. There are 2 reasons why the fish's body instinctively rejects and resists your chakra. The first reason is that your chakra is too harsh. This type of chakra is very effective in combat and hence all of you release this chakra instinctively. But to heal you need to release a very gentle and docile chakra. Only then it will be accepted by the patient's body and help heal their bodies." Fujin and the rest were surprised. Fujin asked, "What do you mean by gentle and docile chakra?" Yoshi answered, "It means that your chakra shouldn't threaten your patient's body and must feel soothing enough for them to not resist at all and instead allow it to do its work. You will need to eliminate any thoughts you have about killing or fighting before you heal a patient, and only then will you be able to heal. Of course, with practice, you will begin releasing a gentle chakra with ease. This is one of the main reasons why it takes so long to learn this jutsu. The second reason is that the chakra you used was attributeless. Though it seems that medical ninjutsu doesn't need any nature manipulation, it isn't the case. You have to only utilize the yang aspect of chakra while using medical ninjutsu." Fujin's eyes widened. He thought, yang release? Medical ninjutsu requires yang release? Will we be trained in it? Fujin asked, "How can we only utilize the yang aspect of our chakra? Does it have similar training like the way we train for normal natures?" Yoshi shook his head and explained, "There is no way to train in yang release." He stopped and corrected himself. "No, that wouldn't be right to say. But the methods to train yang release are all secret techniques. So you won't be able to get access to them. As for mystical palm jutsu, you will employ the most basic method for utilizing yang nature. You will keep trying to heal fish until you are able to heal using only the yang aspect of your chakra. Once you find it, you should practice a few hundred times so that you master using that aspect." His words made everyone frown. After all, this was like finding a needle in a haystack. It would be difficult, time-consuming, and very luck-based. One ninja, who was from the Yamanaka clan as well, asked, "Can we perform medical ninjutsu using the yin aspect of our chakra?" Yoshi replied, "You can, but it is very difficult. Only senior medical ninjas can do so. And even then, we don't use it for healing external wounds. So focus on learning the yang aspect of the chakra." Yoshi looked at him and said, "However, if you know yin release, then learning basic yang release will be easier. You just have to avoid releasing the yin aspect of chakra." The ninja nodded and said, "Thank you for the tip, Yoshi-sensei." Yoshi looked at everyone and asked, "Do you have any more doubts?" No one asked any questions. So he returned to monitor the next batch of trainees. Fujin closed his eyes and began thinking about Yoshi's words, "So I will have to separate yang and yin aspects of the chakra to learn mystical palm jutsu. And here I thought that I'd get it down in no time. Still, this is good. Going by Yoshi's words, if I can learn Yang release, I should also learn Yin release. So my genjutsu would become stronger. I might be able to use it in battle against stronger enemies as well. That said, I guess making my chakra gentle first would be the challenge. To eliminate all thoughts of fighting and killing? That's tough. Or would have been tough if I hadn't just experienced it while traveling on Ryu's head. Maybe I should go back to him and see how I could experience it again. Though I guess that I should first take a look at what methods the village has. After all, I did feel that I was able to slightly heal the fish. It is probably why Yoshi asked me a question specifically. The remaining 22 people tried healing the fish and met with similar obstacles. Yoshi didn't see anyone noteworthy among them. So once everyone was done, he had a similar exchange with the remaining trainees. Once all doubts were resolved, he summarized, as you have already tried healing, you would have realized the 3 major aspects of healing. The first is having a gentle chakra that doesn't make the patient feel any threat. The second is utilizing the yang aspect of your chakra. And the last is having very good chakra control. He looked at everyone and said, "That's it for today. We will meet again after 7 days at noon. In these 7 days, I want you to do only one thing. Meditate for as long as you can, and while meditating, think of happy thoughts or pleasant memories. The next time you attempt healing, you will try to think of those memories before healing." Fujin watched him with a dumbfounded look. He thought, what the hell? That's how you make your chakra gentle? You couldn't come with any other bullshit? And this is the village that has the most advanced medical ninjutsu? No wonder Hiruzen shot down Tsunade's proposal of training a lot of medical ninjas. Imagine thousands of ninjas thinking happy thoughts while the rest fought. Like Fujin, many were speechless by what Yoshi asked them to do. However, if they knew what Yoshi's thoughts were, they would begin cursing him right away. Yoshi enjoyed the look of disbelief on the trainees. He thought, making your chakra gentle isn't difficult. As they keep practicing this jutsu, their chakra will automatically become gentle and docile unless they keep getting angry or frustrated. But since every one of them thinks that learning this jutsu is easy, I might as well have some fun with them. Just the thought of them meditating while having pleasant thoughts is hilarious. It'll be even more fun when they get annoyed as it won't work, ha ha ha. Yoshi dismissed everyone. When the room was empty, a smile appeared on Yoshi's face. Emi and Asuka sighed thinking, this old geezer is messing around once again. Fujin moved to Ichiraku while thinking, that old geezer was definitely messing with us when he said that. Something seemed off. Though I didn't sense a lie, he is a medical ninja from the Yamanaka clan. So he might be a good censor as well. It won't be difficult for him to lie without being sensed. That said, meditation in itself isn't bad. I should stabilize my mind by meditating for a few hours and eliminating all thoughts before I visit next week. More importantly, I should focus on the yang release. Fujin reached Ichiraku and ate while thinking about yang release. Chapter 231, Yin and Yang. Fujin sat in his meditation room and sat in a meditative position. Soon, chakra could be seen surrounding his body. Fujin's mind was analyzing his chakra, yang and yin nature. How can I segregate the two? As Fujin inspected his chakra, he analyzed, yang release is described as the physical energy that governs vitality, growth, and life force. Meanwhile, yin release is described as the spiritual energy that governs imagination, creativity, and the formation of shape and form. If I have to compare them with techniques, then yang release is often connected with taijutsu, while yin release is linked with genjutsu. Ninjutsu needs a balance of both of them. But when we train taijutsu, genjutsu, or ninjutsu, we don't feel the yang or yin aspects of chakra. Fujin clenched his fist and raised it in front of his hands as continued analyzing. If yang release is just the physical energy, then can this be considered as yang release? After all, it enhances my physique. Chakra appeared around his fist. The chakra grew larger and at the same time, Fujin's fist became stronger. Fujin's eyes widened and began glowing as he realized, no, the chakra on my fist is just normal chakra. After all, I haven't segregated the chakra. But when I focus the chakra on my fist itself becomes much more resilient. Otherwise, every time I punch something, my fist will become a bloody mess due to the recoil. The chakra that enhances my fist is the yang aspect of my chakra. Fujin didn't analyze anything for a couple of minutes and let the realization sink in. Finally, he let out a sigh and muttered, so learning Senju Taijutsu chakra automatically teaches us yang release. So I have known how to use yang release for more than a year without knowing that I know it. He lowered his fist and thought, Sai, you could have at least told me, Renjiro. Do these guys get a kick out of keeping some details a secret? Still, to think that he taught me yang release. He wasn't kidding about the magnanimity of the Senju clan. No way any other clan would teach yin or yang release to outsiders. Fujin focused his chakra once again. This time, a thin layer of chakra gathered on his entire body. However, the chakra began decreasing and soon dissipated. However, chakra was still gathered in his flesh. Fujin felt that his body was much stronger, that he opened his eyes and raised his right hand in front of him. A formless chakra appeared on his palm. Fujin thought, this should be pure yang chakra. Since there is no yin chakra involved, I can't control its shape, but I guess Yoshi wasn't speaking the complete truth then. With just yang chakra, a medical ninja won't be able to heal perfectly. They will need a little bit of yin chakra to control the yang chakra so that they can heal effectively. But since he said that we just need to keep trying until we find the right proportions, I guess that we will eventually be able to release chakra that is majorly yang but has a bit of yin to control it appropriately. Anyways, suddenly yin chakra flowed into his right palm and mixed with the yang chakra. The chakra took the shape of a ball and began rotating rapidly. Fujin analyzed, so in the case of Rasengan, yang chakra is responsible for the damage while yin chakra is responsible for the rotation and the spherical form. To think that I was able to just do it subconsciously without knowing the details. The same should be the case with every ninjutsu. Fujin went into the lowest basement and began experimenting with all his ninjutsus. He began studying how yin and yang chakra worked in every ninjutsu. 3 days later, Fujin was standing in his basement. He made a few hand signs, bringer of darkness jutsu. Immediately, the entire room went dark. A smile formed on Fujin's face. Great. The time needed to reduce this jutsu has been reduced by 3 times. Though I spent 3 days studying yang and yin release, it was time well spent. I will be able to improve my ninjutsus as well. Though they wouldn't have such a huge improvement, it is still better than nothing. Fujin left the basement and freshened himself up. He had barely rested for 3 days. He thought, since I have learnt both yang and yin releases, it's time for a treat. Fujin spent the remaining day visiting all his favorite restaurants in Konoha until he was full. The next day, Fujin summoned Goro and asked Goro to reverse summon him. When Fujin appeared on Mount Mutiki, Goro asked, "What do you want to train in today?" Fujin replied, "I want to talk with your father, can you take me to him?" Goro nodded, "Sure. Climb on my majestic back." Goro carried Fujin on his back and flew away from Mount Mutiki. En route, Fujin said, "By the way, I had a few more ideas for combination jutsus. You will love the next one." Goro grinned and said, "I can't wait to try. Thanks to you, I have become even more amazing. I will leave both Kurigan and Kaido in the dust, ha ha ha." In a few minutes, they arrived before Ryu's humongous body. Ryu was resting, however, he opened an eye to see Goro flying towards him. Goro landed in front of him and said, "Father, Fujin wanted to see you, so he summoned the most amazing winged saber-tooth to help him. See ya." He dropped Fujin and flew away without waiting for Ryu's reply. Ryu sighed at his son's antics and muttered in a sleepy tone, "What do you want?" Fujin replied, "I want to experience the nature chakra once again. Can you monitor me?" Ryu asked with one eye closed, "Why do you want to experience that again?" Fujin answered, "I am trying to learn mystical palm jutsu. The instructor said that we need to have a very calm and pleasant mind in order to learn it. And I felt the most calm and pleasant when we flew to Mount Mutiki last time." Ryu stared at Fujin and asked lazily, "Is mystical palm jutsu that healing jutsu?" Fujin nodded. Ryu said in the same tone, "So you want to tell me that you need to sense nature chakra in order to learn a basic healing jutsu?" Fujin felt awkward upon hearing his question. He said, "Well, it isn't a necessity. But it will be of great help." Ryu said, "If you keep sensing nature chakra again and again, you will inevitably begin absorbing it as well. And you aren't ready to absorb it. If you do, the only result will be your death. So stop using excuses to achieve that state once again. I know that it feels great and you would want to feel it again and again, but be patient for a few years." Ryu closed his eye and Fujin disappeared, leaving a cloud of smoke. Fujin appeared back in his basement. A look of surprise could be seen on his face as he muttered, "Did he end Goro's summons so casually?" He got up and sighed. That state felt so peaceful and heavenly. Perhaps it truly felt addictive. I guess Ryu was right in calling the reason an excuse. Oh well, I'll see how it goes in the next training session. For now, it's time to retrain my jutsus. Fujin went to the training ground. He began using the jutsus that he had already mastered and using them while properly applying yang and yin chakras. He decided, I will begin with the infinite breakthrough jutsu. He gathered chakra in his throat while segregating it into yang and yin. He used the yang chakra to provide power to the jutsu and used the yin chakra to decide the shape and range of the jutsu. Then he exhaled a normal infinite breakthrough jutsu. Fujin analyzed, the speed of performing the jutsu is much slower. But it's understandable as I am not doing it the normal way. I will need to keep practicing to see how much the speed will improve. If it still takes longer, then it won't be worth it. Fujin kept practicing. As he did, his speed increased and a smile formed on his face as he could see the benefits of this new way. He ate a soldier pill so that he could train for longer. Soon the skies went dark. Fujin gathered chakra once again and instinctively split it into yang and yin. He exhaled another infinite breakthrough jutsu. The jutsu traveled in a straight line like a beam with a 2-meter radius. It destroyed all trees in its path for over 100 meters. Fujin grinned. Amazing! Though my speed is still a bit slower, the benefits of performing jutsus this way are just amazing. By controlling yang chakra, I can easily decide how much power I want to put into the jutsu. If I want to supercharge it, I only have to increase the yang chakra and don't have to increase the yin chakra. So I can save yin chakra while supercharging this jutsu. However, more than yang chakra, I am impressed by the abilities of yin chakra. I didn't expect such a result. With a grin on his face, he observed his surroundings. It was a complete mess. Some trees had hundreds of holes in their trunk while some had hundreds of cuts on them. A few trees were completely shredded. If anyone visited this place, they would be terrified by the destruction. Fujin was very happy. It was as if a whole new realm of possibilities had opened up for him. A terrifying new realm. Chapter 232, Happy Thoughts Work? For the next couple of days, Fujin kept practicing infinite breakthrough jutsu with yin and yang amplifications until he was satisfied. Soon it was the day of visiting the hospital. Fujin trained his body in the morning and spent a couple of hours meditating to relax his mind and eliminate all needless thoughts and distractions. He left his house for the hospital, but suddenly he had a thought. Wait a minute. Yoshi said last time that we need to think about happy and pleasant thoughts. So we need to be happy. And I am happy after eating delicious food. I should stuff my stomach before going. Otherwise, if I keep thinking about eating the fish, I don't think I could heal it, haha. Having decided, he visited Ichiraku once again and enjoyed himself while blissfully ignoring the time for Yoshi's training session at noon. Yoshi entered the same room and saw 28 people in the room. He looked around and his face fell as he thought, 6 quit already, including that youngster. A shame. I had high hopes for him. But if he doesn't have the discipline of sticking for a week, then there is no way he can become a medical ninja. He began by giving a short lecture and started guiding the trainees to use the mystical palm jutsu. Half an hour later, Fujin knocked on the door and entered the room. Once again, he attracted everyone's attention. Yoshi squinted his eyes. He didn't know how to feel. On one hand, he was happy that Fujin wanted to continue, while on the other hand, he was disappointed by his indiscipline. He walked towards Fujin and said, "You are late." Fujin nodded, but he had a smile on his face. Yoshi's eyes twitched. He commented in his mind, did that Hataki brat spread his influence on the youngsters? Yoshi put up a serious face and said strictly, I won't allow any tardy ninja to learn medical ninjutsu. So you better give me a good reason for being late. Otherwise I won't be teaching you. His words were loud enough to be heard by everyone in the room. They all had their attention on Fujin. For half an hour they had been trying unsuccessfully. So seeing another person get yelled at felt refreshing. They were hoping to get some entertainment. Fujin maintained his smile and said, Of course, I have a reason, sensei. I had left home on time and should have been here before noon. But then I recalled your words. Yoshi was confused. He asked, My words? Fujin nodded and asked, Didn't you say that we should have happy and pleasant thoughts in order to be able to heal? If the fish's body perceives any threat, then it won't allow our chakra to assist it, right? Yoshi nodded but was still confused. He thought, I did say that bullshit, but how is it related to him being late? Fujin said, I recalled your words and realized that in the last week, when I was healing the fish, I was very hungry and was wondering how the fish would taste. It is probably why the fish's body put up a resistance. In addition, I am at my happiest after eating a delicious meal. So I took your advice and decided to eat up first before showing up here. Otherwise, I would only fail like last time. Yoshi and everyone in the room were stunned. They were left speechless by Fujin's excuse. Yoshi thought, what the fuck? How did he reach that conclusion? He wanted to yell, but before he could say anything, Fujin bowed and said, "That's why I am late, sensei. But I still apologize for the delay. It won't happen again." Yoshi was left speechless once again. Fujin didn't even give him any chance to scold him. In the end, he could only say, "Don't be late again or I won't accept you in the class." His words left everyone else dumbfounded. Especially Emi and Asuka. Memories of Yoshi yelling at them surfaced in their heads. They both thought, how did he avoid getting yelled at? Could we have just said that we wanted to eat and get away without getting yelled at for years? Fujin said, "Of course." Yoshi said, "Go try to heal a fish." Fujin nodded and quickly left and occupied an empty spot that already had a fish. He observed the fish and thought, there's no way there would be a happier sight than his expression. Oh well, here goes nothing. Fujin weaved hand signs and extended his right palm towards the fish with a smile on his face. Yang chakra appeared on his palm. He used a little bit of Yin chakra to manipulate the Yang chakra and began healing the fish. Everyone's eyes were on Fujin. Fujin gently increased his chakra output. To his surprise, the fish began twitching and moving its fins rapidly in just 30 seconds. Once again, shock spread throughout the room. The trainees were shocked that someone managed to heal the fish so quickly. Meanwhile, Emi and Asuka's eyes popped out. They both cursed in their mind, that shitty advice works? However, the most shocked was Yoshi. He had no idea what to make of the scene unfolding in front of his eyes. The fish began flailing as Fujin's chakra began burning his body. Fujin quickly reduced his chakra output. The fish's body stopped burning, but it was no longer being healed at the required rate. It soon became still once again. Fujin stopped his jutsu. He looked at Yoshi with an innocent face and said excitedly, "Your advice is great, sensei. I didn't think I would make progress so quickly. With a few more happy thoughts, I think I can heal the fish in no time." Yoshi's eyes twitched. It wasn't the praise he wanted to hear. However, before he could say anything, he felt many eyes on him. He looked away from Fujin to see that all 28 trainees were staring at him. Awe and respect could be seen in their eyes. Yoshi gulped as he noticed the reverence in their eyes for him. One guy said, "I will think of happy thoughts too, sensei." Another asked, "I too am the happiest when I eat delicious food. Can I be back in 30 minutes? A few more asked the same question. Another wondered out loud, "Should I propose to Imiko-chan? I will be the happiest if she says yes." However, the guy next to him said, "But if she says no, then I am afraid that you will never learn this jutsu." The guy shivered and said, "You are right." Another guy overheard their conversation and chimed in, "We should try to get instant happiness." A lecherous smile appeared on his face. "You understand what I mean, right?" His statement made everyone feel awkward. They immediately moved 2 steps away from him. Another looked at Yoshi and asked with a serious face, "I am the happiest when I am drunk. But how can I control my chakra properly when I am drunk?" Similar statements began flowing through the room. Yoshi saw the chaos in the room with a dumbfounded expression. Never before had he lost control of a room while teaching trainees. However, he couldn't keep staying quiet. He was asked too many questions. He reluctantly said, "If anyone wants to go out to relax, you can. But return within an hour. The ones who want to keep training, you can keep training. We will monitor your progress." His words made many trainees excited. Soon, 23 trainees left the room. While leaving, one excitedly exclaimed in a loud voice, "I never knew that to become a medical ninja we have to keep ourselves happy all the time. If I did, I would have become a medical ninja right after graduating. Not to mention, with the skills of a medical ninja, I wouldn't even have to be worried about my liver." Ha ha ha. Those words made Yoshi look at the ninja. He couldn't believe it and muttered in a low voice, "How did things reach this stage?" He couldn't help but look at Fujin, who still had that innocent smile on his face. Chapter 233, The Greatest Talent in Medical Ninjutsu? Bring me more. In Shushuya, an old man yelled for yet another drink. The waiter sighed. He took the bottle of sake to his table and poured him more sake while thinking, why does he keep yelling? All the customers from nearby tables have moved away due to him. He even chased a few away at the door. Despite the waiter's worries, the old man wasn't concerned. It was as if he didn't care about anything. He repeated his actions until one guy had enough. He got up and walked to his table and said loudly, "Why do you keep shouting old ma?" The man suddenly stopped speaking and went pale. He fumbled, "Yo, sure sensei?" Yamanaka Yoshi looked up and saw the middle-aged man. He exclaimed with a wide smile on his face, "Isamu. Have a seat. Drink with me." Isamu sat down unwillingly. Seeing Yoshi's state, he was sure that he would be embarrassed, and unlike Yoshi, he wasn't drunk enough to not care. He thought, "I am a jounin and a senior medical ninja. There are very few who would outrank me. To think that my luck is so bad that the drunkard I wanted to quiet down just happened to be one." With one last hope of saving himself from the embarrassment, he asked, "Why are you drinking so much, sensei?" Yoshi was very tipsy. However, he could still hold rational conversation, but his voice and tone were very inconsistent. He said, "You won't believe what I witnessed today, Isamu. It was mind-blowing. In my 40 years of being a medical ninja and 30 years of being an instructor, I have never witnessed such a sight." Isamu sighed in relief that Yoshi could hold a sane conversation. He was also intrigued at the same time. He couldn't help but ask, "What did you see?" Yoshi asked, "Do you remember that happy thought speech I used to give to the mystical palm trainees?" A smile formed on Isamu's face as he replied, "Yes, sensei. We drank multiple times while laughing hilariously at their hilarious attempts." Yoshi said, "Yes, that one. One of the trainees followed my advice and made huge improvements." A peculiar expression appeared on his face. He said, "How could he? We both know that it is bullshit. They just need some time and practice to tune their chakra to healing mode." Yoshi said, "No, it did happen. He managed to heal a bit on his second try. In his second session itself, he made a lot of advancements. And after every attempt, he would think of more happy thoughts and make more improvements. He even thanked me after every improvement. I won't be surprised if he masters the mystical palm jutsu in a month." The whole room was looking at me with reverence in their eyes. Now Isamu was dumbfounded. His mind went into overdrive to make sense of the situation. Soon he reached a conclusion. He asked, "Are you sure that he hasn't already learned the jutsu? Or perhaps someone else is tutoring him?" Unlike Yoshi, Isamu wasn't overwhelmed by the situation. So he could think with a stable mind. However, Yoshi shook his head and said, "No way. He definitely never used this jutsu before. As for a tutor, that is probably a no as well." I could see how thankful he was in his eyes after every small improvement. It felt so genuine. "Bring me more." The waiter hurried to his table while Isamu became embarrassed at being seen alongside him. He got up and said, "Bring me along with you next time to see that trainee, sensei. I will take my leave for now." However, Yoshi said, "What's the hurry? Sit down. I'll tell of all the fun and weird things that happened today." Isamu could only sit back reluctantly. Yoshi had taught his batch of medical ninjas and hence held a lot of respect. He couldn't disobey him so brazenly. So he sat down and endured the embarrassment of being seen alongside him. At the same time, loud laughing noise could be heard from the Ichiraku stall. Though the person laughing couldn't be seen due to the curtains, he caused a lot of weird looks to fall on Ichiraku. Tucci sighed. He had lost count of how many times he had repeated himself, but he had to say it again. "Fujin-kun, you shouldn't laugh so much while eating." Fujin replied, "It's fine. It's fine. It was just so hilarious. Ha 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 ha." I pouted and said angrily, "You keep laughing but don't even tell me what is so funny." Fujin kept laughing and said, "You won't understand." I snorted and looked away and said, "Tell me. I'll see whether I can understand or not." Fujin replied, "It's ninja stuff. Anyways, I am learning a new technique and the old instructor I have was trying some bullshit on us. So I just used his bullshit and made it look like it was true." His face was so hilarious. Ha 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 ha. I looked at Fujin with a confused expression. She muttered to herself, "What part of that is so funny?" She looked at her father, but he too didn't understand and shook his head. The father-daughter duo left Fujin to his devices. Isamu helped Yoshi to his house before returning to his. However, en route he couldn't help but think about Fujin. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't make sense of it in the end. He sighed and muttered, I need to check on him. No way that happiness bullshit works. Either he has taken training or has someone guiding him. Otherwise, he will be the greatest talent in medical ninjutsu in our village. No, in the entire ninja world and perhaps history too. After filling his stomach and laughing a lot, Fujin returned home. He took out a scroll as he recalled the earlier events. Earlier in the Konoha hospital, the trainees had trained hard for over 3 hours. But other than Fujin, no one else managed to make much progress no matter how happy they were. Finally, Emi and Asuka handed all 29 trainees a scroll. Yoshi said, this scroll is similar to the big scroll that preserves the fish. We will be temporarily giving these scrolls to you. When your training is completed, you have to return them. If you fail to return or damage them, then you will have to pay 100,000 ryo as a fine. The huge fine made most of the trainees gulp. They held the scroll properly as if it was an expensive and precious jade. Meanwhile, Fujin thought, this scroll has the same seals? I should try to study the seals. Though I have Sora's seals that were used to store the dead body and eyes, I didn't want to risk experimenting with them as it would have been a huge loss if I damaged the scroll. But if I damage this scroll, then I only have to pay 100k ryo. It could be helpful if I can replicate the seals. Though 100k ryo was a lot for a normal genin or even weaker chunins, it wasn't much for Fujin who had claimed multiple bounties. Yoshi continued, every scroll has 12 fish that you can use to try your mystical palm jutsu. This is a gift from us to you. In the future you can ask for more fish at the reception, but you will have to pay for them. Is that understood? Everyone nodded. Yoshi said, try to heal the fish by yourselves until we meet next week. You will have to practice a lot in order to succeed. Now leave. At his home, Fujin looked at the scroll and muttered, it looks like Konoha wants as many ninjas to learn this jutsu as they can. Otherwise, they wouldn't use so many resources on us. After all, we are just one batch. From what I heard, a new batch is started every month. And Yoshi claimed that it normally takes around 8 to 12 months to learn this jutsu and use it without any risks. So there might be another 12 batches being trained alongside us. Now that I think about it, it is kinda surprising that Tomatsu's squad didn't have anyone who could heal. Fujin opened the scroll and summoned a fish. He observed, it seems to be the same seal. Good. I'll first use up the fish and then try to study the seals. Fujin began practicing the mystical palm jutsu once again. Chapter 234, Spamming Shadow Clones Once Again. In an hour, Fujin had gone through all 12 fishes without completely healing any. He sighed, I feel like I am close but I still can't heal it without burning its flesh. Still, I have a feeling that it should just be a matter of practice. I should get a hang of this jutsu soon. Fujin turned his attention towards the seal and began testing it. After a while he concluded, interesting seal. It has the base of a normal storage seal. That should be used to create a space in the seal. In addition, there are seals to preserve life and not pose any harm to it as well as to keep the air fresh and rich in oxygen. I can replicate these with ease, however there are a few additional seals that I don't recognize. I wonder if they will be in Section A of the library. Since the only additional component in the seal is time, I guess that these seals are responsible for slowing down time in the seal. Suddenly, Fujin's eyes widened as he had an idea. Wait! Since there are seals to slow down time, are there also seals that speed up time? If yes, then I could build my own hyperbolic time chamber. The Fourth War is only around 8 to 9 years away and I am not sure how strong I can be by then. But a hyperbolic time chamber could provide me with a huge help. Especially to master other elements and to try to fuse elements and learn Kekkai Genkais. But, a frown formed on Fujin's face, but this won't be without drawbacks. I don't have any means to extend my lifespan. Using such means will make me get older faster. At the very least, I shouldn't use it until the growth of my body has stopped. Not to mention, it is highly questionable if such a seal exists. After all, if it does, I am sure that there would be many others who could come to the same conclusion as me. So, such training rooms should have been a trend in the ninja world. Especially during the times of great wars. Every village could use them to quickly train their kids and add more manpower to their armies. Still, even if it doesn't exist, can I invent such a seal? Fujin stared at the unfamiliar symbols while thinking, the Konoha library should have the seal to slow down time. Whereas, speeding up time just needs reverse principles. With this seal as a base, I could have something to work with. Fujin analyzed more before nodding to himself. Yes, I can try this. Even if I have to limit the usage for myself, this method can be very handy. I'll work on this after mastering the seal that slows down time. With numerous ideas running through his mind, Fujin began studying the seal properly. He wrote down the symbols he didn't identify and experimented with them until he was sleepy. The next day Fujin created a couple of shadow clones. The clones looked at him and nodded. No words were needed. Fujin left the house and began his morning routine while his clones continued working on the seal. After completing his morning routine, Fujin began relearning his jutsus by controlling yin and yang chakra. Fujin analyzed, my infinite breakthrough jutsu is modified to the limit. I can't strengthen it once again in a short time. Time to move on to the air bullet jutsu. Once this jutsu is down, I will check if yin and yang chakra could be used to improve wind vacuum jutsus. Fujin trained till his chakra levels became low. Satisfied with his progress, he returned home, took the scroll and went to the hospital to buy more fish for testing. After dinner, he trained mystical palm jutsu once again before going to bed. For the next 5 days, Fujin trained in this manner. Finally on the 5th night, a grin formed on Fujin's face. In front of him, a fish was rapidly flapping its fins and jumping on the scroll. Fujin muttered, mystical palm jutsu is learnt. He grabbed the fish and flickered to his washroom. He filled a bucket with water and placed the healed fish in it. The fish finally calmed down and began swimming merrily. Fujin observed the fish for 10 minutes and thought, good, there are no side effects or complications. I should try healing a few more. Fujin returned towards where his scroll was. He opened it completely and summoned 5 fishes and weaved a hand sign. Multi-shadow clone jutsu for shadow clones appeared around him. All immediately used mystical palm jutsu. In 30 seconds, all fish began moving on the scroll. Fujin transferred all the fish into the bucket and observed them. All were fine and didn't develop any complications. A clone said, looks like the first step of learning this jutsu is completed. Another nodded and said, yes. Now we just have to try it on humans. Fujin dismissed his clones and thought, it too should be similar. But I will have to be more careful. These fish were injured to the appropriate degree. In field situations, the injuries could be poisoned, may have already attracted some bacteria, or there could be internal injuries. Anyways, no need to be worried about that. Yoshi should educate me about this. Fujin let out a yawn and muttered, I should go to sleep. Though I have managed to learn this jutsu, the seal has been difficult to replicate. I will spend the entire day tomorrow learning it. The next morning, Fujin entered his basement and made a hand sign. Multi-shadow clone jutsu in an instant, the entire basement was filled with smoke. Fujin created 35 shadow clones. His face went pale due to the loss of chakra. He sat down for a couple of minutes and meditated. His clones observed him and realized, I still can't control my chakra during the shadow clone jutsu. All chakra gets distributed equally. Since I made 35 shadow clones, my main body just has 1/36 of his chakra remaining. No wonder the main body immediately began meditating. Though Fujin was meditating, his clones didn't need to meditate. They didn't disturb him and began working on the seal. After an hour, Fujin's chakra finally recovered to a sufficient level. Fujin thought, I need to modify the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Instead of dividing all chakra, I need to assign the chakra for the jutsu to divide. That way, only the chakra I want will be equally divided while I will still have access to my remaining chakra. Fujin opened his eyes and saw that all 35 clones were working on the seal. He observed them while thinking, there are already 35 shadow clones working on the seal. Adding myself won't increase the pace of research. What should I do? After thinking a bit, he got up and said, looks like I underestimated how much chakra I would lose. His clones looked at him and nodded. Fujin said, I will go to the meditation room and meditate. You guys keep working on the seal for the next 3 hours. Then dismiss yourself in groups of 5 in intervals of 5 minutes. The clones nodded and began working again while Fujin began meditating in his meditation room to calm his mind and recover his chakra. 3 hours later, the clones began dismissing themselves in the decided order. With each clone's disappearance, a surge of memories flooded Fujin's mind, like a deluge of information pouring into his consciousness. He closed his eyes, feeling the weight of the collective experiences washing over him. The memories came in fragments, a jumble of observations, analysis and speculations, like pieces of a puzzle seeking their place. Despite the overwhelming influx of knowledge, Fujin remained focused, his mind swiftly analyzing and processing each memory as it arrived. He meticulously pieced together the memories, drawing connections and extracting the essential insights. However, amidst the exhilaration of acquiring so much information, a slight headache gnawed at Fujin's temple. It was the consequence of absorbing so many memories. Fortunately, due to the time interval, the headache wasn't intense. Fujin pressed on integrating all the memories together and gaining the gains made by all of his clones. Finally, he let out a sigh and muttered, "I can't say what is worse, having an intense headache at the same time or mini headaches spread out over 30 minutes. Whatever, time to redo it." Fujin returned to the basement. However, this time he didn't use the multi-shadow clone jutsu and instead used shadow clone jutsu 30 times. He could control the amount of chakra he pours in a single shadow clone. Due to this, he stopped when he felt that the chakra was reaching low levels. Fujin's clones began working once again. Meanwhile, Fujin left his house and went to Yakiniku to fill his stomach. Analyzing memories of 35 clones not only gave him a headache, but it also created a hole in his stomach. Chapter 235, Invitation to Become a Medical Ninja. Fujin's clones spent the whole day studying the seal and trying to replicate it. Due to studying with 30 clones, they made rapid progress. Finally, at midnight, one shadow clone exclaimed, "I did it!" This immediately attracted everyone's attention. They began moving closer to him to observe the seal. But the clone said with a chuckle, "No need to be impatient." He dispelled himself and sent memories to Fujin and all his clones. All the clones absorbed the memories and realized. Immediately, they began creating the seal. Meanwhile, Fujin, who was meditating in the meditation room, opened his eyes. A smile formed on his face. He created a shadow clone and dispelled it. All the shadow clones received the memories. After completing the seal, clones began dispelling themselves at regular intervals. After absorbing everyone's memories, Fujin returned to the basement. He collected all the scrolls and opened up a new one that he quickly inscribed the newly learnt seal into the scroll and studied it. After observing it thoroughly, he concluded, "Good, this looks exactly like the seal I copied. Now, time to test it." Fujin stored a rotten apple in the seal and thought, "It's good that I had the presence of mind to buy a rotten apple when I went out to eat. I will check if the apple's state worsens or remains the same until tomorrow morning. In the meantime, I will have a nice long sleep. My headache is killing me." The next morning, as soon as he woke up, Fujin withdrew the rotten apple from the seal. He observed it and concluded, "The same as last night. Great. I will continue storing it in this seal to test how well this seal works. If it can keep it stored for a week or more, I'll begin reversing this seal to increase the speed of time." Fujin sealed the apple back in the seal and looked at the clock. His eyes widened. "The hell? It is already 11:45 a.m.? Shit, I underestimated that headache." Fujin quickly got off his bed and freshened up. He grabbed a few Ritz to eat and flickered to the hospital. Thanks to his speed, he barely managed to make it in time. Fujin entered the room thinking, "Though last time was fun, it's probably best to not delay pointlessly. After all, my reputation is nowhere near Kakashi's." As Fujin entered the room was quite noisy. Everyone was talking about the activities they did to ensure maximum happiness before coming to the hospital. However, they went quiet and looked at Fujin. After all, he was the only one to have some success in healing the fish that a few groups called Fujin. But soon after Fujin entered the room, Yoshi, Isamu, Emi and Asuka entered the room as well. So everyone quickly occupied their seats. Yoshi and Isamu walked to the front of the room and Yoshi announced, "This is Isamu. He was one of my students as well. Now he is a full-fledged medical ninja with a lot of achievements under his belt. Have you practiced at home?" Everyone nodded. One person said excitedly, "Yes, sensei. I also did a lot of stuff to keep myself happy." Yoshi's face immediately went dark while Isamu let out a chuckle. Yoshi said, "All right, show me your progress." Everyone began going to the tables in groups and tried healing the fish. Fujin observed them. As he expected, no one had made any progress. Finally, it was Fujin's turn to go. He got up and approached the table. The eyes of Yoshi, Isamu, and others in the room were glued on him. He weaved a hand sign and extended his right hand towards the fish. Yang chakra appeared on his palm and began healing the fish. In a few seconds, the fish began improving in health. It began quivering. 10 seconds later, it began moving its fins rapidly and jumped into the small pond on the other side of the table. Silence spread throughout the room. Everyone was shocked by what they witnessed. One guy asked in a soft voice, "Didn't Yoshi-sensei say that we will need 4 to 6 months to reach this stage?" The guy next to him nodded but couldn't say anything. Yoshi was the one who was in the most shock. After all, he had seen how much Fujin struggled just 2 weeks ago. Meanwhile, Isamu was very suspicious. Fujin looked at Yoshi and said with a smile, "Having a full stomach helps a lot, sensei. Can we move on to the next step?" Yoshi finally gathered his thoughts and said, "Good work." He looked at Emi and Asuka and said, "You two take control of the room and guide everyone." He looked back at Fujin and said, "Fujin, come with me." Yoshi and Isamu began walking out of the room. Fujin followed thinking, "Did I make too much of an impact on them by learning the jutsu so quickly?" They walked out of the room and towards Yoshi's office as Fujin concluded, "That should be the case. Oh well, it doesn't matter much now even if I show off my talent or skills. It would just make the village value me more." The trio entered a small cabin. Both Yoshi and Isamu stared at Fujin until he got uncomfortable and asked, "What are you two staring like this?" Both ignored his question and kept staring. Isamu asked, "Fujin, tell us the truth. Have you learnt or practiced the mystical palm jutsu earlier?" Fujin replied, "Nope." Isamu asked again, "Did anyone else guide you privately after you visited the hospital 2 weeks ago?" Fujin tilted his head and asked, "Do we also get private tutors for learning mystical palm jutsu?" He looked at Yoshi and asked, "Why didn't you tell me earlier, sensei?" Sweat formed on Yoshi and Isamu's heads. They both had the same thought. This brat learnt the jutsu in 2 weeks and still wanted personal tutoring? Yoshi coughed and said, "We don't offer any personal tutoring. However, if any trainee has good relations with a medical ninja, they can receive their help." Fujin replied, "Oh, that makes sense. Unfortunately, I don't have a close friendship with any medical ninja." Yoshi and Isamu both went silent and looked at each other. Both agreed that Fujin had incredible talent. Yoshi looked back at Fujin and asked, "Fujin, do you want to become a medical ninja?" Fujin frowned. He thought for a bit and shook his head. He said, "Becoming a medical ninja will take a lot of time. I don't have much time on my hands right now. If I have time in the future, then I might consider it." Fujin did consider it seriously. After all, medical ninjutsu seemed to be a very good way to master yang and yin chakra. Unfortunately, Fujin couldn't do so. He thought, "I am learning a lot of things at the same time. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, swordplay and fuinjutsu have been my main focus. And I have also learnt some genjutsu. If I add medical ninjutsu to the mix as well, I might overburden myself and make a mess of everything. After all, becoming a medical ninja might need more time than learning fuinjutsu. Mystical palm jutsu is sufficient for my current needs." Yoshi and Isamu frowned. From Fujin's answer, they realized that even if Fujin pursued medical ninjutsu, it wouldn't be his main focus. That wasn't what they wanted. Yoshi said, "Fujin, I think you misunderstood me. I want you to abandon your other options and focus completely on becoming a medical ninja." As he was speaking, both he and Isamu figured out the answer from Fujin's face. So before Fujin could refuse, Isamu said, "We will be honest with you, Fujin. I didn't want to tell you this right now in case you become overconfident, but I will because if you don't, then it will be a huge loss for Konoha. Your talent for medical ninjutsu is very high. If you become a medical ninja, then you will become a very good one in a few years. Also, your fighting capabilities won't be wasted as you can use them to protect yourself on the front lines." Yoshi nodded in agreement. However, Fujin shook his head. This time he didn't even need to think. He was learning mystical palm jutsu to ensure that he could last longer in fights and quickly heal himself if he took lethal damage. Focusing on medical ninjutsu would be reversing his priorities. That he answered, "Sorry, I don't intend to do so." Yoshi and Isamu were surprised. They didn't expect Fujin to turn them down so directly. They both sighed. Yoshi said, "All right. I will teach you the complexities of mystical palm jutsu and how to use it on your allies. I and Isamu will guide you for 3 days. If you change your mind later, you know where to find us." Fujin nodded and quickly thanked them. Yoshi and Isamu began teaching Fujin with a lot of enthusiasm and made the lessons as entertaining as they could. They wanted to use this opportunity to make Fujin change his mind.